Prologue. That man was looking around at the girls with an extremely delighted smile. Yay! Let's get fired up to the marks. Yee. Even the girls that numbered more than 10 around him were also cheering loudly. Lights of various colors were dazzlingly dancing inside the dark room. Club music that shook the bottom of the stomach was playing from large speakers. All the women were dressed in provocative underwear. They were sending flirty gazes to the man. The man was handsome. He had blonde hair and beautiful features. His handsome appearance looked slightly mature, but his carefree and bright smile was refreshing, which made him look youthful. It was a smiling face that most girls would like. He was tall, more than 180 centimeters. He was wearing his shirt half undressed. His tanned chest and moderately trained abs were exposed. This is the best night ever. Let's drink. Let's dance. All of you. The girls were also responding with coquettish voices to that and toasted repeatedly. And then they swayed their waist and twisted their body in an enchanting dance. But a single girl arrived and pushed her way through those girls. She was a beautiful girl who wore her hair in a ponytail with a dignified air around her. Her eyes were sharp and defiant. The uniform of Jinsei Academy she was wearing stood out a lot in this space. The girl walked until near the man and yelled with a loud voice that didn't lose against the noisy music. I came to take back Maki. Ooh, this is an amazing guest we have here. You're the second-year Rebecca Carlson, aren't you? Is it something like a surprise? The man replied nonchalantly. Rebecca glared at him in annoyance. Listen to what others are saying. I said that I came to take Maki home. The man answered regretfully with a face that looked troubled from the bottom of his heart. Even if you tell me that, Maki-chan is staying at my side by her own choice, you know? It'll be pitiful for her if you forcefully separate us. There's no love in that. Huh? Love? Rebecca looked around at the half-naked girls with a gaze as though she was looking at something dirty. What love? Even though this is a place that is the furthest from what love is. Rebecca grabbed the arm of a girl beside the man. We're going home, Maki. The girl who was called Maki replied in surprise. I don't wanna, Rebecca. I'll stay here beside Master to serve him with my heart. Serve him, you say, Ua? Maki smiled obscenely and hugged Rebecca suddenly. Hey Rebecca, you should stay here too to feel good together with me. Furthermore, she was starting to massage her breast from above the uniform. Wait, stop it, Maki. What's wrong with you? Rebecca glared at the man with a gaze that was filled with anger. You. Just what have you done to Maki, to all these girls? I only shared my happiness, just a little bit of it, to these girls. The man answered with a smiling face that contained no gloominess at all. It's the happiness of loving this me. What do you say? Maki flipped up Rebecca's skirt and stretched her hand until inside her panty. Rebecca hurriedly got away from Maki's hand and yelled toward the man. We are also the supporters of Yu-Ga-Oh Summer. What's more, we are also connected with Himikami Liesel Summer. Even you won't get away with this unscathed. That was the greatest threat that she could make. However, the man wasn't unperturbed at all by that. Is that so? Though I know that already. The noisy music stopped playing at that instant. I already know that you two are Yu-Ga-Oh's followers. The man's eyes shined red. Red magic circle floated in front of the man. Something like a snake slithered out from it. That was a red collar that was connected to a red chain. If you know that we are Yu-Ga-Oh's summer subordinates, then why, just what are you scheming? The red collar slithered toward Rebecca like a snake assaulting its prey. However, Rebecca herself didn't react at all, as though she couldn't see it. She didn't even notice the collar twining around her neck and kept questioning the man. However, Rebecca's mouth halted when the collar's belt was tightened. That's why, I want Rebecca-chan to become my supporter too. Uneasiness and anger vanished from Rebecca's expression. Geez, it can't be helped. What do you want me to do? I need Yugao's house's territory. Rebecca-chan is in charge of managing Yugao's assets, ncha? It'll be a bit helpful if you made the right belong to me. Rebecca sighed in exasperation. Can't be helped. I'll do something about it. Eh? But isn't it difficult? Can you really do it? Only if I can trick my father. I'll manage somehow if I can fabricate a summon from the devil world. Regarding the contract, even I know about it, so it'll be simple to rewrite it to become your territory. The man clapped his hands happily. Awesome-y. As expected from Rebecca-chan. Rebecca's cheeks reddened and she averted her face with a frown. Just that much isn't anything big. Because, I'm a capable woman. No, seriously, you're awesome. You're the woman. You're just too capable, as expected from my woman. Rebecca stared at the man with a surprised face. That face was blushing bright red. Why you're, Woma. Rebecca, you cheater. Even though I was the first one to love Master. Maki hugged Rebecca with a dissatisfied face. Right, sorry. But, I'm so happy, heart. Ha ha ha, you two, don't fight. I love you too after all. Maki looked up at the man still unconvinced. Then, I'll also betray Yugao's. My house is entrusted with managing the archives, so I'll fabricate a crime evidence and report it to the devil world. Then the other women also yelled while swarming the man. Me too. I'll also drag Yugao's down. My house was also Yugao's subordinate, but I'll turn traitor. I'll also harass them. Ha ha ha. Everyone's love is heavy. But it's fine. I love y'all. Shower me more with your affection, offer me your love. Rebecca replied feverishly. Me too, I'll offer you my love. I'm grateful, Rebecca-chan. How much do you love me? What can you present me? Everything I have, all of them, yes, I'll give you all of them. Does that include Rebecca-chan yourself? Rebecca's cheeks blushed after hearing that. She looked down shyly. If you're fine with the body of someone like me, why you can do whatever you like. I told you I'll give you everything. Even my life, it belongs to you. Your life too? Then the other girls also made the same oath. Me too, I'll die if it's for Master's sake. I'll also give you everything. That's my greatest happiness. Please accept everything I have. The man thrust up his arms in high tension. Awesome. This is just awesome, wow. Yee. The intense dance music started playing once more. I love you all. That's why. I'll become the next Devil King. With everyone's help. The slave girls smiled in ecstasy and yelled. Of course, Master will be the next Devil King. Please rule us, rule the world, rule over everything. The strongest Devil King candidate, the possessor of Devil Arcana. The devil among devils. Mitsuishi Ibiza Summer. The girls' voices resounded through the Devil's Palace. Chapter 1, Devil King Candidate of Devil. TN, Devil King equals, Maou, Devil equals, Akuma. Part 1. It was the next week after the battle against a spite. Then the class today is over. Everyone, please be careful on your way home. The one who said that while smiling gently was Nakano Tsuruko-sensei. She was a beauty with a calm atmosphere. The way she talked and taught was also elegant. There will be a small test about the history of torture and method of execution next week, so please review the lessons well. However, it doubled the mismatched feeling and the dreadfulness of the torture and execution lesson that she was teaching. Even so, as expected from the Academy of Devil Race, the lesson was just too peculiar. The lessons were covering a lot of topics, from direct things like magic, martial art, assassination, till indirect things like the way to rule over territory management, politics and economics, strategy, tactic, and propaganda. Even among the Devil Race academies, this Jinsei Academy A.K.A. Devil King Academy was literally an academy that educated the leadership class, including the Devil King himself. That might be why there were a lot of lessons here that would be useful for ruling and managing. But sometimes there were also normal lessons like modern Japanese or math. Though these normal lessons only highlighted the abnormality even more. But setting that aside, the class was over now. As always, there was no classmate who would talk to me. No one would meet my eyes since the incident where I burned the classroom. This was better than receiving hostility or harassment openly, but this still felt a bit lonely. Well, fortunately there was the daily routine of meeting and receiving special training from Liesel Senpai and Miyabi in the palace after school. Thanks to that I didn't feel that lonely or depressed. I walked toward Miyabi's seat with my bag in one hand. "Miyabi, let's go to the palace." However, Miyabi didn't give me any reply. She was looking dazed while continuing to stare at a single desk. She still didn't notice me even when I was standing in front of her. When I looked down at her, I could see the cleavage of her breasts clearly from her exposed chest. My focus almost got absorbed into the skin-colored valley, but I firmly held myself back. "Oi, Miyabi? What's wrong with you?" She finally noticed me and raised her face. "Hiya?" Yuto appeared out of nowhere. "You really only noticed me just now, what's the matter?" "There's really nothing. Or rather, you're really something. You suddenly come out puff and stick all over me without me noticing. I don't come that close to you. More importantly, aren't we going to the palace?" "Huh? Coming. Coming. Her wording sounded somewhat lewd, but I purposefully ignored it and headed toward the waiting room of lovers. Though I called it palace, it was just a single room inside this building. But I heard there was also other Devil King candidates that built a detached building for themselves on the academy's ground. It seemed to depend on the person's strength, financial strength, status, and standing whether they did that or not. It was something that I, who was a Devil King candidate of the puny lovers and also a human in addition, shouldn't even wish for. I arrived at the lovers' palace. When I opened the door. Oh, Yuto. And Miyabi too. Liesel Senpai was sitting on a chair near the window while enjoying tea. Senpai was beautiful too today. Whether it was her glossy black hair, or her blue eyes that were shining like jewels, or her face that represented flawless beauty, or her body that personified female beauty and eros, all of them were the best. Even if this was just a single room in a school building, it was a grand palace for me just with Liesel Senpai's presence in it. "I'm sorry I'm late. Excuse me." "Yao. Nuao, let's do our best to gyayu today." Liesel Senpai smiled at me with her usual beauty and gentleness. "Fufu, good afternoon. But this room is Yuto's palace, so it should be us who say excuse me. Also Miyabi, there is the proper decorum even between close friends. You should at least say your greeting properly." Miyabi pouted and looked aside. "Sheesh, really, Senpai is gachi stiff as usual." In the end Miyabi didn't say the proper greeting. Liesel Senpai sighed at that, but she still prepared tea for the two of us. It was a black tea with slightly sweet aroma. "That's a nice smell. It's a new brand from Mariage Frères. I'm glad you like it." I could only say he because I didn't know about that brand at all. It was pathetic. "Humph, this is also nice, but I think I like Marco Polo better." What was that? Marco Polo was the old man from the book The Travels of Marco Polo, wasn't it? Perhaps she misspoke. Milk Bolo? A snack brand in Japan. Don't tell me, you know about this tea, Miyabi? Huh? Well, yeah, wait, why are you that surprised? Because that doesn't fit your image. You feel just like a lady. What does that mean? Even I am a Yu-Gao's, although I look like this, a Margrave's. Miyabi's tension was gradually decreasing while she was talking. Her voice was getting smaller. In the end she stopped talking and looked down. What's wrong, Miyabi? Nothing. As I thought, it was strange. Let's try asking her more, I thought that, but. Both of you, sit down already. I'm thinking to do a slightly new training today. Liesel Senpai said, so we obediently sat on the sofa. We sat with Liesel Senpai in front of me and Miyabi at my left. The voices of the students doing club activity at the schoolyard could be heard from the window at my right. When I looked there, it seemed to be the track and field club. There were normal clubs even in this Devil King Academy. But my training wasn't a club activity. It was special training as a next Devil King candidate. Then Liesel Senpai. What kind of training this new training is? Before that, there is something I want to ask the Lover's Arcane. Can it display the effect of healing lovers in number? Number? Yes. When we're supplying Yuto with mana, how much mana can Yuto obtain in the end? I want to check that. I see. Certainly I could somehow feel that I was receiving mana, but I didn't understand at all just how much it was. Besides, the amount of mana that was stocked inside my body was also unclear. In the fight against Despite the other day, Yuto was luckily able to activate infinite lovers, but if your mana reached 0 before that, it would be my lost, wouldn't it? Exactly. Even stronger opponents will appear in the future. That's why we too have to learn to be more tactical. First we have to learn about our own ability for that. As expected from Liesel Senpai. I didn't think about something like that at all. Is that so? This is really nothing big. Fufu. She said that, but she actually looked like in a great mood. Her smile that looked like a little girl was really adorable. Wait, more importantly, I tried asking my arcane quickly. Possible. Sharing information in numerical form. That's what it said. When I told Liesel Senpai the arcana's answer, Liesel Senpai put down her teacup. Miyabi, try hugging Yuto's arm and share your mana. Right. Miyabi hugged my arm without any hesitation whatsoever. My arm was buried into the cleavage of her voluptuous breasts that stole my eyes in the classroom. Oh oi, Miyabi. I felt the soft and bouncy sensation from my elbow until my upper arm. Miyabi's face was also close. Her sweet-smelling breath blew on my neck. I unconsciously twisted my body. Heart. Don't struggle. It feels ticklish if you do that. Why yeah, my bad. Miyabi pressed the enormous breasts that were her pride even more on my arm. She was even rubbing them on me. There was amazing elasticity within the softness. I could never have enough of this pleasant feeling no matter how many times I experienced it. Something soft flowed in from Miyabi's breasts into me before long. This was Miyabi's mana. It was sweet like candy, and yet it felt like it energized me. It was as though mana also embodied the characteristic of its owner. I was getting drunk with the sensation of Miyabi's breasts from outside and the pleasant feeling from Miyabi's mana in the inside. It was then the arcana's voice resounded in my head. Mana supply 12000. Miyabi jumped in happiness when I said that number. Ooh tilde, the number sound amazing. Far from 100, it reached 10,000. 10,000? It's like Yuto has recovered Dukan with a bang. Miyabi was rejoicing, but there was nothing to compare this result with, so it was completely unclear whether this number was a lot or not. Then, I'm next. Liesel Senpai stood up. Why yes. Please take care of me. Just what is Senpai planning to do? I thought she moved aside the table and stood in front of me. Yuto. Can you flip up my skirt for me? Flipping up the skirt? That skirt flipping, the king of the mischief act toward girl that was done by children? I looked up questioningly at Liesel Senpai. She averted her gaze shyly in response. That gesture and her troubled expression that was blushing with knitted eyebrows were adorable. Don't make me say it over and over, I want you to flip my skirt and look at my panty. No good. My heart was going to explode. I pinched the fringe of Liesel-senpai's skirt and slowly lifted it up. It felt like I was doing something really wrong. My hand was shaking. This wouldn't be an accidental glimpse of panty. I was flipping up a skirt with my own hand to look at the panty underneath. It was exciting. Furthermore, we were in the academy here. Even though I could hear the sound of students doing club activity outside, we were doing obscene thing like this. The immorality of this act was sending shivers into my spine. The skirt was lifted up like pulling up the curtain of the stage. Finally, a wonderful view appeared from beneath it. The white panty under the black stocking. That transparency was doubling the indecency. When I observed closer, I could see the elaborate design of the panty. It was decorated with delicate laces. The panty looked really expensive. The material was slightly shiny. Surely it was made using the best material. This panty was undoubtedly worth dozens of my underwear. Here I go, Yuto. Liesel-senpai's hand quietly touched my head and it unexpectedly pushed me onto her crotch. Say senpa gumyu. I reflexively let go of the skirt and my sight suddenly got dark. My face was completely pushed into the skirt. I couldn't see anything except senpai's lower stomach. And then, my nose, cheeks, and lips felt the high-quality texture of the smooth stocking. In addition to that sensation, senpai's fragrance also filled my chest. The sweet fragrance that was like fruit invited me into the world of ecstasy in the blink of eye. This is really embarrassing. Senpai's whisper that was filled with shame reached my ears faintly. It made my blood boil needlessly. Mana poured into my lips at the next moment. It contained a refined sweetness and high-class fragrance. Various aromas entwined together with each other to form a taste that had complexity and depth in it. It felt like I was actually tasting such sensation with my tongue. Mana supply 24000. After I said the number with a muffled voice, I could hear Miyabi's angry voice. Wait? Double score? What does this mean? My head was let go and my face came out from under senpai's skirt. When I looked up, I found Liesel-senpai's satisfied face there. Perhaps it was just my imagination, but her face and skin were also looking glossy. Fufu, as I thought. As you thought, what? Depending on the method, the amount of mana that can be supplied with healing lovers will differ. You mean it's the difference of me doing mugyu to Yuto with my breasts and senpai showing him your panty over your stocking while grinding Yuto's head guri-guri on it? The way you say that is concerning, but that's how it is. Your relationship with the partner is important when supplying mana. It's important to trust and hold affection to the partner. On top of that, there is also the factor of how stimulating and exciting the act is. That feeling of exaltation and obscene intoxication will supply even stronger mana. In short, I would become even stronger by doing even more erotic thing with someone that I liked. I see. Got it. Miyabi suddenly flipped up her own skirt. She showed me her panty that had leopard print design without hiding anything. Furthermore, it had the color of black pattern on pink background. Wait? Miyabi. In other words, if I do the same thing like senpai, the mana will increase till double. Isn't that right? Was it that simple of a problem? I retorted like that inside my heart, but my eyes couldn't move away from the pink leopard print panty. Why was this girl wearing an erotic panty that was this flashy? Certainly she had this gal image going for her. Even so, its surface area was too tiny. The crease at the bottom of the triangle shape made me imagine various things. Her curvy abdomen and the belly button above it also made my heart pounding hard. How is it? It gets you even more excited than senpai's panty, right? Wah. Liesel-senpai was clearly making an offended expression. That's not true. It's obvious that mine is more charming if compared with yours. And then this time Senpai flipped her skirt by herself and showed me her lower body, that was wrapped in stocking and her thin black panty. What do you think, Yuto? Don't you think it gives off a refined impression with a stocking over it? It's really similar like when a noble lady of Heian era was talking with male from across a bamboo blind, isn't it? I didn't think that there wasn't any refinement or anything like it at the time she showed it off by herself though. There isn't anything like that. Any boy should want to see something with more gatsu impact. Something with more bam like mine is better, isn't it? Yuto? That's. When I was at a loss of how to answer, Liesel Senpai pressed me even more. Miyabi is too direct. According to my investigation, a bit of refinement is necessary for the relationship between man and woman. Hiding it slightly like mine will stimulate the imagination and excite man even more. Senpai, you usually used garter belt, ain't ya? That's. Got it. It's surely that. Some people would look up what a boy might like, found an article about what people are recently doing, believed the article easily, and then tried it out. Dojan. Senpai is like those people. Liesel Senpai turned bright red and shook all over. She was smiling but her eyes were a bit tearful. Why, you're wrong, Mon. That's a false accusation, Mon. It was bull's eye. What's more, her speech was regressing to be like a young child. Late, Reina is really sorry, Desuda. Nice timing. The angel of salvation of our lovers' camp, she was a devil though. Reina was rushing into the palace like a bunny that was in a hurry. And then the katana she was carrying on her back got stuck on the entrance and her body pitched forward before she rolled behind from the recoil. Oh oi. Reina.
Are you okay?
I rushed to the corridor in panic, but then I stiffened there. After all, Reina had splendidly toppled over and then came to a stop just when she was in the middle of rolling backward. She was falling with her bottoms pointing up, so her skin was exposed from the lower half of her back. Of course, her panty was also completely laid bare. I would turn into a molester if I carelessly reached to her. Reina is fine. Oh, Reina fell again. Reina muttered with a tearful voice while still laying on her back. I had to quickly lend her a hand to help her stood, but my hand stopped in the middle of reaching out to her. The reason was because the panty that protected Reina's lower body surpassed my imagination. It was the so-called string panty. I completely thought that she would wear a childish panty with cartoon character printed on the back, but to think it was actually a string panty. Furthermore, the color was purple. It was covering Reina's small bottoms with even smaller cloth surface. Its surface area was even smaller than Miyabi's leopard print panty. Furthermore, the thin fabric was indirectly displaying the shape of her bottoms and her crotch. It hinted at an immoral sexual allure that was gave off from such young body. Hey Yuto. How long are you going to stare at Reina's panty? To think that Reina will go this far to make her appeal. Miyabi and Liesel Senpai's retort made Reina's legs to jerk straight. She rolled quickly using the recoil and lifted up her body. Whore. Everyone saw it. It would be strange if we didn't see. That was. I took the hand of Reina, who looked like she would cry, and made her got up on her feet. No, that's just a glimpse. Sorry, thank you so much, Desu. Miyabi pulled my arm to turn my focus on her. More importantly, Yuto. Which is better, me or Senpai? Choose super with no hesitation. No, that's. I couldn't say it. Actually, the instant I saw Reina's panty. Mana supply 25000. Upper limit reached. The voice said to me. I couldn't say that from my mouth. Yuto. Be clear. Yuto, you don't need to be reserved. Make Miyabi see the reality. What should I do? Cold sweat burst all over my body. Was this a danger that was lurking within the ordinary day? Just when I was at a complete loss. Can you hear? Wait, I won't be able to hear even if you reply back, I guess. Ha 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 ha. This voice, Headmaster Gandu? The voice of Gandu Barbatos, the headmaster and also the current Devil King, came from the speaker that was set on the wall. Today I have a little bit of explanation about Academy event to give. The Devil King candidates are to gather in the gym at 8 p.m. That's all. Part 2. If it was a normal school, I would have already gone home a long time ago at this time. It would be even more impossible for a teacher to do something like calling students to gather at this time. Originally only the Devil King candidates would attend, but Liesel Senpai and Miyabi were worried that there might be sudden attack just like at the unveiling, so they forcefully came along. The crest of lovers was shining faintly under my feet. When I looked around, the crests of other Devil King candidates were also floating within the darkness. From a brief count, there seemed to be less than 20 crests in total. Apparently these crests were also to show the attendance. The crests were lacking showed that there were candidates who were absent. However, I couldn't see the figures of the Devil King candidates who were here. My eyes could only see the crests that were shining in the wide area. Even so, it felt like the gym was wider than usual. Perhaps the space here was actually distorted to make the area bigger. But even that was something possible for this Devil King Academy. Yo, ladies and gentlemen. Good for you to come. Headmaster Gandu showed up with his usual carefree attitude. For a moment I wondered if he was floating in the air, but it seemed he was standing on a stage. And? What's your business that you call us here? I have to cancel a work to come here. One of the crests shined brighter and illuminated the voice's owner like a footlight. The star's Devil King candidate, Hangyakusha Stella. At my fight against a spite, she offered to work together with me. I thought that she gave the offer because of her goodwill, but when I heard about her offer in more detail, it included a condition of giving Liesel Senpai to her. There was a rumor that her true strength was monstrous, but I didn't understand what she was actually planning in her head. She was an opponent that I couldn't measure. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. After all, this is a big event for all of you students. That is to say. Headmaster Gandu thrust out his fist. The mana that was emitted from that fist drew letters above his head. Devil King Academy Athletic Festival is going to be held. Several crests vanished from the floor at the next moment. Wait. Why are you guys going home? The headmaster called at them to come back, but then several more crests vanished. Oi, you guys aren't upbeat enough even though you're still young. Even though I'm planning to prepare some reward too. And, what's this reward you're talking about? Headmaster Gandu answered proudly at Stella's question. I'm still in the middle of considering it. But I'll give meal tickets for the cafeteria for the winning group. Even more crests vanished. Wait. Come back. I'm begging you. Headmaster begged while looking like he wanted to cry. Seeing his figure made me question whether he was really the current Devil King. That's right. I'm also thinking to give special reward for the MVP of the winning team. That's why, what's this reward? I'm telling you, I'm still thinking about it. Well, this place is more or less an academy. Teacher 2 will want to give good grade to the students who cooperate with this kind of event. That's just human nature. I'm a devil though. He said that and laughed wahahaha. On the other hand, Stella's face was sullen. Well, fine. I myself won't be absent if it's an event. Stella was an active popular idol. This event seemed like it could be good to attract fans. However, it didn't seem possible to open this event to the public. What about you, Nath? The figure of the Devil King candidate that Stella addressed emerged from the darkness. Nath Karnak, with her blonde hair and brown skin, answered with her usual bashful look. Why yes, if it's not a fight, but sports, I'll join, perhaps. Was this person really a Devil King candidate? It felt like she was avoiding to fight. I'll also participate. A girl with a voice that I had never heard before emerged from the darkness. Ooh. Isn't this Korma Rookie, of Judgment? She was a slender beautiful girl with medium-length light blue hair. From her school emblem, she seemed to be a first year like me. The word sweet befitted her slightly shy expression. She only looked like a normal high school girl. A girl like this was also a Devil King candidate. Noticing my gaze, Korma Rookie looked my way and slightly bowed with a smile. Not only she looked normal, she was polite. When I returned the bow, Korma Rookie smiled affably and walked toward me. Hey, you're the Devil King candidate of lovers, aren't you? Eh? Why yeah. That's right. You're the first human to be a Devil King candidate, right? That's amazing, Tilda. Ah, I bokwam Korma Rookie. Call me Rookie. She was so cheerful toward someone who she had only met. In addition, her distance was close. It felt like her distance to him was a step closer than a distance of a normal conversation. Because of that I was able to observe that beautiful face well. Her face was small and delicately made. Her eyelashes were also long. Greater than also, this didn't really matter, but this was my first time seeing a girl calling herself with Boku. I'm Morioka Yuto. Best regards. So, is Yuto-kun going to participate? I reflexively turned toward Liesel-senpai. Liesel-senpai nodded while staring fixedly at behind me. She didn't take off her gaze from the Judgment's Devil King candidate at all. I looked up at Headmaster Gandu. Lover's Devil King candidate, Morioka Yuto, will also participate. Headmaster Gandu nodded in satisfaction when I said I would participate. How's that? Lover's Devil King candidate will also join. You guys aren't going to be left behind by a human, aren't you? Even though you guys are Devil King candidates who want to reign above all devils. Ah, this headmaster, he was using me as a dupe. I'm gonna join too, yeah. Yay. I was surprised by the voice tone that didn't suit the mood. The voice's owner was a man who I never saw before. He was tall, more than 180 centimeters. He had blonde hair and darkish skin from sunburn. His carefree bright smile seemed to say that he was enjoying his life to the utmost. His body looked trained. Muscular chest could be seen peeking out from his unbuttoned uniform. When I looked at the emblem on his collar, it seemed he was a third year. Sure enough, an event won't start without me joining in it. I'm totally fired up. I'm going to blaze up even now. Headmaster Gandu folded his arms and stared at that man with an impressed face. Ha ha ha. What a festive guy, just like usual. That's really promising. Devil's Devil King candidate, Mitsuishi Ibiza. Devil. That was Devil's Devil King candidate. Everyone in this academy was devil race except me. And this man had the arcane of devil among all this devils. Just what kind of devil he was? Leave it to me, headmaster. I'm gonna make this into the best athletic festival. Just look forward to it, headmaster. Ooh, I see. That's laudable. But don't get nearer than that. Also, don't stare too much at me. That's cold of you, headmaster. It's fine. I won't do anything. Right, everyone? When Ibiza said that and looked around him, the crests of several people near him vanished. Did they run away? In other words, they feared Ibiza? Even the headmaster, who was the current Devil King, acted warily toward him. So that meant, this Devil King candidate of devil called Ibiza possessed such terrifying power. But in contrast to the reaction of his surrounding, Ibiza himself was smiling brightly. Everyone is non-cooperative with the event, but not me. Because me and headmaster are completely in the same wavelength. Doesn't that mean it's already a done deal that I'll be the next Devil King? Certainly, his carefree and irresponsible attitude might be similar with the headmaster. But Ibiza's clubber aura was amazing. The headmaster mysteriously didn't give me any unpleasant feeling, but I didn't know why. However, Ibiza gave off an aura that made me didn't want to go near him too much. Suddenly Ibiza turned toward me and grinned. Hey! Don't you think so too? That I'll be the next Devil King? Why did he ask me something like that? I don't think so. Behind me Miyabi replied loudly first than me. Miyabi? She was glaring at Ibiza with a pale expression and a gaze that was a mix of anger and fear. Ibiza was still smiling like before. It didn't crumble at all even when he was yelled at. This guy, was he looking at Miyabi instead of me from the start? What's the matter, Miyabi-chan of Yu-Gaos? Don't screw around. What have you done to my subordinates? Me Miyabi? I unconsciously shrank back from how menacing Miyabi acted. However, Ibiza answered pleasantly as though it was just a passing breeze. You mean, my cards? Two girls showed up from the darkness behind Ibiza. Rebecca? Maki. Miyabi's complexion changed. The two girls were staring at Miyabi with faint smile. Isn't this Yu-Gao's summer? Long time no see. Rebecca. Where have you gone until now? All the assets and territory of your house are gone, you know. Even all of you family members are sent back to the devil world. However, the girl called Rebecca laughed mockingly at Miyabi. Ha ha ha, I know. Because, we were the one who presented all those to our lord. Present, Ted. This time the other girl, Maki, smiled sexily while hugging Ibiza's arm. We are Ibiza Summer's card. We offered him everything that can be offered. Our peerage, our fortune, and even our body, heart. What are you saying? Maki too, get a hold of yourself. It's not just Rebecca. I also offered my everything. To this devil among devils, Mitsuishi Ibiza Summer. We'll also withdraw from the academy soon. We aren't noble anymore after all. Sweat trickled down Miyabi's cheek. Are you sane? Yes, we're going to return the devil world and get sold to some nobles over there as slave. To think I will feel this happy to offer everything I have to Ibiza Summer. The two snuggled on Ibiza with expression of ecstasy. That's not happiness or anything. That man is only making use of you two before selling you away after you have nothing else to offer, you know. Then you won't be his card but just someone else's slave, you know. Miyabi pleaded with tearful eyes, but that only became a target for the two's ridicule. You really don't get it, foolish woman. We don't need to fuss about you anymore. It's refreshing. Wah. Miyabi gritted her teeth. Her shoulders were shaking. This is just what in the world was going on? I looked toward Liesel-senpai and searched for answer. However, Liesel-senpai only shook her head slightly with a grave face. Even Liesel-senpai couldn't comprehend this situation. In other words, it would be better to not do anything drastic here. However, Miyabi showed no sign of calming down. Everything is your doing, right? The tone of Miyabi's voice was filled with dark anger that was unthinkable coming from her who was usually bright and cheery. Mitsuishi Ibiza answered with a wide smile. That's a complete misunderstanding. I'm only working hard to achieve my objective. These girls, my cards, are devoting their affection and supporting me who am working hard like that. I can spread my wings with my cards' love. Magic circle formed under Miyabi's feet. Next, two magic circles flowed inside Miyabi's body. Miyabi. Wah. Miyabi already rushed forward when I was halfway telling her to wait. Ibiza. She approached Ibiza with a speed that was in a different level from her speed when we trained. However, Maki and Rebecca, who were hugging Ibiza, stood on Miyabi's way. What are you doing to master? Maki unleashed the flame magic figure while Rebecca fired ice magic Isa freezing from close range. However, Miyabi dodged them as though she was dancing. She avoided the two and punched at Ibiza with the momentum of her rotation adding into her force. Exclamation mark. However, her full power attack was stopped by Ibitha's palm. Ayo. Flying into my chest by yourself like this. It's the best Yahoo. Don't screw with. Miyabi's balance crumbled when Ibitha twisted his hand. He controlled Miyabi's body as though toying with her on the palm of his hand and hugged her into his arms. Let go. Miyabi-chan. Won't you be my card too? Huh? What are you? If you do that, then you'll obtain the best life you know. You'll be pretty happy. After all, you're gonna be loved by this me. Don't screw around. I'm the princess of the lovers. Miyabi desperately struggled, but she was unable to escape from Ibitha's arms. You're really hopeless, Miyabi-chan. Okay. I'll give you a bit of push on the back so that you can become honest. Ibitha's eyes shined red and red magic circles spread on the floor. Lover's Arcana's voice sounded in my head in that instant. Warning, threat is approaching princess card. Danger level 12. Recommending swift retreat. Danger level 12? Aspite's world revision had threat level 9, you know? This was even more dangerous than that. However, there wasn't any visible effect that seemed to be that dangerous. Did he fail in his magic activation? No, I certainly felt a magic activating. And yet, I couldn't see anything. I didn't know what Ibitha was trying to do. For some reason it didn't feel like my defensive or offensive magic would be useful here. What was this? This anxiety. And then there was a wicked air that induced the urge to vomit. It was terrifying and sinister. What in the world was this? No, stop. Ibitha whispered softly with a coaxing voice as though to reassure the scared Miyabi. Now, free your true self and fall in love with me. And then offer your love to me. Ibitha brought his face closer to Miyabi to kiss her cheek. My patience reached its limit at this time. I lit fire to the mana like a chain reaction and activated it explosively. Armored, maximize, and stride activated in parallel, and I charged toward Ibitha. Remove your hand from her. Ibitha only turned his eyes toward me. His lips were tugging a composed smile. His lips approached Miyabi even more. Mana swirled explosively inside me. Infinite lovers. My speed rose dramatically. Exclamation mark. The composed Ibitha showed a surprised expression. He quickly let go of Miyabi and jumped backward. My fist punched empty air. However, that impact grazed Ibitha and destroyed the wall behind him. I didn't pursue deeply and glared at Ibitha with my fist still outstretched and Miyabi behind me. Miyabi is my precious card. Don't lay your hand on her. Yuto. A happy voice came from behind. But I couldn't look back. The opponent was a Devil King candidate. An instant of carelessness would be fatal. So this is the human Devil King candidate. So what they said that you defeated the world's Aspite isn't a joke. If you make a pass to my card even more than this. Come to think of it, Miyabi-chan is your card? My whole body was wrapped in tension. The opponent was the Devil's Devil King candidate. There was no doubt that he had some kind of special power. But I didn't know what kind of ability it was. I clenched my fist and sharpened my senses. I see. Well, I don't really mind that she's your card. Huh? Mitsuishi Ibitha easily recognized it. It felt anticlimax. I thought he would declare that she belonged to him or that he would snatch her away. Because humans belong to me. And, you're a human. In other words, your possession belongs to me. That means tilde? In the end, Miyabi-chan belongs to me. Perfect. No problem. Wah. What is this guy saying? I'm tolerant and deeply loving. Deeper than even the bottom of the sea. Whether it's will, thought, principle, or whatever, all those things doesn't matter. All of them will come to like me without exception. And so, everything belongs to me. I don't really get what you're saying though. Ha ha ha, Don't worry. I can love even inferior creature with low intelligence. Love, you say? Yep. Love isn't just the special privilege of lovers. I know how ignorant and useless human is, even how stupid they are. But even knowing that, I'll still love them and take possession of them. You humans don't need to worry about anything. Rest assured, everything will go well if you just leave them to me. What a self-centered guy. There was a limit even in being egoist. Something like that isn't love at all. Besides, I don't remember ever being yours. Just who do you think belonged to you, huh? Everyone other than me. A magic circle formed in front of Ibiza. This time the magic was different from before, I could see it properly. But this was advanced flame magic. A magic that I still couldn't use, for Dezen on Earth's scorching devil flame. Warning, threat is approaching. Danger level 8. Recommending swift retreat. Could I match that? Come on, lover's candidate. Don't be scared. Come at me. I'll give you the best welcome. Don't falter. I'm going to protect Miyabi, my precious people. Clap clap, hands were clapped and Headmaster Gandu intruded into the space between me and Ibiza that was filled with tension. Ashish, okay. It's over. The critical situation's atmosphere vanished from the headmaster's sentence for some reason. If you're gonna fight anyway, then do it at the athletic festival. The guests will be happier with that. Ibiza shrugged and smiled cynically. What's that? A public execution, you mean? That's the best, ain't it? No, you can use magic in the athletic festival, but attacking the opponent directly is forbidden. If you do that, the festival will descend into bloodbath and the event will lose its uniqueness. That'll be boring. That's fine, ain't it? That sounds fun. It'll be fun for you guys, but it's going to be troublesome if all the ordinary students are slaughtered. There'll be guests from outside coming here too this time. The purpose of this is to give them entertainment. And so, go home. Shoo. The headmaster shooed us away as though it was a hassle. His intercession came out of nowhere, but honestly it was a big help. Ibiza scoffed condescendingly at me and left with Maki and Rebecca in his arms. Let's go, Yuto. Miyabi too. Liesel Senpai urged us and we headed toward the gym's exit. Miyabi seemed concerned by the girls that Ibiza led away, but she followed behind us reluctantly. Just what had happened between that Mitsuishi Ibiza and Miyabi? I was concerned about that more than anything. Miyabi? I tried asking Miyabi when we were outside. But in that timing. Yuto-kun. I was nervous for a moment there at how it would turn out. For some reason Korma Rookie caught up with us and talked to me. That was just how the situation developed. And then when I was distracted by Rookie. I'm going home first. Miyabi ran away and passed through the schoolyard. She was gone from view in the blink of eye. I didn't understand what happened and reflexively looked at Liesel Senpai. That Miyabi, what's going on with her? Liesel Senpai stared at the direction Miyabi vanished to and frowned. Actually, something strange had been going on from some time ago. But it went back to usual after Yuto was chosen as a Devil King candidate, so it slipped my mind. But from some time ago? That Miyabi, did she have some kind of connection with that Mitsuishi Ibiza? Sorry, is it because I talked to you? Rookie looked apologetic. I shook my head at her. No, it's not Rookie's fault. More important, do you have some kind of... No. I just wanted to try talking to you a little. Oops, I have to go home too. Then, Yuto-kun. I hope we'll be in the same group at the athletic festival. Rookie showed an innocent smile and left. So there is also a normal girl like that even among the devil candidates. Normal? Yes. She is bright and friendly, for some reason she feels like a human girl. I guess. Senpai sounded doubtful for some reason. Did I say something wrong? While I was pondering that, Liesel Senpai started talking with a reluctant look. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but that child is a boy, you know? A boy, that word, as far as I knew it should mean a male though. You're joking, right? It's not like I have ever confirmed it with my own eyes, but it's true. As expected from a Devil King candidate. Should I say that here? No. That wasn't in the level of a boy dressed like a girl though. The structure of his face, his small hands, his slender fingers, he was completely a female no matter where I looked though. Certainly it felt like he had no breasts, but wasn't it discrimination if I pointed that out? Even small breasts weren't bad. Everyone was different, but none of them was bad. Wait, just what was I thinking? I'm relieved seeing your face. It looks like Yuto has no preference for homosexuality. I don't have any preference like that. Shit, the topic veered off because of Rookie's fault. The problem right now wasn't that. More importantly, Senpai. About Miyabi. Yes, it's a bit worrying. Let's try asking her tomorrow after school. I agreed with that suggestion, and then I got sent back to my house like usual with Senpai's car. I still felt like I kept troubling Senpai even though this was the usual routine. And then the next day Miyabi was absent from the academy. Chapter 2, So This is Miyabi's Room. Part 1. This was Miyabi, so perhaps she was late. That was what I thought, but she didn't come even when the second period arrived. I got worried and sent a message to Liesel Senpai, and when I checked with the teacher, apparently there was a message from Miyabi that she is taking a day off. That was what I heard from Senpai. I felt relieved. I concluded that if she was also taking a day off tomorrow, then I would go check on her. The schedule after school today was training with Miyabi, but this caused Liesel Senpai to take over the training in a hurry. When I was waiting at the gym's entrance. Have I made you waited long? No, I only arrived just now. I actually had waited here around 10 minutes, but I couldn't mention that even though I was the one troubling Liesel Senpai for training. I followed Liesel Senpai into the gym. We had reserved it, so there was no one inside. There was the sound of the door getting locked behind me. Liesel Senpai was locking the entrance. And then she pulled down the curtain hanging in front of the door. With this, no one could peek inside from the glass on the door. Then, I'll make the preparation, so Yuto, can you close the other curtains too? Why, yes. Understood. After telling me that, Senpai vanished into the changing room while carrying a bag. Changing room? I went around closing the curtains while feeling somewhat bothered. But, what was it? Until now we never did anything like locking the door or blocking the window. It felt like this would be some kind of secret training, something troubling if it was seen by someone else, alone with only Liesel Senpai. My imagination unconsciously went wild with various possibilities. No, calm down. There was no way it would be anything like that, right? Surely it would be something, a secret training that other Devil King candidates mustn't know about. Obviously it would be something like that, but, with my current level, was there really anything like that? The silence of a gym where there wasn't anyone else. Xian, it felt like he could hear such sound of silence. Gulp, the sound of his throat sounded really loud. The door of the changing room opened. Liesel Senpai. Just like you told me, I closed the window curtain. My breath was caught in my throat when I saw the figure that appeared. Liesel Senpai appeared wearing an elastic leotard that fit her body tightly. Even though she would dress like usual even during the training, what was with this? My eyes were fixed on Liesel Senpai even while I was feeling confused. The black high-leg leotard had steep angle even at the groin part. She was wearing stockings that reached until the middle part of her thighs. Her arms were also wrapped in gloves that reached until her upper arms. Those made her look even sexier. However, the chest part was opened with some part made from transparent material. It was more of an underwear rather than an exercise clothes. Or perhaps it was a costume. Fufu, it looks like this outfit pleases you. I'm sorry. It's okay. After all, I prepared it for Yuto to see. If she said that, I could appreciate Liesel Senpai's beauty without any reservation. My gaze thoroughly observed her from her toes and moved up slowly. From her thighs to her waist, her firm belly, her large breasts that drew a beautiful curve, and then Liesel Senpai's face that was red from embarrassment. Though I said that, if you stare like that, it feels a bit embarrassing for me. I'm sorry. I stared too hard. It's fine. Today my upper arms and calves are also in good shape. It will be waste if you don't T not that. Your stare doesn't make me feel bad, so, then. Liesel Senpai cleared her throat and pulled herself together. What Yuto need is an even more powerful magic. But, if I produce mana with infinite lovers, won't I be able to use powerful magic? Infinite lovers. That was Lover's unique magic that I obtained in the middle of my fight against Despite. A magic to convert the feeling that sympathized with other people, the affection toward one's precious people, into mana. Devil race was fundamentally considered as self-serving existence. Because of that, devil race was unable to use this magic. It was a magic that I could use exactly because I was human. That was what Liesel Senpai taught me after the battle against Despite. Of course, even a basic attack magic will become exceptionally powerful if the mana's quality and amount are increased. But there is limit to that. No matter how much you power up Figa or Fizzard, they won't be able to put up a fight before a unique magic like a Spite's World Revision. That, certainly. In that case, I need magic like World Fall or something? The formula that was said to be an unresolved magic formula, World Fall. It possessed a might so great it could smash even a Spite's World Revision. Right. But that magic was effective because the opponent was a Spite, but it doesn't guarantee that it'll work against other opponent. How many powerful magic at that level can you learn? That'll be the key. I see. In that case, do I need to learn something like other unresolved magic formula? That's one possible method, but there isn't any other unresolved magic formula that is publicized. First, we will have to start with gathering information about formula that seems obtainable if we're going that way. It feels like it will take long doing that. Yes. But there is also other method. What is that method? Liesel Senpai folded her arms and smiled. It's still too fast to think about it. Before that, you have to be able to use all the ordinary advanced magic. Certainly. A part of me wished that she would just teach me that method without putting up air, but it was also a fact that my strength was the more pressing problem. What Liesel Senpai said was correct, so I couldn't say anything back. And then, you have to increase the upper limit of mana that you can store. From the training yesterday, it became clear that the Yuto's upper limit when converted to number around 25,000. But you won't be able to fight a protracted battle with that capacity. It's no wonder that your mana only barely remained after the fight with a Spite, even though you didn't use magic too much during the fight. Yugu. Those words unexpectedly stabbed deeply into my heart. You can't even use the normal advanced magic with your current upper limit. That makes it even more pressing for us to increase your upper limit. Understood. What should I do to increase my upper limit? I asked in high spirit, but Liesel Senpai made a slightly troubled face. I'm sorry. Although I said all those, actually I'm still not certain of any method to increase the mana quantity of Yuto, who is a human. Then, what should I do? I'm also continuing with the investigation of this matter. Forgive me, but, for now we can only do the same training like other devils. That is practicing magic by repetition. Yes. The magic's precision will also increase if your proficiency rise, so this won't be pointless. Understood. Although I said that, but I was uneasy that we didn't know any method to grow. Liesel Senpai added as though she heard that voice of my heart. Of course, it's not like there is no method. If you use infinite levers, it can act as a temporary countermeasure. But it's impossible to continue activating it all the time. If you do that, then your magic circuit might get overloaded and the cells of your whole body will boil and die. My back turned cold when I imagined myself getting through that. So it's that dangerous, my unique magic? I used it against a spite without knowing anything. Thank God I survived. And so, let's start our training. Are you ready? Yes. Please take care of me. Like this, I started training earnestly by repeating magic of flame type, ice type, explosion type, and lightning type. Part 2. This is harsh. I was destroying the dummy monster that appeared one after another in the gym. After I fired magic consecutively without any rest, my head and body became exhausted. And then naturally my mana also. Warning, mana declining. Remaining amount 30. I wanted to take a rest, but there were still 2 dummies remaining. A dummy with a face like a boar and a big dummy that looked like lizard with hands in the form of praying mantis. They were waiting for me to show an opening. Liesel Senpai, my mana is all ready. Usually Liesel Senpai would kindly hug me at this kind of time, but this time she was staring silently at me with her hands folded behind her. Is something the matter? Actually, I'm thinking to incorporate the Mana Supply Act into the training too. In regard to that, the possibility is high that in the future it might become necessary to resupply Yuto's mana in the middle of battle. I see, in this training we were assuming we were in a real battle. In other words, it was also necessary to resupply while defeating the enemy. The enemy wouldn't wait for me to refill my mana. Understood. What should I actually do? Liesel Senpai folded her arms. It caused her breasts to be lifted up and protruded forward. Don't be spoiled. Think of it by yourself. That means? It was fine for me to touch Liesel Senpai's breasts from my end. Say Senpai? Is it all right? If you don't hurry, the enemy won't wait, you know. The boar monster came attacking. Coup. I dodged its charge. I didn't break and used the momentum to leap at Senpai. I landed while rolling forward. When I looked up, I found that 2 hills that towered high. Excuse me. Senpai. My 2 hands reached out and grabbed Liesel Senpai's breasts. New heart. A seductive moan leaked out from Senpai's mouth. I unconsciously let go. I'm sorry. Did it hurt? A paralyzing impact hit my back at that moment. Strength left my body and I fell on my knee. When I looked back across my shoulder, the lizard with mantis hands was chuckling kekik. It got me. The monster vanished into thin air. Mana supply from just now, 500. Shit, it was only that much. I fired up myself and stood up. I'm sorry. This time, I'll properly do it for sure. Yes. You don't need to mind me. Touch them with your all from the start. But how can I treat Liesel Senpai's breasts so roughly, even though it's the extremely important part of my precious Senpai, something that is so beautiful like that? Yuto. Senpai's cheeks were slightly tinged pink. It's fine. This is for the sake of your training. I won't mind even if it's slightly painful. Liesel Senpai. There was no way she wouldn't mind. It was an important part for woman, a part that should be sensitive. And yet for my sake. Tears gathered in my eyes due to how pathetic I am to have to make Senpai went that far. At the same time those tears also came from how kind and how tolerant she was. Please let me try one more time. Yes. Anytime. And then I continued the training together with only Liesel Senpai. Part 3. In the end we continued the training for 2 hours but, to conclude, the difficult surpassed my imagination. When I tried to touch Liesel Senpai's breasts with urgency, Regretfully, even when I was able to lightly jiggle it with my touch or massage it, the feeling of urgency gave me no leeway to enjoy the sensation. I was also unable to get into the mood to do anything lewd. Naturally, I was also unable to absorb mana at all. I'm sorry, senpai. No. This is only your first time. Heart, it can't be helped. When we were finished, Liesel senpai was also breathing roughly with blushing cheeks. She was staring at me with an erotic gaze that sent shivers into my back. From tomorrow, I'll train you even more strictly and intensively, but, before that. Liesel senpai took my hand and led it toward her own breasts. You have thoroughly teased me, so, not that, I mean let's practice from touching normally. Also, you have to refill your mana properly too, heart. The result of today's training was really pathetic. But, it was pointless, even I kept regretting it like this. This was still my first day of going through this training menu. Let's put the introspection today to a good use and worked hard tomorrow. Setting that aside. As expected, the matter of Miyabi was bothering me. If she didn't come to school tomorrow, that was my plan at first, but if something happened tonight and it became too late, such thinking made me unable to sit still. I had asked her address some time ago. I should try going, I guess. And so I abruptly headed to Yu Gao's residence. However, my resolution was wavering as I got closer to the destination. To suddenly visit a girl's house out of the blue like this, was it really all right? No, it wasn't like I was planning to intrude. I would just watch from outside. Then I would go home. It looked like there was no problem. I persuaded myself like that while walking through the residential area at night. If I'm not mistaken, it should be around here. I opened the map application in my smartphone and checked the location. It should be here. Certainly, there was a mansion that seemed to be the place. It was surrounded by high fences with a ground that looked excessively spacious. But there was no nameplate attached, and there was also no light. There was also no presence of human. Don't tell me, there was really something that happened. I circled around the house while feeling cautious. Just when I arrived at the back, there was a small house at the other side of the road. What is this house? It was a wooden building that looked like it was built at Showa era. From its appearance, its age could easily surpass half a century since it was built. But what was surprising wasn't its oldness. Trashes and junks were piled up high in the garden. No matter how I looked, there were scraps of car, eerie mannequins, plastic bags with unknown contents. This kind of things was piled up high. Just where did these things come from? And then the house itself also had a strange atmosphere. The roof and walls were covered with scribbles that were drawn with paint. The scribbles were words like die, curse, kill, etc. Every one of them was dangerous words. There were even magic letters among them. Wait, wasn't this really a curse magic formula? When I focused my eyes, it was certainly the real thing. However, it was erased with another paint from above. Other than that, there was destruction to Yu Gao's. This house was a dilapidated house no matter how I saw it. However, there was light leaking out from the window. Don't tell me, it was this place. No, but Miyabi was from a noble family, wasn't she? It was then, a familiar voice came from inside the dilapidated house. I'll tidy up the trashes outside for a bit. It's fine, Desu. The way of speaking was different, but this voice belonged to Miyabi. The door opened while I was standing still in front of the gate. The eyes of the girl who showed up met my eyes. Yuto. Miyabi? It was definitely Miyabi. But her hair was let down and she was wearing a refined dress. There wasn't any vestige of a gal in her. No matter how I saw her, she was totally like a sheltered and upright maiden. Part 4. Right now I was inside Miyabi's room. This was my first time entering a girl's room. I was a bit nervous. Sorry Yuto, the room is small like this. No, I'm the one who showed up so suddenly. About her room, I didn't know what to say about it. It was a room with the size of 4.5 tatami mats. Smaller than my room. It was stuffed with furniture and luggage. There was no space for even 1 foot. The majority of the room was occupied by a bed. I and Miyabi were sitting side by side on it. The bed was clearly imbalanced with this room. The size was intended for a bigger room that could be filled with other furniture. I looked outside the window at the neighboring mansion. From the address that I was told, that mansion should be Yugao's residence. However, would it be all right if I asked about it? That mansion belonged to our family. Only until last month though. Did something happen? Yes, actually, we were betrayed by the subordinate devils that we trusted. Miyabi talked bit by bit. According to her, there was betrayal from the nobles who were her family's subordinates, and their estate, fortune and even their territory were all taken away. What a horrible story. Even Oto-sama is suspected of a treason that he don't remember doing and got summoned to the devil world. We barely held ownership to this house with only me and Okaya-sama living here. It was understandable that she was dispirited with the situation like this, or rather, when I thought how she had been enduring this kind of circumstance while acting cheerily, it was so laudable my heart hurt. And, how did it become like this, do you have any idea? It's that guy's doing. The Devil's Devil King candidate, Mitsuishi Ibiza. I recalled that frivolous-looking man with clubber atmosphere. That guy, huh? Yes. I don't know the reason, but he has been aiming for Yugao's territory and me since some time ago. Just when Miyabi closed her mouth, the sliding screen slid with some noise. Can I intrude? The sliding screen opened and a beautiful woman with refined air dressed in nightgown appeared. She was carrying a tray with a tea set on it and entered Miyabi's room. So this person was Miyabi's mother. Surely Miyabi would become like this when she grew up. Her beautiful face, and then her style. Her mature sex appeal was staggering. Also, she looked absurdly young. Even my mum looked amazingly young because of the anti-aging effect of the ring that she received from Devil, but this surpassed that. Okaya-sama, I already asked that you don't need to go to this much trouble. Miyabi muttered with a slightly troubled face. Wait, a ladylike speech? Before this, when she greeted my parents, she was also using a polite way of speaking. It was surprising at that time, but Miyabi was using this way of speaking with her family too? Are you the one, the Devil King candidate of lovers? Why, yes. I'm called Morioka Yuto. Miyabi-san has always been a great help for me all this time. I was really nervous for some reason. So Miyabi has taken care of you. Is it fine if I talk for a bit? Of course yes. There was no place to sit, so mother kept standing. It was inexcusable to make her stand like this, so I also stood up. To be honest, I still cannot believe it even now. A human Devil King candidate. Are you really a human, and furthermore a Devil King candidate? I pulled out Lover's Arcane from my collar. The moment she saw the arcane inside the case hanging from my neck, the eyes of Miyabi's mother opened wide. Whether I'm human or not, I think you should know it as a devil. Yes, I know. She said that and looked down sadly. With this, Yugao's house will end in any case. Okaya-sama. Lovers is already in disadvantage even under normal circumstances. Even so, I thought if it's the young lady of Himekami house then perhaps, but even that hope is crushed with this. Even our house falling into ruin must be fate. There ain't such thing. Miyabi stood up and yelled. Miyabi? What's wrong? Why you are speaking in that way? Miyabi suddenly faltered when her mother looked at her in surprise. She was suddenly at a loss of words. No, Yuto is, it's inconceivable that, I mean. Miyabi's mother looked down sadly and exited the room. The sliding screen was closed. After a while Miyabi mumbled. Yuto, sorry. Why are you apologizing? It's not like your mum has said anything bad. But I put my hand on Miyabi's shoulder and made her sat on the bed once more. I also sat down beside her and smiled at her. Even so, you're speaking like a proper lady even though you're in your own house, huh? Miyabi's cheeks reddened shyly hearing that. She shut her mouth. It's the reverse, it's because I'm in home. Our house is quite a high-ranked noble, so the discipline here is harsh. But something like that doesn't suit me at all. Miyabi smiled powerlessly. I can speak the cliched lines though. But outside those lines I can only groan ah and fall silent shine. I'm just totally hopeless. It's the worst when I come to party. I'll mostly shut up and become one with the wall. What's with that? I burst out laughing unconsciously. I'm also stupid. Like with magic formula, it's difficult and I can't get it. That's why I also can't use strong magic. And so, I was depressed Zuan and got gloomy on top of my already taciturn personality. I can't imagine the current Miyabi being like that at all. At middle school, there was this time when the car that picked me up broke. It was a rare chance, so the girls in my class invited me and I went to play at town for the first time on the way home from school. It was there I happened to see the flashy-looking girls in town. That was my encounter with the gal fashion. Miyabi smiled in remembrance of her nostalgic past. They looked really free and strong. From there I started keeping secret from Aka-sama and Auto-sama. And then Miyabi turned toward me with bright eyes. It was amazing. I was thrilled for some reason and confidence steadily welled up inside. It was like I became a completely different person. Even if I can't speak with courteous speech, I can just speak whatever is in my mind without bothering about that. When I thought that, I became able to speak a lot. That made me even happier. When I saw Miyabi talking like she had a lot of fun, it also made me had fun. Certainly, seeing Miyabi in the fashion of a sheltered lady and talking like one caused me to watch her in captivation, but Miyabi felt the most like herself when she was acted in that gal fashion. Miyabi's delighted face suddenly turned grim. That's why, half a year ago, when I learned that someone is harassing our house, I absolutely can't forgive them. I trained to beat up the perpetrator powwow but it's difficult to obtain results from training, isn't it? She glared sharply at me. You're saying that Yuto? You, well, I have the power of Devil King's arcane with me, more importantly, you're saying that Ibiza has been carrying out his plan since half a year ago? Perhaps it's even longer than that. Everyone had good relationship with us since several generations ago, but then all of them betrayed us. I don't know the reason, but surely it's because of that guy's unique magic. I recalled that unknown presence that felt like a snake. Was that the guy's unique magic? That's why I'll absolutely beat up that guy black and blue. But he is tough, you know. The incident in the gym yesterday. At that time, not only the other Devil King candidates, even Headmaster Gandu looked scared toward Ibiza. That meant, his power was just that powerful. Could I and Miyabi win against someone like that? Miyabi grinned broadly and made a peace sign. No prob. Because Yugao's house has this trump card magic. Trump card? Yep. So to speak, an ultimate move. Ultimate move. It's something awesome that'll go dogagagaan, and then doya. Surely. And, specifically what kind of magic it is? Who knows? Who knows, she said. It can't be helped. An ancestor who can use it has never appeared again since a long time ago. Miyabi turned bright red and started making excuse desperately. But, that magic formula, it's passed down within my blood. Inside the blood? Yep. It's what you call bloodline magic. It's my first time hearing that term. Is magic formula that's flowing within the blood called that? Yeah. I don't know what kind of power is it, but apparently it was thanks to that magic my ancestor climbed up to become Margrave. It seemed he was also skilled in getting chummy with influential humans and powerful devils. Through that he got a lot of comrades, those were the subordinate nobles of Yu Gao's house. Suddenly, Arcana's voice resounded in my ear. Warning. Threat is approaching. Please don't let your guard down. What? I stood up from the bed as though there was fire lit under me. Miyabi. There's enemy approaching. Miyabi also stood up with a grave expression. Don't tell me, is it Ibiza? Miyabi rushed out from the room toward the entrance. I followed right behind her and got out of the house. Exclamation mark. At the other side of the garden, there were 3 silhouettes at the gate that was almost off its hinge. They're really living in this kind of place? Unbelievable. They've really fallen into ruin. It makes me hate myself when I thought that we were bowing toward this lot. These people, they were the nobles who were Miyabi's subordinates. Rebecca and Maki, if I remembered right, and then. Tonight's the best night, isn't it? Mitsuishi Ibiza. Oh? What, the lover's candidate is also here? What a coincidence. Miyabi glared at the 3. You 3, what are you doing here? Of course, we're here to pick up Miyabi-chan. Ibiza looked up at the luxurious mansion of Yu Gao's house next door, the mansion that belonged to him now. My preparation is also finally finished. Now I'll be able to use this magic I've been eagerly anticipating. Eagerly anticipated magic. Ibiza. Just what the hell are you scheming? The 2 cards, Maki and Rebecca, looked toward me with gaze that was filled with killing intent. What's with this human? How dare you speak like that to Ibiza Summer? I'll kill you. Even though it's already the greatest blessing that you can see Ibiza Summer's appearance, a lowly human who doesn't know his place, how insolent. A livestock should just go to the pigsty that befit a livestock. Rebecca said that before she scoffed. No, pardon me. This house is that pigsty, isn't it? I didn't notice. Her tone made blood rushed into my head. How dare you speak so rudely about someone else's house? In the first place, it's your doing that drove Miyabi into here. I formed a magic formula. Maki and Rebecca seemed to sense that flow of mana and formed their own magic circle. What is a mere human planning to do? I'll kill you, you know. No, let's not kill him too quickly. It'll be funnier to torture him until he's crying and begging for us to kill him. Ha. Agreed. Let's do that. The instant the 2 were about to activate their magic. Wait. Miyabi's mom appeared from inside the house, still wearing her gown. I won't let you lay a hand on my daughter. Besides, your act toward our Yu Gao's house is unforgivable. She opened the front of her gown, exposing her white and plump thighs before breaking into a dash. Fast? She passed beside me in the blink of eye and assaulted Maki and Rebecca. Coup. Maki launched flame magic Figa and Rebecca launched ice magic Iza, but she slipped through them with her martial art. The string of her gown came undid and her lustrous underwear was bared. Even so, she didn't falter and switched into offense. Her lean flesh that showed no sign of aging moved livelily and unleashed punches and kicks. She was using armored, maximize, and stride in parallel. As expected, she and Miyabi were really mother and daughter. It seemed she was specialized in physical attack just like Miyabi. What's with this auntie? Coup. Her attack is heavy. The situation was reversed in the blink of eye. Maki and Rebecca were pushed back. However. Exclamation mark. The magic circle of detonation was formed under her feet when she noticed. Coup. She kicked on the ground and jumped back an instant faster than the explosion. However, the explosion's shockwave blew Miyabi's mother away and she fell on the ground. Even so, she didn't stop moving and used the momentum to roll away. She stood up boldly even with her underwear exposed. Ooh, you managed to dodge that. Amazing, the greatest. You're an auntie, but how about becoming my card? I'll love you plenty, you know. Won't you try walking a wonderful second life? After all, you got such a nice bod. Wah! I insolent. Miyabi's mother closed the front of her gown red-faced. She tried attacking Ibiza, but Ibiza's attack magic had finished while she was tying back the string on her waist. Fizzed. Flames spouted out from the magic circle that appeared in front of Ibiza. The crimson flame attacked like a dragon. The complexion of Miyabi's mom changed. Oka-sama. Miyabi yelled. The flame was repelled in front of her mum. I made it in time. My barricade appeared from within the scattered flame and smoke. Eh? Ibiza stared at me with a puzzled face. Eh? You repelled my magic? I had jumped in front of Miyabi's mum and deployed a barricade. I talked to Miyabi's mum, who fell behind me. Are you all right? Yes. I glared at Ibiza once more. Devil's candidate. The love you prattled about isn't love or anything. It's just a word that you conveniently use to rephrase your ego. Your method that take advantage of other people's affection and bleed them dry of their important things is brutish. You're absolutely unforgivable. Foo-fa-foo, ah ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Because it's real funny. The reason you're angry is just too stupid. Even if you criticize me like that, nothing can be done about it. Because what you're babbling are all obvious things. Who do you think I am? This was my first time seeing this guy smiling in a not refreshing way. Because I'm a devil, you know? That smile was truly a devilish smile. Come at me. Lover's Devil King candidate. I'll teach you who is the worthy one to be the next Devil King. Bring it on. I'll make you give back everything you took from Miyabi. Big talk, you human. Didn't you get it at the athletic festival announcement? What? That even the other Devil King candidates, all of them are scared against this me. Oh, your expression changed. So you already understood it. Even the current Devil King can't easily do anything against me, you know. I'm the strongest, ain't it? Are you gonna defy me even then? Ibiza was grinning condescendingly at me. His eyes were shining red. That eerie and repulsive feeling was crawling up my back. Warning, threat is approaching the princess card. Threat level 12. Recommending a swift retreat. Again? Exclamation mark Miyabi. Get back. Get inside the house. Miyabi, who was helping her mum, got up, looked up to me in surprise. But. Unexpectedly, Miyabi wasn't the only one to show a bewildered expression. Ibiza was staring still at me for some reason. You, what? Could it be, you can see it? See? What was this guy saying? Ibiza scowled. You human, just what are you? What am I? At that time. Stop there. A calm voice that sounded pleasant in the ear resounded. It was a voice that could calm me just from hearing it. Liesel-senpai? Liesel-senpai and Reina were there behind Ibiza and his cards. Himekami Liesel. Ibiza slightly clicked his tongue. His gaze quickly took stock of Liesel-senpai and Reina. Reina's hands were holding her unsheathed katana. That katana was emitting a glistening shine. Her usual adorableness couldn't be seen at all right now. She was releasing a threatening aura that stated she could cut down her opponent anytime. Such ghastliness was filling her blade until even its tip. Liesel-senpai too, she looked like she was just standing casually, but it seemed she was secretly deploying magic formula. I could sense that it was a huge magic formula that enveloped us from beneath our feet until our head. However, I couldn't comprehend the magic's true shape or its full details. Withdraw from here, Ibiza. Even for you it should be difficult to face this number of opponent. Do you really think so? Do you think I and Reina are simply arriving here late? Lover's Devil King candidate won't do any insignificant battle. We will fight after choosing the proper time and place. This night and this place aren't adequate for the Devil King War. TSK. Ibiza tsked one more time and his expression changed drastically.
Okay.
In deference to the super romantic event of the night encounter with Himekami's Princess Tilda, I'll withdraw for now. Feels like there'll be good thing tonight. What the greatest night, yeah, the best wahoo. Thea and everyone, let's go dancing. Ibiza hugged Rebecca and Mackie's shoulders with both his hands and turned around. And then he vanished into the night with his loud laughter echoing behind. When he vanished from view, I was freed from the tension. I let out a deep sigh and my shoulders relaxed. I bowed my head toward Liesel Senpai. Senpai, I'm sorry. I went to Miyabi's place without saying anything. I broke the promise between us and went off somewhere else as I pleased. Then I met danger because of that and had to be saved in the end. It was only natural that I got scolded. However, Senpai's kind voice came from above my head. No. Even I came here because I thought the same like Yuto. Eh? Senpai too? I reflexively raised my head. Their senpai caressed my head with a bright smile. But it looks like Yuto got ahead of me. Thanks to that it ended without anyone dying. You did well, Yuto, a perfect score. My chest danced in happiness. Why did I feel so happy like this when Liesel senpai praised me? Right now I would absolutely dance like stupid if I was alone. Thank you very much. Reina too, thank you for coming. Reina jumped up in surprise along with her twintails too when she got addressed. Whore. That's, Reina didn't do anything desu. Miyabi's mum hesitantly walked toward us. Thank you very much, without your help, I would be. No. I only did what everyone would do. When I answered like that in panic, Miyabi's mum smiled kindly. What a stranger human, perhaps, even a human Devil King candidate, isn't actually that bad. She said that and hugged Miyabi's shoulder. My name is Yugao's Miyako. Please, take care of my daughter. And then she bowed her head deeply toward me. A devil, furthermore a noble lady with high pride, was bowing toward a human like me. There should be various feelings within her act. I had to accept that weight. Please raise your head, Miyako-san. It's me who should apologize to you for causing your daughter to meet danger. But, I need Miyabi's strength. Yuto. Miyabi stared at me with moist eyes. In exchange, I swear I'll protect Miyabi. Miyako-san too. And then, I'll defeat Ibiza without fail and take back what he has stolen. Miyako-san stared straight at me and approached. After you fought in order to protect me, and if you spoke so passionately like that, The eyes she was staring me with were glistening. Those eyes were gradually approaching, they were close. If I look carefully, you're cute, heart. Miyako-san's fingertip was drawing circles on my chest. Her face was getting near until there was only 5 centimeters until my nose. Miyako-san? Perhaps a boy whose age is more like a son to me is also not bad, heart. Miyabi wedged herself between us in panic. Wait? Okaya-sama? Aren't you getting too close? Miyako-san sullenly looked at Miyabi. Sheesh, you bully. It should be all right even for your Okaya-san to bloom like a flower one more time. Nope. Problematic statement. How can you say something like that in front of your daughter? It's bleep, I tell you. Bleep. We somehow got through this night intact, however, the problem was still unresolved. The Devil's Devil King candidate, Mitsuishi Ibiza. It wouldn't be over yet until he was defeated. Chapter 3, The Heroine's Bloomer Figure. Part 1. Mitsuishi Ibiza was walking with his hands on Maki and Rebecca's shoulders. The two were asking him their plan after this and asking him to go playing around, but he didn't lend them his ears at all. Only the thought of Yugao's Miyabi's body was occupying the inside of his head. This matter should have been settled tonight. He already obtained Yu Gao's territory. What was left was the bloodline of the Margrave house that had roots in this territory. The young, fresh, and beautiful flesh and blood that would be optimum to be sacrifice. Those things were necessary. And yet, he let his guard down thinking that there would only be Miyabi and her mother anyway. The lover's Devil King candidate, huh? Of all things, a human became a Devil King candidate. Annoying. However, being a human also meant being an absolute weakling. I would just need to kick him out of his way straightforwardly. And then the other Devil King candidates too, there would be nothing they could do except kneeling before me. Before my unique magic Psyconnect Supreme Love Bond, that is. The major reason other Devil King candidates didn't participate in the athletic festival was because I was participating. Yes, everyone was fearing me. After all, Psyconnect was the strongest unique magic. Their judgment was correct. Me being the next Devil King was like something that had already been arranged. Phew, cuckoo. What is it? You're suddenly getting into a good mood. Rebecca was making a puzzled face. My bad. I'm just thinking for a bit, about where are we gonna go after this. Is that so? And, where are we going? You're noisy. I had no more business with you bitches now that Yu Gao's house's territory and assets were in my hand. I would have disposed one of these two, made Miyabi fell in love with me, and carried out the ceremony. That should be the plan. And yet she became a card of the lovers of all people. Now it became a little troublesome. Guess I should take care of the lover's candidate first. I'd personally know, it would be better to make him fought my cards. Even if it was only by a fluke, that guy had defeated the world's Devil King candidate. In addition, the strange increase of his mana before this was also bothering me. First, I'd discard one of the current cards in my hand and obtained an even stronger card. I'd then make that card fought the lover's Devil King candidate. With that I'd be able to grasp that guy's true strength and also what was up the sleeve of Himikami Liesel. The throne of the next Devil King was already within reach. I mustn't mess up here after getting this far. I had to obtain what had been passed down through the generations of Yu Gao's house no matter what. In order to become the next Devil King for sure. Ibiza's eyes shined devilishly red. Suddenly a red chain emerged on his hand. That chain was connected to the collars around Maki and Rebecca's necks. And then 12 more chains stretched out of Ibiza's body. They were vanishing into the ground. There were 14 chains in total. It was the same number with the maximum amount of cards that a Devil King candidate could possess. 14 collars. They were collars that could make anybody offer their love to me unconditionally, endlessly, without asking anything back. That was my Psyconnect. In front of this power, even Devil King candidate would be powerless. More than half of the Devil King candidates would offer their love, their life to me at the same time. When that happened, the Devil King war would go just as I will it. I would make the other Devil King candidates to offer everything they had to me before making them kill each other, leading them to ruin. When I imagined that moment, my heartbeat would increase even if I tried to hold it back. This feeling of excitement, it made me couldn't wait. I wanted to do it already right now. Calm down, Ibiza. It still wasn't complete right now. Not yet. These chains and collars, Psyconnect. Only when I made it complete, that would be the time for me to move. The necessary material to make it complete was the bloodline magic of Yu Gao's house. I was taking this roundabout way for that. Ibiza stared at the chain in his hand with a grim face. Certainly Psyconnect was the best. However, there was just one more requirement. One more thing was necessary in order to defeat the other Devil King candidates and obtain the throne of next Devil King with certainty. I'd hold the ritual magic in the territory of Yu Gao's with that woman as the sacrifice. After that, Psyconnect wouldn't have any blind spot anymore. I would genuinely become the strongest. That would be the time that the throne of the Devil King became mine. Hey Ibiza? You're listening? I'm listening, yep. What's wrong? You were making a really scary face just now. No. I was seriously thinking of where to go now. And, I just remembered, there is this club with membership system. We can drink alcohol or drug if it's there. Sounds good. Let's go there. Wahoo! It's a fresh start. The night has only just started, yeah. The two girls at both his sides responded with delighted and coquettish voices. However, Ibiza was thinking of how to use the two girls for the last time. This section is kinda confusing. The author used Ibiza, and I alternately to refer the narrator. Part 2. After repelling Ibiza's attack, Liesel-senpai placed Miyako-san in her car alone and told the driver to take her to the mansion of Himekami House. She would shelter Miyako-san and Miyabi in her mansion for the time being. When the car that was driving Miyako-san was gone from view, Liesel-senpai glared angrily at Miyabi. Miyabi jerked in surprise. Well, I was also jumping in surprise though. This was my first time seeing Liesel-senpai this angry. You should mention it faster that things has become this bad. As expected, even Miyabi was shrinking into herself in the face of that threatening look. Because, it's hard to mention this, besides, it'll trouble everyone. We are a team. Miyabi's problem isn't just your personal problem. It's even possible that the whole lovers faction will get affected with something like this as the cause. That's why, it makes it even harder to say. A bad news that is hard to say is exactly the thing that you have to report as quickly as possible. I understand that this must be hard for you to mention to us, but it makes it hard for us to back you up now that it have become like this. Perhaps, this has become something that cannot be fixed. Senpai is always right. Really, you're always saying nothing but correct things. Miyabi? But, there are things that you just cannot do even if you know it's right. Things that make you feel lost, anxious, something that make you keep circling around in place thinking what to do. Miyabi's expression changed. She looked like she would break into tears anytime. Because, Liesel-senpai approached Miyabi with long strides. She's going to get slapped. That was what I thought, and even I myself unconsciously drew back. But Liesel-senpai strongly hugged Miyabi. Senpai? It's already too late for you to hesitate in troubling me after all those troubles that you put me through. What are you going to do by worrying about such thing? Even though Miyabi is going through this kind of problem, for me to only become aware of it now. Liesel-senpai's voice was trembling in vexation. Miyabi's voice also trembled when she replied, I'm sorry. Liesel-senpai let go of Miyabi and combed her hair with her fingers. Her cheeks were slightly blushing. It somehow looked like she was hiding her embarrassment. Let's have a strategy meeting for a bit. Yuto and Reina, do you have time for it? Of course.
Reina too, is completely okay desu.
Then, let's see. Can we intrude into your house? Yes, of course I don't mind. I had no reason to refuse. We then went to Morioka family house using a taxi that Liesel-senpai stopped. Certainly I had no reason to refuse, but I could only feel nothing but apprehension. The reason was, my, everyone. Welcome ye. The reason of my apprehension, my mother, by the way her name was Sakura, was welcoming us with her tension suddenly going into red zone. Sorry to suddenly intrude like this. Sorry to intrude excuse we desu, the mistake is intentional. Mum's wide smile instantly turned into an angry expression. Sheesh, really you can. If you're going to bring back your friends then tell me first properly. I can't serve them anything like this. Sorry, it was decided suddenly. Then Mum's expression instantly changed again into a fawning and delighted smile. Triple A. Mum is really happy to have so many cute girls here. What to do? Our house has become really gorgeous now. Aren't we like 4 sisters here? Oi, don't just mix yourself into the group sneakily like that, auntie. If only I know everyone is going to come, I would give my all to cook something nice. This is frustrating. We only have curry of all things today, you know. But I made it for the portion of 2 days, so there won't be any problem even with this number of people. Mum did great. Mum's face was changing between cheerful face and angry face every 5 seconds. Really, the ups and downs of this person's emotion were all over the parts. On the other hand, Dad was trembling with a pale expression. Hi Himikami summer and Yugao summer and Koiwai summer, if we did anything rude by any chance, shiver shiver. He was so cornered that he was even saying shiver in his sentence. It made me felt guilty somehow. Liesel-senpai smiled with a friendly air in order to dissolve Dad's tension. Please don't mind us. We're the one who should apologize for always intruding suddenly without calling beforehand. Today we're visiting here as your son's friends in the academy, so there is no need for any consideration whatsoever. Is that so? No, this is a small house but, PL please come in. That's right. No need to be too considerate. Reina-chan. You are small and cute as always. I'm happy we can meet again. Geez, I love you. When Reina entered inside after taking off her shoes, Mum suddenly hugged her. Reina's opened wide in surprise, but Dad looked even more surprised than her. Or rather, he was bewildered. He was in terror. Mew. Mum? What are you doing so suddenly ye? That's rude. Be a bit more reserved. However, Mum kept hugging Reina tightly and wouldn't let go. Well, Reina too would have dodged if she really hated it. A tear trickled down from Reina's eyes. Reina-chan? Mum looked dubious while Dad's face had gone past looking pale and became pure white. As for Reina herself, she was staying silent. She stayed quiet while continuing to shed tears. This is just what is going on? Mum looked a bit worried and asked. Reina-chan, you don't like getting hugged? Reina shook her head left and right hesitantly instead of replying. Mum kindly patted Reina's back and said with a bright voice. I need to finish cooking the curry. Reina-chan, Mum will be really happy if you help. Reina nodded once. Then, to the kitchen, let's go. Reina-chan, do you like curry? Love it. Mum vanished into the kitchen while hugging Reina. Then, Dad will set the plates in the living room. After all, the number of people has increased. Where is the extra chairs? Dad returned to the living room while saying that. Liesel-senpai saw off his back before smiling kindly at me. As I thought, they're really Yuto's parents. It's shameful. There isn't anything shameful at all. They are very wonderful people. I'm happy for the praise, but are they really that praiseworthy? Well, it was curious why Reina was crying though. But the atmosphere made me hesitated to ask. I got the feeling that it would be better to wait until Reina decided to talk about it by herself. Then, let's go to my room. Yes, excuse us. We got up the stairs and walked into my room at the 2nd floor. And then Liesel-senpai and Miyabi started checking the condition of the house's barrier. There was a possibility that my house would be attacked next after Miyabi's house. There isn't anything strange. But, just in case, I'll increase the barrier's strength more. Liesel-senpai updated my home security using magic, looking like she was accustomed to it.
It's okay now with this.
But letting your guard down is still forbidden. Thank you so much. But, although it's important to solidify our defense, can't we launch an attack at Ibiza from our side? We most likely won't have any chance to win even if we fight him now. I received a shock when Senpai said that so easily. As I thought, what Senpai mentioned before this to make Ibiza withdraw was. Yes. He is a man with strong vigilance, so I thought he would retreat if I and Reina appear unexpectedly. Because he couldn't predict what kind of measure I had prepared. Is that so, and what kind of measure Senpai had prepared at that time? No. Nothing at all. Miyabi leaned forward in surprise. Eh? Then, when you mentioned about the reason that you and Reina were late, it was just a bluff? Obviously. Liesel Senpai answered nonchalantly. I felt admiration to her boldness from the bottom of my heart. And then, if at that time Ibiza attacked us, I broke into cold sweat even though that moment had passed. But, I have guessed Ibiza's unique magic to some degree. Most likely it's a kind of mental attack, like brainwashing or hypnosis. Miyabi hit her palm in realization. I see. That's why Maki and Rebecca changed drastically like that. However, the magic circle or even the magic itself cannot be seen. That's troublesome. The eerie presence that felt like snake that sometimes I sensed, was that the presence of that guy's mind attack? But, there was something that was a bit strange if it was the case. Liesel Senpai. When I faced Ibiza, it looked like he was trying to use his unique magic to Miyabi instead of me though. Miyabi leaned forward and cut in. Isn't that because he was targeting me? Yeah, but if that guy's unique magic is brainwashing, I think it would be faster to brainwash me first because I was getting in his way. I see, now that you say that, Indeed, in that case. Liesel Senpai's eyes narrowed quietly. Perhaps there's a reason why he can't do that. If that was the case, won't it become a clue of how to defeat Ibiza? But, it looks difficult. Was it just accidental because the condition wasn't fulfilled, or perhaps he didn't do it just because of his whim? Perhaps he was just thinking that he didn't need to go as far as using his unique magic against Yuto, who is a human. Certainly. Sorry. I got too ahead of myself. No, I think what you said is one likely possibility. It'll be hard to assertively investigate, but when Ibiza tries something again, he might leave behind some kind of clue then. Let's keep this in mind so that we won't overlook it at that time. I and Miyabi nodded. If Ibiza's unique magic is mind attack, we don't have any effective countermeasure against it right now. For the time being, let's put some distance from him and avoid any fight as much as possible. During that time, Yuto will continue his training. You have to increase the limit of your mana quantity and learn powerful magic. That's your priority. Powerful magic, huh? My next step would be the advanced magic of flame, ice, and explosion type. Certainly they would have great power, but would they do anything against Ibiza? However, Ibiza too was using the flame's advanced magic for Desionon without problem. With his unique magic's true identity still shrouded in mystery right now, I had to be able to stand on the same stage with him at other aspects at least. Suddenly Miyabi swung up her fist in high spirit. Then, I'll also learn Yugao's house's ultimate move, like completely, super. Ultimate move? What might it be? Miyabi then explained with her way of speaking that was full of sound effects. Liesel Senpai let out a sigh of disappointment after that. What's with that reaction? Gan. Tien, sound effect of feeling dejected. Because, you don't know its effect and also the way to learn it. What are you going to do then? Ooh, that's Ganananyu. Miyabi groaned and threw herself to lie on the floor. Your panty was in full view like that, you know? Miyabi, you're being immodest. Naturally, Liesel Senpai immediately criticized her. However, Miyabi stayed lying down like a corpse. _AA, even though I planned to master it at the summer vacations training camp, but now I can't go anymore. What's with you so suddenly? Because, although it's not as bad as Reina, now my family also don't have the leeway to do that anymore. Liesel Senpai let out a long sigh. That's why I'll be the one to pay the travel expenses. I've said that many times. Ah, that's right, but. Liesel Senpai stared fixedly at Miyabi, who was still being down. However, the condition is defeating Mitsuishi Ibiza before that. Miyabi lifted up her body in a flash. You say, defeat? I said just now that we can't win, but I didn't say that we won't be able to win forever. I see, yeah, that's right. To be honest, it might be impossible to take back what he stole. But we can't just cry ourselves to sleep. Hurt him as much as he took from you. Righto. Light returned into Miyabi's eyes. Something like this, how could I just watch quietly? Senpai. Me too, I'll also do it. I'll teach that Ibiza bastard a lesson he won't forget. Miyabi looked up at me happily. Yuto. I'll look forward to that. That's why, like I said just now, work hard to increase your mana quantities limit and learn powerful magic. Yes. I reflexively wanted to sit in Caesar posture. Setting that aside, Liesel Senpai looked around inside the room. Her eyes stopped at my bookcase. I've been curious since the time I came here before. There are a lot of manga in Yuto's bookcase, isn't it? You were. She pointed that out. Why yes, due to my parents' influence, I especially like hero stories since I was a kid. Let's keep quiet how there are quite the number of manga about beautiful girls among them too. Do you idolize hero? I think there is no boy who doesn't idolize one though. I stared at the spines of the manga and Blu-ray packages lined up in the bookcase once more. But, after I grew up, I also learned that the world isn't divided into simple good and evil, and I think it's childish but. Liesel Senpai urged me to continue with a gentle gaze. I think that they are just idealistic thinking as I thought. But, an ideal, it became an ideal because anyone think that it'll be nice if only things are like that. That's why it's the best if things become just like the ideal. Even in the world that has no clear good and evil? That apostrophe S. Yes. As expected, I idolize an existence that is like a hero. What is it that you idolize the most from hero? How they are strong, how they are cool, there are many things but, as expected, it's because they're the symbol of justice, I think. Symbol of justice. Liesel Senpai repeated what I said inside her mouth and fell into thought. What is Yuto's justice? My justice? I never thought deeply about it. Those vague words, what kind of task they were assigning me with? I'm sorry. Until now I never thought properly about it. I see. What was justice, I wonder? Was it about defeating the bad guy? Then, what was evil? In real world, evil and good were mostly just a matter about simple disagreement in interests of two sides. That was why people would think of themselves as justice while the other side was evil. But, that was different from the ideal justice. How did I feel about it? At that day when I was a kid. My feeling at that period that I couldn't express well with words, if I had to define it into words then. It's love and trust, I think. Love and trust. Liesel Senpai repeated my words. That's. When Senpai was about to ask me something. The dinner is finished. Everyone, come down to eat. Mum's voice called at that timing from the first floor. It felt like I suddenly dragged back into reality. Liesel Senpai smiled sweetly. Let's go. I've been waiting. Dinner. Miyabi also jumped to her feet. All right. Let's go down. Somehow, I unconsciously got passionate and spoke some embarrassing words. Embarrassing. I got down to the living room while being troubled of how to vent out that feeling of embarrassment. There, the table already had some more chairs that were brought from other room added. On top of that, there were curry rice for 6 people letting out a nice smell. This is a really good smell. Normally I won't really have a chance to eat this, so I'm happy. Ooh, I can't endure any more. I want to eat quickly. Raina, who was wearing an apron, came carrying a tray with water and pickled vegetables on it. Her smiling expression was a complete change from before. The foods are all carried with this desu desu. Thank you, Raina-chan too. Sit. Mum came from the kitchen and the dinner started after everyone sat on their chair and said itadakimasu. Even though it was a normal curry like usual, the taste felt a bit different today. Perhaps it tasted better because it was eaten together with everyone. It was a pleasant feeling. But, when Miyabi talked about the athletic festival. I didn't know that. You're horrible, Yukun. I want to go watching. Mum started to throw a tantrum. It was really troubling. Part 3. Several days later, the practice for the athletic festival began. The afternoon classes were cancelled. All the academy students were told to change into their PE clothes and did rehearsal at the schoolyard for the coming event. After that, the students were assigned with time for free practice. I finished my practice and surveyed the schoolyard. Audience stands and the likes were starting to get constructed at the other side of the course. The scale was clearly different from the athletic festival of a normal high school. The preparations are quite thorough despite this being the headmaster's spontaneous idea. I talked to Miyabi beside me. She replied at me with a puzzled expression. No, this is done every year, you know? It's just the time that is too sudden this time. So that's how it is. As I thought, that headmaster was really sloppy. Setting that aside, both me and Miyabi were in our PE outfit. That was why I was troubled at where to look. It might be too late to only mention it now, but the PE outfit of the girl in the Devil King Academy was actually bloomer. The plump bottoms were wrapped in the tight red bloomer. When I lifted up my gaze to avoid seeing the lower body, the breasts that were jutting out like rocket entered my eyes this time. She also wasn't wearing jersey, so the elastic white shirt was displaying Miyabi's explosive breasts generously. What's wrong, Yuto? Your face is red. No, more importantly, how is Liesel-senpai's house? It's comfortable there. But of course her own house would feel better. However, Miyabi made a bright smile. Nope. As expected of Himekami house. It's all sparkle and dojan there. We had also discussed it with Liesel-senpai, but at present Yugao's house's mansion and territory were completely belonged to Mitsuishi house. It was impossible to take them back. However, I wanted to do something about it. At this rate it was too pitiful for Miyabi, Miyako-san, and everyone of Yugao's house. Yuto, Miyabi. Liesel-senpai? Liesel-senpai was running through the courtyard in her PE outfit. By the way, the color of senpai's bloomer was blue. I wondered if everyone could choose their own preferred color? The grouping has been decided. She said that and showed a paper. Class A and C are red, Class B and D are white. The classes in all grades are divided into red and white team like this. However, the cards of the Devil King candidates will join the team where their respective Devil King candidate belong to. And then, white team Lovers, Star, Chariot. Red team Judgment, Hanged Man, Devil. The paper explained that. That means, Liesel-senpai is in the same white team like me. Oh. Then all of us are Togtha. Miyabi said. That's right. Let's do our best together. Liesel-senpai said. Yes. Crap, for some reason this athletic festival suddenly felt like fun. That's right, do your best. After all this me is also in the same team. That voice. When I turned around, Hoshigaoka Stella was standing there in her PE outfit. Furthermore, she was wearing a white bloomer. In addition, the length of her shirt was strangely short. Her navel was exposed. Wouldn't her fans drool seeing her like this? Or rather, this appearance would steal even the gaze of those who weren't her fans. Oh my, Liesel. It looks like the Devil King candidate in your place is completely entranced by my charm. Is it all right? When I turned around, Liesel Senpai was narrowing her eyes toward me. Why, you're wrong, Liesel Senpai. I''M. Senpai walked past me as though she didn't hear my excuse. She stood in front of Stella. Stella, are you coming to meddle with us again? It seems you guys are in quarrel with Ibiza, aren't you? Do you need any help? It's not your business. That's cold. Well, let's at least have fun together in the athletic festival. As fellow teammate, there might be time when I'll have to ask for Liesel's cooperation. Me? For what? That's still a secret. She winked and smiled sweetly. It felt like there were even stars that flew from her wink. It was a smiling face that would make any man fell for her. More importantly, Yuto, it'll be better if you also keep your eyes open, you know? The promising students will immediately get snatched by other Devil King candidates after all. Keep my eyes open? When I looked across the schoolyard again, there were a lot of students practicing hard for every kind of contest. Students running on track, or doing long jump, high jump, or two students forming a pair and exchanging magic with each other. There were also students fighting against dummy monsters. Wait, eh? Why are they fighting? Isn't this practice for athletic festival? Liesel Senpai turned toward me. The athletic festival of Devil King Academy is fundamentally similar with Human's athletic festival. But there are elements of magic and battle incorporated into the matches. For example, you won't only run normally in the relay, you can also use magic there. In the obstacle race there won't be any hurdle, instead dummy monsters will be placed to act as the obstacles. Something like that. I see, as expected from the Devil King Academy. Even so, everyone is really enthusiastic. Stella looked at me with eyes that seemed to want to say, why are you stating the obvious? Well, of course they are. After all, the athletic festival is a good chance to catch the attention of the Devil King candidates. This is a place to show off for the students who still haven't gotten chosen as card. Certainly the headmaster also said that what kind of cards we could gather would be essential for the Devil King War. The students who weren't Devil King candidates would want to become a card of strong candidate. Some distance away from us, there was a girl with blonde hair and brown skin being surrounded by several students. Nath Karnak Summer. I'm good with flame magic. I will surely be useful for you. Please make me into your card. Please use me instead of someone like that. My special skill is high-speed movement. With this skill I can even be useful for your everyday life. You can use me even as your servant for menial tasks. Nath herself was overwhelmed by the pressure of the students who wanted to be her cards. She was backing away tearfully. Everyone, calm down, rather than someone like me, other candidates are. No. Nath Summer is wonderful. That hidden strength of yours. And then above all else, that kindness of yours. Ooh. The Devil King candidate looked like she was going to break crying anytime soon. It was a bit pitiful watching her, but it wasn't like she was being bullied. It would be boorish to poke my nose into that. Nath is unexpectedly popular. When I muttered that, Stella glared at me looking like I had rubbed her the wrong way. Huh? Are you saying that Nath is more popular than me? No. That's not it. No one is saying anything like that. As expected from a celebrity. She was sensitive about the topic of popularity. Even so, her angry face was scary. Let's talk about something else to distract her. Is there any student who caught Stella's attention? Me? No way. There's no one here who I'll approach on my own accord. She said that while turning her gaze toward Liesel Senpai. Well, there is exception though. Liesel Senpai sighed in annoyance. Stella. I've told you many times, It's good news for us that Liesel didn't become a Devil King candidate. After all, it's like the strongest class of cards suddenly fall from the sky. Of course anyone will want to have something like that, right? Liesel Senpai sighed once more in resignation. Stella chuckled triumphantly seeing that. Well, setting that aside, let's see, speaking of recommendation. Stella stared at the students, looking for a particular person, then. There was a man running this way while yelling awfully loudly. As he approached, I got the feeling that I mistook the scaling of his size. That was just how huge this guy was. Stars Devil King candidate Stella Summer. I am Gigara Albert, from Class 2F. It's a great honor to make your acquaintance. TN, this one is using Wagahai to refer himself. It's kind of an arrogant way to call oneself. Anyone can give me a suggestion how to properly translate this one? He was seriously huge. His height was definitely more than 2 meters. And then his width was also wide. His neck was thicker than his head. The muscles in his whole body were absurdly developed. They were like rock. And then on his head there were 2 things that were like horns that were cut in the middle. He didn't look like a normal devil, but he was also not a monster. I stared at him in wonder who this person was, then Liesel Senpai whispered quietly into my ear about him. He's also a devil. But he isn't pure-blood devil like us, but a mixed-blood devil. Mixed blood? Yes. Abilities are passed down among devils according to their blood. By crossbreeding strong family lines, an even more powerful devil will be born. That's why the gap between devils with low ability and high ability is continuously widening. And then the idea that appeared due to that is mixing the blood of monster. That meant, this towering big guy had the blood of monster mixed in him. He is surely a descendant of a family who took in the blood of ogre or giant-type monster. I see, certainly, his flat nose and slightly pointy ears, and his jutting out fangs were giving that kind of hint. What's more, there was those remains of cut-off horns. First, please take a look at mine's strength. Gigara put his strength into his whole body. His upper body was pumped up and his extra-large-sized pea-shirt was ripped apart. Magic formula was running over the surface of his bulging muscles. Blood iron, adamantine iron blood. He raised his fist and struck the ground. Tremor ran through the ground in that instant and the earth quaked thunderously. Gigara's arm that was thicker than even a human torso sunk into the ground and cracks spread out. And then the ground exploded. The schoolyard's soil became fragments that whirled up. And then a violent blast spread out. It felt like my body would be carried away by it. After the shockwave passed away, over there was. What the hell is this? Within the raining down soil fragments, there was a crater formed. It was like the site of an underground explosion experiment or a meteor falling. What do you think? This is the power of the bloodline magic, blood iron that is passed down within my family. Furthermore, my tough body won't even twitch against any kind of attack. And that's not only against physical attack, even my defense against magic is perfect. I shall serve as Stella Summer's shield. Gigara showed off his muscles as an appeal to Stella, but it didn't seem to make much impression for her. Sorry, but you don't really seem to fit my preference. How about you try with other candidate? Is that so? Gigara's shoulders dropped in dejection. Then his gaze moved toward me next. Stella said that, but his power was definitely amazing. It might be all right to take him into consideration, that was what I thought, but... What, your lovers, huh? He looked at me with contempt in his eyes, then he spat out words that were totally looking down at me. I don't have any business with the puny lovers. Much less a mere human. Wah. When I was about to retort back, another newcomer interrupted. Hangyakusha Stella Summer. In that case, how about Maya? Maya? That student had cat ears and tail. Cat ears girl? Was she real? This girl had brown hair with stripes of white colors mixed in. If an orange tabby cat was transformed into human, it would look like this girl. Her bloomer was small-sized with striped pattern like a bikini. It seemed her bottoms were half exposed so that her tail could stretch out. Maya's name is Neko Maya. Maya inherited the blood of Thunder Tiger Maya. Lightning magic and punching and being attention seeker are Maya's signature moves. Naya. Signature moves? I thought that Stella would surely refuse her outright, and yet she was folding her arms and groaning. Yuan, well, you're cute, it's all right I guess. That was your criteria standard. Come to the audition next week. If you pass, I'll mention you in the next general election. If you can enter the ranking there, then I'll make you my card. You or I. Maya will do her best. Maya. Audition. General election. I didn't understand what Stella was talking about at all. I don't really put much importance in combat strength. What's important for me is whether they can be a member that enliven my stage or not. That's right, Maya. Being able to become Stella Summers' card means becoming a star. Maya. That's completely an idol group, ain't it? Is it all right like that? Ahaha, it's fine, it's fine. After all, I'm alone is enough for the fight. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like star. Liesel Senpai called Stella a monster. I still hadn't seen her true strength with these eyes. Perhaps I would be able to catch a glimpse of it in this athletic festival. Gigara's huge body shook and she approached Stella once more. If it's about public entertainment, how about using me too as an action star? That's why I'm saying that I don't need any hot-blooded type. Or rather, men are no good. In that case, how about becoming my card? This voice? The one who came was a man with frivolous smile, with Maki and Rebecca clinging on his left and right. Mitsuishi Ibiza. Why, you are the Devil's Devil King candidate. Gigara's face was twitching even though he was getting invitation from a Devil King candidate who was a proper devil. Yep. You're looking to become a card, aren't ya? Nice timing, I'm currently looking for a power type like you. But Gigara was backing away in fear from Ibiza. Gigara, who was showing off that much power, was trembling something fierce with a pale face. I am not worthy to become Ibiza Summer's card. Nothing like that. It's going to be fine, I'm telling you. However, forgive my rudeness, I heard that many of Ibiza Summer's cards are never be heard from again. That's just a coincidence, you know? An unfortunate coincidence.
But it's gonna be okay if it's you.
But Gigara looked like he was going to run away even now. Looking at him, I realized that even other students were fearing Ibiza. However, never to be heard from again, what did he mean by that? Ibiza brushed up his front hair in annoyance. It's also a good timing that I've just collected it, then, let's do that. It was at that moment I saw his eyes shined red. It was a sensation like there was a snake slithering. My back turned cold and shivered. In the next moment, Gigara's face turned into a wide smile. Yes. It's truly a great honor. Please allow me to become Ibiza Summer's card no matter what. Wah. I instantly turned speechless by that drastic change. Don't tell me, this guy got affected by Ibiza's unique magic just now? But the strangeness didn't stop there. Maki, who was at Ibiza's right, was looking around with a puzzled look. Before long her face was turning pale in anxiety and then terror. I'm. Ibiza took off his hand from Maki's shoulders. It looks like your pickup has also just arrived. It's a shame, but live strong. Wait. Black stains spread under Maki's feet at that timing. From the blackness that was like the darkness of hell opening its mouth, eerie-looking arms reached out and grabbed Maki's ankles. No, that. Her face was twitching in fear. Then right at the next moment Maki vanished into the darkness. She was pulled in instantly. The stain that was like black mud turned smaller rapidly and vanished. Just now, what's that? Miyabi bit her lip and muttered with a resentful voice. That's a forceful return to the devil world. To the devil world? Stella and Liesel Senpai were also staring at the spot where Maki vanished with grim expressions. What's more, that wasn't a normal return. Did that girl do anything bad? Yes. It's like a treatment for criminal. Miyabi clenched her fist in frustration. She was sold as slave, the deadline has come and she was forcefully dragged away. Ibitha's carefree voice that didn't read the mood at all resounded. Now Gigara. Try wringing the neck of that lover's candidate. Show me your strength. Show to that Yugao's Miyabi with that. How she isn't a match against you with physical attack. That guy ... Miyabi's teeth were making grinding sound. She was about to rush out, but I held her shoulder. Miyabi, I was the one called out. But. Miyabi, restrain yourself. Liesel Senpai rebuked Miyabi. Her shoulders dropped in dejection. Don't worry, Miyabi. I'll show Ibitha our strength. Ooh. Nice. That's awesome. I really want to see it, a human's serious strength. Ibitha interrupted as he pleased. I pointed at him. Ibitha. I don't know what kind of unique magic you have, but your method that ignore other people's will and control them is unforgivable. I'll defeat you for sure one day. Whoops, there you go again. That's not it at all, nope. What? I never forced them even once to do anything. Whether it's Maki or Rebecca, and even this Gigara, everyone is working for my sake because of their own wish. Why do you think that is? Their own wish, he said. Stupid. There was no way it was true. Don't get led astray. If you don't get it, then I'll tell you. The reason you know is love. Love. Yep. It's love. This world is operating with love. Wonderful. You are seriously saying that? Obviously. Because everyone is totally loving me, that's why they even devote their whole self for my sake. That's why I also love everyone. Wait, enough talking. Quickly show it to me, Tilda. The serious strength of human. How much he was planning to screw around. It was irritating. However, my opponent wasn't him right now. I stepped forward and stood in front of Gigara. Looking at him from this close made him look even bigger. How should I say it? The size of his body that occupied the space was absurd. I thought that not even a bear would be this big. I talked to the arcana hanging on my neck. How strong this guy is. Analyzing, threat level 5. Adequate caution is necessary. I see. So he was stronger than Haida, but he was still far weaker compared to a Spite. Advice. Hypothesize that his physical attack and defense are extremely high. Recommending magic attack from afar. Roger. Thanks a lot, lovers. What are you whispering to yourself? Die with a single attack of mine. Gigara attacked with his fist that was like a rock. Barricade. I deployed a defensive magic and blocked Gigara's fist. However. You? Suddenly I was hit with an impact that sent me flying. My body floated in the air and I was pushed until several meters backward. I landed while still facing forward and somehow kept myself standing. I looked toward Gigara. Incredible arm strength, I was sent flying together with my barricade. Foo ha 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 ha. How long you can hold on with that kind of shield? Gigara slowly walked toward me with a daring grin. It was just like the Arcana's recommendation, I should focus on attacking from long range with magic against this guy. I constructed a magic formula and thrust my right hand toward Gigara. Gigara stopped walking and smirked, seeing the floating magic circle. Magic, huh? Bring it on. I'll punch them back. Blood iron. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and circulated mana through all his body muscles. It was a slightly different martial art than mine and Miyabi. I see. That guy's body itself was his weapon. It was impossible to produce that much attack power with just pure muscle strength. That might came from magic. The magic formula engraved on his body. He circulated mana in it and produced the destructive power. Fizzed. Flame ran through my magic circle. The flame had powered up compared to when I fought a spite. It assaulted Gigara right from the front. However, Gigara received that scorching flame from intermediate magic without deploying defensive magic beforehand. Fu ha 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 ha. You see, the magic formula that has been passed down from my ancestor engraved on my body. Shit. Then how about this? This time I used intermediate ice magic. Blizzard, hell freezing wave. The bursting cold air froze Gigara's body. The ice rapidly grew and imprisoned Gigara inside a thick ice wall. Yosh! I did. New ah. The ice was smashed to pieces. What? Steam rose from Gigara's body like lava and he grinned. He smashed the ice together with a yell of fighting spirit. What an astonishing power. Gigara proudly brushed off the ice sticking on his body. Humph, in the end this is the best you can do. Your lovers group only have Himekami Liesel at best if there is anyone who is worth seeing. What? Certainly Liesel Senpai is amazing. But, Miyabi and Reina are also amazing. Everyone is the best card. Gigara literally laughed while holding his stomach. Are you blind? I don't know anyone called Reina. But this Miyabi is that Yugao's over there, isn't it? I heard that her grades are at last place and her magic processing ability is also low. Miyabi also got blood rushing into her head and reflexively retorted back. You've no right saying something like that to me. I once heard that your only strong point is at hand-to-hand combat. Then you want to try having a go with me? You. There's no way you can. Mine body has been constructed generation after generation for the sake of hand-to-hand combat. With that powerless body, the difference of our strength is like heaven and earth even if you use the same magic like me. This guy, he thought that he would win for sure and ran his damn mouth however he pleased. Or perhaps you're going to use your trump card, the Yugao's house's bloodline magic? Then let's try comparing it with this iron blood of mine. Which one is stronger? Try it. That's. Miyabi still hadn't learned that magic. She couldn't show it even if she wanted to. What's wrong? Don't tell me that you can't show it. You should be able if you have inherited the blood. You've gone past below incompetent if you can't even do that. Are you really the daughter of a noble? Miyabi couldn't find any outlet to vent her frustration and clenched her teeth. Tears were pooling in her eyes. Miyabi. Miyabi looked down. A single drop of tear fell on the ground below her. Why do I have to listen to this kind of guy saying all those things to me? Miyabi was crying with her shoulders shaking. Damn it, if only I'm smarter and stronger. Gigara laughed even louder in good mood seeing that. Fu ha 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 ha. You're crying? What a shameful sight. Ha 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 ha. This bastard. Yuto. Senpai. When I turned around I found Liesel Senpai staring at me. She had no expression, but fury was clearly burning in her eyes. But that was only for a moment. When I blinked, her expression had switched into a calm smile. She looked terrifyingly calm. You can go all out. Understood. I also let out a sigh and smiled calmly while holding the same flame of fury. But before that, I approached Liesel Senpai and casually touched her breast. It might be unnecessary but I want to resupply first just in case. Liesel Senpai's noble and high-quality mana flowed into me from my palm. Senpai looked a bit surprised, but she immediately smiled. You're strong in the crucial moment, aren't you? Even though you had that much trouble at the practice. Senpai was the one who taught me just now. To calm myself and switch to a composed feeling. And also, maintain your tension and focus. Liesel Senpai said that before jumping back. I also threw myself and rolled to the side. Gigara's fist sunk into the spot where I had been standing until just now. Why, you bastard? Hi Himekami Liesels, Bree breast, you? Tattoo, like it is yours, you got the nerve to you ittt. Gigara grinded his teeth with his face turning deep red. Unforgivable. I'll murder you and rub them myself. That's impossible for you. I stared at Miyabi's tearful face. I'll send you flying. With the technique that Miyabi taught me. Yuto? I activated Armored, Maximize, and Stride in parallel. Gigara seemed to sense my magic and tilted his head. Mew. Those are basic magic though, so what are you going to do with those? This is Miyabi's technique. I'll defeat you with it. Gigara stiffened. And then. Wahahahahahahaha. You call that a technique? That's just the basic of the basic. You're happy with something like that? As I thought you lovers bunch are amazing. Wahahahaha. My feeling for Miyabi surged inside me. The worry that she had. Her wounded heart. The harsh fate she shouldered. Here we go, lovers arcana. Infinite lovers. My feeling for Miyabi was converted into mana. The amount of mana far surpassed my mana capacity. That immense mana flowed into the basic magic formulas. What? This mana. Gigara's face convulsed and he broke into cold sweat. You bastard. There was no need to mention what happened after that. The ground that my feet stamped exploded and my body flew to in front of Gigara in an instant. Gigara looked like he was unmoving in my eyes. My fist that was hardened until maximum hardness drilled into his completely defenseless stomach. My arm sunk into Gigara's body that was strengthened by blood iron. Gigara's body that could repel everything cracked. His skin tore, his blood vessels were severed, and his muscle fibers snapped apart. But Gigara didn't even have any time to notice those facts. Gigara's body flew straight 30 centimeters above the schoolyard. The cannon shell that was made from flesh crossed the schoolyard and crashed on the school building. Gah! But he still didn't realize what happened to himself even now. Gigara's eyes rolled back and his consciousness was completely lost. He was stuck into the wall as though he was crucified. He realized that he was lost when he woke up at the hospital. And then, the Devil King candidate who should be that Gigara's master. Ooh, awesome-y. The greatest. The greatest wahoo. Thanks a bunch for showing such interesting shit. Oh man, it's worth it to make that guy a sacrifice. This bastard. How much he's going to screw around. Ibiza. Whoops, scary. Let's not quarrel, yeah. Right now is a rehearsal for the athletic festival. As the lover's Devil King candidate, you gotta think for the suitable time and place to do the Devil King war. Right? Ibiza smiled delightfully and looked alternately at me and Liesel senpai. Anyway, I don't have any plan to do anything else until the athletic festival is over. No, seriously. Totally seriously. Liesel senpai glared at Ibiza warningly. Can I take that as a formal pact between two Devil King candidates? It's all right, well then. See ya. He placed his hand around Rebecca's shoulders and left. That bastard. Shit, this anger still hadn't receded. Besides. I stared at the ground where Maki vanished into. There wasn't any black stain at all there. There was also no trace of Maki at all. It seems Ibiza came to investigate the cards up our sleeve. Liesel senpai folded her arms and stared at Ibiza's back. Yes, but we ourselves have obtained a bit of clue. Just before Maki vanished. She looked puzzled like she had woken up from some kind of dream. That was likely the moment she was freed from Ibiza's unique magic. Why did Ibiza release her at that timing? And then Gigara swore his loyalty to Ibiza at the same time. Just like Maki before she returned to her sanity. Perhaps, there is a limit with the number of people that he can control. That possibility is high. I glared at the ground where Maki vanished into one more time. Damn it, If only she didn't get dragged into the devil world, we would be able to ask her for more details. We might be able to hear something from that. Liesel-senpai pointed at Gigara, who was buried into the wall. Oh, that's only if you wake up again. Ah. I didn't think that far. I'm sorry. I overdid it. It's fine. More importantly, Miyabi. Are you all right? Liesel-senpai placed her hand on Miyabi's shoulder kindly. Yes. I'm fine. Yuto, sorry. Because of me. Miyabi kept looking down and muttered with a voice that was like the buzz of a fly. There isn't any need to apologize, none at all. While I was thinking of what to say to console her. Are you guys always doing that kind of thing? Stella interrupted, looking immensely curious. Her eyes were sparkling like stars. No, just now it was because the other side started it. Not that, I mean the erotic act. When you suddenly massaged Liesel's breast. Ah? Come to think of it, almost all the students were gathered here. I and Liesel-senpai got embarrassed, though it was already too late. We finished the rest of the rehearsal while blushing the whole time. Part 4. The next day, I ended up getting called to the headmaster office. The only reason that I could think of why I was summoned was the incident of me sending Gigara flying at the practice for athletic festival yesterday. After that, Gigara got hospitalized. He was carried to the hospital exclusive for devil in the human world. It seemed his life wasn't in danger, but apparently he wouldn't be able to receive any visitor for the time being. Therefore, we weren't able to ask him for information regarding Ibiza's unique magic. Thanks for coming. The headmaster was looking sloppy like usual with how he was sitting on his reclining chair slovenly. I don't care because that's your set phrase at this point, but the one who called me here is Headmaster Gandu. Well, exactly. Why do I call you here? You know why, right? He relaxedly stood up, walked around the desk and stood in front of me. A sharp gaze. Furthermore, the pressure from his presence was amazing. As expected, he was really the current Devil King. I trembled despite myself. As I thought, it's about Yester. What's the top recommendation for this season's anime? That's the reason? And so, we held a heated debate regarding the new anime of this season for a while. That's why, in the end, an anime's quality depend on how many skilled staffs it has, how much work they can leave to good animators. I said. I see. So it doesn't mean all is well as long as the studio is good. Yeah, depending on the team, the quality can be totally different even in the same studio. Ain't that right? There are terrible anime even though the studio should be incredible. It was just too mysterious why I was making this kind of talk in the headmaster office. Although most of my knowledge was just me repeating what I heard from Dad and Mum. There's also one more thing I want to ask. Yes, if it's something that I can answer. Can you murder Ibiza? I couldn't reply at the sudden question. The headmaster continued as though to ridicule me who was stunned like that. Ibiza is certainly a guy who's suitable to possess the devil arcana. After all, that guy is egoistic through and through. Egoistic, is it? You see, devils are more honest with their desire than even humans. If it's human, they have various other emotions that serve as their brake. But devils are different. Once they have decided one thing, they'll sacrifice everything else. It doesn't matter even if they become a bother to others. Fulfilling their own desire and enlarging their gains as much as possible are virtue for them. Even we humans has a lot of egoistic people among us. Those guys are almost the same like devil then. Was that how it was? Conversely, even the devils weren't completely made up of egoist people. Because Liesel-senpai was different. Miyabi and Reina were also like that. And that guy is fully motivated to do in. How's your prospect against him? I still haven't found the way to overcome him. Gandu-sensei sighed in exasperation. Away, eh? Well, alrighty. You at least know what kind of unique magic Ibiza got, right? Every single words that came from his mouth got this tone that sounded like he was messing around. It was as though he was shouting abuse at me. Most likely, it's some kind of mind attack, I think. Like brainwashing, or hypnotism, to make other people follow Ibiza's order regardless of their own will. Then the headmaster groaned AAA and made a bitter expression. Oi oi, get a grip, human. You are calling yourself Lover's Devil King candidate like that. Am I wrong? It's close. But it's fundamentally different. But, you won't tell me the answer, aren't you? Headmaster Gandu grinned and smiled a bit happily. I'm on a neutral position after all. I can't just back up a specific candidate. But. And then, the current Devil King Gandu Barbatos shut one of his eyes. Why is that guy fixated to Yu Gao's bloodline magic? His strength and weakness lay there. Miyabi's? Also, Lover's is an arcana that is a bit tricky, or perhaps I should say peaky. There has never been anyone who can use it masterfully till now. Certainly, I've heard that Lover's has never leave behind a decent result. Bluntly speaking, it's the weakest, they say. The headmaster folded his arms and nodded. In a sense, that's true. That's why thinking normally this time it's hopeless too for it. That's what everyone think. But you see, there is a completely different factor that has never existed until now. And that is, there is no precedent of human Devil King candidate until now. That's why, there is a possibility that something that has never even been imagined before might occur. Right? Yes. Well, when the weakest Lover's is combined with the weakest human, it might become something totally hopeless, the worst and the weakest candidate in history though. The punchline is horrible after you made me held hope like that. The headmaster laughed wahahaha heartily. Either way, you won't be able to overcome the Devil King war by yourself. The battle ain't gonna be decided by the candidates themselves. In the extreme case, even if the Devil King candidate is useless, if the cards are excellent, then he'll be able to win to the end. That sounded a bit pathetic, but it also sounded like me in reality. Yeah, all of my cards are especially reliable too. Lovers are a bit different from the other arcanas, and you yourself aren't a devil but a human. That's why it's fine for you to do things in a different way than the other guys. Different way, is it? Devil King candidate and his cards are tied with simple relationship of interests. But, you guys have something else, aren't you? Something else. Something that was uniquely applicable for Lovers and also human. What could it be? If you form a relationship other than simple interests, you might be able to obtain something different. If you do that, surely your cards will present you the latent ability that they have. I didn't really understand the meaning of Headmaster Gandu's words. Headmaster saw my expression and shrugged. But well, don't think too hard about it. The point is, you just need to beat up your opponent. I reflexively smiled bitterly. Well, yeah, but I'm a human while the opponent is the strongest devil. Ain't that just fine? The headmaster approached me with a smile that was filled with joy and killing intent. That sounds fun, ain't it? I'm jealous of you, you bastard. The opponent is the strongest. There ain't no way you can match him? That's wonderful. Then he suddenly grabbed my collar. His eyes that were glaring fierily approached me. Kick the strongest flying. Kick the strongest down. Kick the strongest around. The intense force from the headmaster, who was getting fired up from his own words, made me shaking in my boots. Right after that, I was driven out from the headmaster office as though to say that the talk was over. I walked alone through the corridor while continuing to think what the headmaster said. The reason why he was fixated to Yu Gao's bloodline magic, However, I didn't find any answer. Chapter 4, Devil King Academy's Athletic Festival. Part 1. Today I had training with Miyabi after school was over. However, rather than saying that Miyabi was training me, It felt more like we were practicing to reach our objective. There were quite a lot of students running on the schoolyard's track to prepare for the athletic festival. I and Miyabi were also running among them. I was wearing a normal pea outfit, but Miyabi was wearing sauna suit with a hood attached for some reason. It felt hot just watching her. You hoot. Why are you wearing something like that? Because my specialty is punching, ain't it? That's why I think my bloodline magic too must be a sure kill pea punch. In other words, dressing like this is gonna be the sure thing for my training. Had she read some boxing manga? But you don't need to lose weight or anything, aren't you? Yeah, but perhaps my movement'll become super if I'm thinner. I thought that she mentioned before that usually she would get thinner starting from her face. Well, if she was having fun with this, then it would be bad if I threw cold water on her. Then, Yuto. Next is finally the long-awaited training of the sure kill technique. She looked at me with eyes that were full of motivation. It looked like she was really dejected by the matter with Ibiza, but I was relieved when I looked at her cheerful face like this. As I thought Miyabi had to be like this. Got it. And, where are we going to train today? Unfortunately, we couldn't reserve the gym today. The magic training room was also packed. Other place where we might be able to do flashy things was? Then perhaps we should go to that place. Come with me for a bit. The place where Miyabi took me to was an empty ground behind the school building. Not many people will come here, so it's perfect for training. If an attack magic hit the school building by mistake, I was worried about that, but thinking carefully, the school building had defensive magic and repair magic applied on it. The effect would be little even if it was hit by a magic attack, and even if it was broken, then it would be possible for the damaged area to regenerate within a certain time. Roger. Then let's train here. And so, I tried the challenge of learning advanced magic. The task was the advanced flame magic for Dezenon. Although I faced the task fully motivated. Impossible to execute. Insufficient mana. Raising mana capacity's upper limit is required. What the hell? Even though I managed to learn the magic formula, I didn't have the mana to execute the magic. Or rather, I was unable to stockpile the mana. In the first place, human had almost no mana. They also couldn't stockpile mana inside their body. This was the only problem that was impossible to solve even when I asked my arcana. At present there was nothing I could do except training by repetition. Even so, just what should I do in order to increase my mana capacity? Also, if by any chance I was unable to increase it. While I was being troubled by such worry, Miyabi was doing Miyabi Wonder Attack. Yu Gao's Crash. Miyabi Blade. She yelled out some mysterious keywords while doing shadow boxing. What are you doing? Of course I'm practicing my bloodline magic. It didn't look that different compared to children playing game of make-believe though. Was that just my imagination? Could it be, you'll be able to do the technique if you say the technique name correctly? Like it's activated by voice input? Voice input? I don't know about that, but I have this feeling, I'll be able to do it if I go doggone like this a bit more, but I can't really get it right. And, if I go whack and there is something, I feel like I'll be able to do it if I also put my feeling to it. It seems she didn't have any particular basis about it. Anyway, you're saying that it feels like you'll be able to grasp it with just a bit more, huh? When you said whack, what kind of feel is it if you put it in another word? Miyabi slowly made a punching motion. Like this perhaps, a gyaru feeling? Do you get me? Nope. Not even a millimeter of it. Miyabi turned sullen and took a fighting pose with her back facing the school building. I'll show an example for now, so watch carefully. It's dangerous, so stay behind me. I followed what Miyabi said and walked to behind her and leaned on the building's wall. Magic formula ran inside Miyabi. Magic circle formed under her feet and the air of the surrounding changed. This was the usual armored, maximize, and stride. They were not. Inside Miyabi's body, it felt like there was a mysterious magic formula being constructed. And then, mana welled up from inside her body. That flow rushed around inside Miyabi's body and produced a fierce heat while accelerating. Ha! Miyabi pulled her fist and her elbow back till the limit in order to shoot out the mana that was heightened to the extreme. Mana was fired to right behind her at that instant. A terrific mana collision occurred right beside me. Miyabi's mana broke through the building's defensive magic and pulverized the wall. I stayed rooted on the spot, unable to take even a step away. When I looked to the side fearfully, there was a hole opened in the building and a shortcut to the corridor was created. Only now color withdrew from my expression. Are you planning to kill me? Sorry. It shouldn't be like this. It'll be a big problem if this is how it should be. Certainly he got the feeling that the flow of her mana and the motion of her body were out of sync. He also felt that the construction of the magic formula didn't go well. Even so, for it to result in breaking through the defensive magic that acted as safety measure and opened a hole in the building. Certainly, if it has this much power even when it's just a misfire, then this magic is really something. So this is the bloodline magic of Yugao's house. Yeah. I think. Maybe. But, if I remember right, thanks to that bloodline magic, your ancestor formed a strong relationship with influential humans and other devils and climbed up the rank, didn't you say that? Miyabi's technique just now is just brute force no matter how I saw it. Surely they were talking with their fists, isn't that right? Your ancestor didn't live in old-fashioned shonen manga. And, how does it work? Like its magic formula, or its effect? I can't explain it well with words. It somehow felt like this, ga, then it goes Jayuan, and then Gyaoruru. As expected, it was impossible to analyze that Miyabi language even for lovers' arcana. However, in a sense it was also amazing how she formed the magic formula with just intuition like that. For some reason Miyabi's body was gradually tilting. Oh oi, Miyabi? I rushed toward her in panic and caught her in my arms before she fell. Can't, go on. Her face was sweaty and bright red. Her eyes were twirling. Did the heat get to her? Hang in there. The magic just now was emanating amazing heat. It wasn't strange she became like this when she was wearing this sauna suit. Anyway, I had to cool her down. I looked around and confirmed that there was no other student. My hand reached at Miyabi's lapel and opened the fastener of the sauna suit. Then sweltering heat drifted out from the opening, accompanied with a feminine smell that was like a sweet fruit. There was also the huge breasts that appeared like a freshly peeled fruits from inside. I unconsciously gulped. It was Miyabi's breasts that were wrapped in the usual stretchy sport bra. Her white skin was glistening with lustrous globes of sweat. It was colored faintly pink due to the sultry heat. The breasts looked strangely delicious. The sport bra that was wrapping them was drenched with sweat. It was half transparent and the breast's color and shape rose to the surface. It would be bad to do more than this here. I got to hurry to the palace. No, the infirmary was nearer from here. I placed my hands under Miyabi's back and knees and lifted her up. It was the so-called Princess Carrie. I dashed into the hole that Miyabi had just opened. I paid attention to Miyabi, who was limp in my arms while running through the corridor. The infirmary was right there. I opened the door with my foot. Sensei. Miyabi collapsed from the heat. There wasn't anybody here. Hoot. Miyabi was mumbling deliriously. I laid her down on the bed and hurriedly started taking off the sauna suit. Come on, move your arms behind, can you do it? When I took off the upper wear, drops of sweat were trickling down her back. Next I pulled the cuffs of her trouser and somehow took it off. With that, her spats that was also clinging tightly on her skin due to the sweat became completely visible. I averted my eyes from her damp abdomen. I'm going to bring water for you now. I took the mineral water that was stocked up in the infirmary and made Miyabi drank it. Fortunately, she could drink even while her consciousness was hazy. Are you all right? I'm still dizzy, but thanks, Yuto. Sorry. I suddenly recalled the times when I fainted after using up my mana. You always helped me when I fainted, right? This isn't anything much compared to that. Yuto. Miyabi's complexion that had returned to its normal color slightly became red once more. But Miyabi, I don't think you need to be that fixated to your bloodline magic until this far. No. This is something important for me. Miyabi said that. Her eyes were shining despite her bad condition. After all, bloodline magic is something that passed down within the family. I want to use it properly. I'm slow-witted and also can't act as a proper lady, but I'm Yugao's house's daughter, so I feel like that I've to be just like a Yugao's. Miyabi. If I become able to use the bloodline magic that has been unusable for many generations, I'll be able to declare that I'm a daughter of Yugao's house confidently. Perhaps then, even with myself who is like this, I'll be able to make Okar-sama and Oto-sama happy. I see. Yep, Sue. Miyabi frowned after she finished talking. Looks like you're still not well. I'll wipe your sweat, so wait a second. I borrowed a towel from a shelf and returned to the bed. However, at that time a voice came from outside the door. I sensed an indication that someone would enter inside. I quickly closed the curtain to hide the bed. There was the sound of the door opening right after that. The teacher isn't here. Isn't that fine? Let's just take what we need. We need the ointment and band-aid. I heard such conversation. Most likely someone fell or something during their practice for the athletic festival. There would be various problems if they saw us in this kind of place. I held my breath and also placed my index finger in front of her mouth so that she would stay quiet. Then Miyabi gestured with her hand to come toward her. I quietly took a step toward her and bent forward, placing my ear in front of Miyabi's mouth. The sweats, wipe them. Now. Then Miyabi slipped down one of her sport bra's shoulder straps. I would be able to see the tip of her breast that glistened from sweat if she pulled the strap down 5 millimeters more. Oh oi. Because Yuto, you have used a lot of your mana, right? It'll be bad if you suddenly collapse because you don't resupply. That's true, but besides, it's better if we test a lot of method, isn't it? You might recover mana whoop with this kind of thing. You, still. I worried for a bit before pressing the towel on Miyabi's nape. NN. I started wiping the globes of sweat on her neck, the move to her shoulder and her collarbone. Next I approached closer and wiped her back from the front. It looked like I was hugging her like this. Miyabi's flushed face was extremely close. Miyabi's breath tickled my nape. I almost let out my voice because of that. Yuatuo, heart. Be quiet. Also don't let out that kind of sweet voice here. Is there someone there? The curtain is closed. Someone might be sleeping there. My hand stopped still. It was then I felt mana flowing in from my hand that was touching Miyabi's shoulder blade. Why, even though I was in this kind of pinch? Let's be quiet if there's someone sleeping there. I wonder where is the band-aid? Even though it would be helpful if they were noisy instead. Miyabi whispered into my ear. Her tone sounded a bit amused. Makes you goes doki doki, isn't it? This is dangerous. More than this is. But, you recovered mana just now, right? Certainly. When I tried asking the arcana how much I recovered. The mana supply just now is 20000. Just from touching her back. Perhaps it was we looked like we were hugging like this, maybe this thrilling situation was really having an effect? In that case. Miyabi lifted up her breasts and got closer. This place too, wipe it, heart. My throat gulped while staring at the cleavage that had beads of sweat on its surface. I moved the towel from right under her collarbone toward her breast. I clearly felt the change of texture even from across the towel. The texture was gradually changing into a pleasant bouncy softness. Yuan, heart. Miyabi was also holding back her voice, but there was still sweet gasping voice leaking out slightly from her. But I was gradually getting absorbed into the act, and the sound from behind the curtain stopped coming into my ear. Hey, Yuto, sweats are gathering under my breasts, you know? Miyabi's glistening eyes were looking up at me. The underside of my breasts and the crevices on my body, can you wipe them? Her gaze was filled with expectation. If that's what Miyabi want. Miyabi hid the tips of her breasts while pulling her sport bra down. The instant her bra passed the tip, Miyabi's breasts jiggled out. She hid her breasts with both hands and lifted them up. It's all right, Yuto. My heart was pounding hard. It also felt like Miyabi was looking for the timing for her hands to let go. Even though there were other students treating their injury at the other side of the curtain. I placed the towel under Miyabi's breast. I felt the sensation of her under breast by lifting it up. It felt different compared to touching it from above. I felt a profound heaviness this way. Miyabi's hands that were pressing on her breasts loosened. Yuto, heart. Mana supply just now 30000. Limit breakthrough. A. Mana's upper limit increased to 30,000. What? Addition, now it's possible to use even more advanced magic. Yuto? No, just now the Arcana told me. It said the upper limit of my mana was broken through and increased. That's amazing. Yuto. Miyabi hugged me. I was also feeling moved and hugged Miyabi tightly. Yeah. With this I can use advanced magic too. After that I remembered that Miyabi was half naked. Or rather, I thought I caught a glimpse of her nipple just before we hugged. The curtain was opened strongly. You were? Kaya? Standing there was. What are you two doing in this kind of place? Liesel, senpai. Good grief, you two would have been found out if I didn't drive away those students, you know? We returned to our senses and shrunk into ourselves. I'm sorry. But, thanks to this the upper limit of Yuto's mana increased, you know? Really? I and Miyabi talked to Liesel senpai about what happened just now. I see, is that so? Most likely after doing a large mana transfer once, the upper limit will also increase with that, even though it was the result of a coincidence. You did well discovering that method. That's why, perhaps senpai can overlook the matter this time. I nervously inquired so. Liesel senpai put her finger under her chin and pondered. Then Liesel senpai closed the curtain once more. I'll break through the limit even more for you. Senpai started untying the ribbon of her uniform. I stopped her in panic. No, seriously, it'll be bad to go further than this. Let's stop here for today. The teacher in charge of the infirmary returned soon after that, so I was saved. Honestly, it would be bad for my heart if we did the thrill play more than that. However, when I thought about what kind of magic resupply method would wait for me in the future, it made me felt a bit happy, but also a bit scared. It was a complicated feeling. Part 2. The palace's bathroom was spacious. The bathtub could have 3 people entering it with no problem. The washing area also had a size that could have a double bed placed in it easily. It also had 2 shower booths. Inside the glass-sided shower booths, Lover's Queen Himekami Liesel and Lover's Princess Yugao's Miyabi were occupying each booth. The two were boasting beauty that was far removed from normal human. So much so that it would make one to describe this sight like they were 2 life-sized figurines that were put inside glass showcase. Tight breasts that didn't droop down at all despite their shocking size. Tight stomach that looked trained. Voluptuous bottoms that looked like they would burst out. Long limbs that drew beautiful curve. Those were peerless figures that would incite any man's desire. Those stark naked bodies were covered with body soap to polish their beauty even further. I really sweated a lot back there. AAA, how refreshing. Right after they left the infirmary, Miyabi immediately said that she wanted to take a shower. Liesel also accompanied her because she said she was also sweaty. Wearing sauna suit like that, do you also plan to lose weight? Liesel asked while also rubbing her body with a sponge that was lathered with body soap. Her lascivious body was getting covered by foam little by little. That's not my intention though. What about you, Liesel senpai, is your diet going well? It's none of your business. Miyabi's body that was covered by foam all over got washed by the shower's hot water. AAA, feels good tilde. The hot water washed down the foam and Miyabi's body curve became exposed once more. My house right now doesn't even have bathtub after all. Perhaps I should take a bath here before going home from now. You can also stay at my place for a while, you know? Yeah, but there's no way we can keep living there forever. Because our house and territory won't return anymore, right? Yes. I think it'll be difficult. Then we need to change house and get used to the new environment. But Miyabi looked down with water showering her from above. Ibiza, he's the only one that I won't forgive. Agreed. But we have agreed to not try anything to each other until the athletic festival is over. Yeah. I know. Miyabi finished washing off her body and got out of the shower booth. Right. About Reina. When we were in Yuto's house before this. Yes, she is acting cheerful but she is forcing herself. But I'm also seriously contemplating about her problem. Currently I have some people investigating. Miyabi took a towel that was hanged up nearby and dried her head roughly before moving to her neck. As expected from the queen. You're looking after everyone. That's not true. I also didn't notice about your problem, I'm sorry. Wait, don't apologize like that, senpai. It's Ibiza who is at fault. Liesel also turned on the shower and started washing off her body from the foam. Perhaps what you lost won't return back. But the karma from that will fall on Ibiza without fail. You mean us lovers winning against devil by that, aren't you, senpai? Or perhaps I should say it'll be you, Miyabi. Me? After all, this is a wall that you should overcome. If it's Miyabi, then you'll surely can surpass it. Miyabi fell into thought for a while with her towel kept hanging on her neck, but then she scratched her head with a troubled smile. What's with that? Somehow senpai feels like a prophet sometimes. Liesel turned around toward Miyabi while kept the shower pointed at her cleavage. Somehow, it feels like senpai know the future. Even when the arcana went to Yuto, senpai wasn't that surprised. Besides, senpai also mentioned things like how Yuto should be able to hear the arcana's voice. At first I thought, just what is this person saying Monday? Liesel turned her back toward Miyabi once more. You gave me too much credit. Rather than a prophet, I'm just an unskilled illusionist at best. Is that really the case? But I was moved before this when senpai declared that Yuto will become the next Devil King. That was why I'm also believing that surely it'll come to fruition. Yes, let's make it come to fruition. With our strength. Yep. Also, senpai, what do you think about Yuto? What do I think? You know, about Yuto. Miyabi's cheeks were blushing even more than when she was showering with hot water. She then announced it. I might like him, for real, you know. Is that so? There was no change in Liesel's expression that was sporting a thin smile. What about senpai? Let's see, I''M. There was a brief pause while Liesel thought for a bit. He is the Devil King candidate that I'm supporting. There's no way I hate him. I see. Miyabi wanted to question her further, but she looked hesitating. Oh well, I'll get out first. Take your time. Miyabi waved her hand with a smile and left the bathroom. When the door closed, the bathroom suddenly turned quiet with only the shower's sound could be heard. Liesel whispered toward no one in particular. Miyabi, you see, a magic trick is simple thing when its trick is revealed. Liesel stared at her face that was reflected on the mirror of the shower booth. Yuto will become the next Devil King. No, I will make Yuto the next Devil King. Liesel continued her shower. Part 3. The day of the athletic festival finally arrived. There were chairs for all the students prepared around the running track at the schoolyard. New audience stands had been constructed at the outer circumference. Before this I wondered just how big the scale of this event was, but the audience stands were actually crowded. There were definitely 10,000 people or more here. It was a terrifyingly grand event. Even just the students numbered nearly 1,000. Then there were their family, relatives, and servants. Other than them apparently there were also a lot of people who came from the devil world to observe. I was the only human in the middle of this. Would I be fine in this situation? The athletic festival of Devil King Academy will begin from now. It was the opening announcement from Headmaster Gandu. Next was the athlete's oath of fair play from Stella. We will put our pride as devil on the line, and swear to hold nothing back in displaying our strength. We will defeat our opponent crushingly using every method available for our own sake. I thought it was a horrible pledge, but everyone around me was sending applauses. I stared up fixedly at Stella who was waving back to the audiences with a smile. I recalled the words of the headmaster. How devils were egoistic. But, as an idol who was aiming to the top of the show business, it wouldn't be strange for her to at least be that ravenous. But, I still didn't know Stella's true face as a Devil King candidate. Was there a terrifying face just like Ibiza lurking under that pretty face? I was thinking such thing while staring at Stella, but then she noticed my gaze and threw me a wink plus air kiss. Liesel senpai who was standing beside me made a disgusted face. It was a bit scary. Anyway, the athletic festival had begun. Even Ibiza shouldn't make any move until the athletic festival was over. Putting it another way, the war would begin once more after this festival was over. But, let's enjoy this moment for now. Gakuen. What? It was a voice that I couldn't possibly fail to recognize. When I turned around, I found the familiar figure waving her hand at me without a care in the world. Mum? Why are you here? Dad was also beside her. When I rushed over to them. About that you see, Liesel-chan invited us to come. She said that there are seats available, so how about we also come watching? That's why we came together here. You are Mum, pardon Reina's intrusion, desu. Reina appeared from behind Mum. The middle school students also come to observe and study the high school's athletic festival. And so Reina got invited to come together. Again, I suspected Mum was forcefully inviting her. But, there was something more worrying than that. This place wasn't a normal school, but the Devil King Academy where devils enrolled. Their attitude toward human was harsh. If such attitude was directed toward Mum and Dad. It's all right, Yuto. Liesel senpai was beside me when I noticed. She smiled to reassure me. I invited them to the private room of Himikami House. There won't be any strange noise that disturb them there. Liesel senpai pointed her finger toward a towering audience stand that was constructed for the athletic festival. There were private rooms that seemed like they would have good visibility lined up there. It seemed that Mum and Dad were invited there. I'm sorry, senpai. You even did all this for us. Mum clasped Liesel senpai's hand with a wide smile. Really, thank you so much. Liesel-chan. No, I'm also happy to be able to give Oto-sama and Okaya-sama the invitation. Nothing will pleases me more if you two can have fun here. Liesel senpai also greeted back with a sweet smile before sending her gaze to behind Mum and Dad. Show the two of them to their seats. Understood. Then, Please come this way. The 6 men and women in black suits standing behind Mum and Dad showed them and Reina the way to the audience seat. It seemed they were like the security of Himikami House. I won't let anyone harm Okawa-sama and Oto-sama. Let's not worry about them and focus on the matches. Suddenly Miyabi wedged herself between me and Senpai. Ta's right. We'll show them the victory of our white team. I unintentionally smiled and looked at the scoring board that was set up in the middle of the stands. Right now it was still displaying 0 for both the white team and red team. I understand. Let's win for sure. We'll win over Ibiza's red team in this athletic festival to prime ourselves for the victory after that. Ooh. Miyabi thrust up her fist and then a music that sounded really fitting for athletic festivals started playing from the speakers. The Devil King Academy's athletic festival finally started. Part 4. The matches were even more heated than I imagined. In the foot race, students were using stride, while the students with mixed blood made use of their physical ability to run with all their efforts. In the ball toss game, the students used flying magic or material transfer magic to directly put the balls inside the basket. A part of me questioned, wasn't that cheating? But in the Devil King Academy's athletic festival, it was all right for each student to use the ability they had. But, when it looked like one side was going to lose, they began throwing balls to the opposing team. The opponent also fought back. The strength they used couldn't be laughed off. It was just like a gun battle. As expected, that act was considered as direct attack and the match was stopped. However, the venue got greatly excited. Not just the students, the audience seats were also giving thunderous cheers. The students were desperate to show off their stuff to the Devil King candidates. Thus the matches were heated and the audiences were excited. It became an entertaining event just like the headmaster intended. However, in regard to the crucial Devil King candidates, there were only Lovers, Star, Chariot, Judgment, and Devil here. By the way, the hanged man who was planned to participate cancelled at the last minute of all things. That was why before the festival started I thought that the students wouldn't be motivated due to the cancellation, and yet. When I voiced such doubt, Miyabi folded her arms and pressed her body on me closely before answering. Well, don't you think the candidates are watching this from somewhere? In fact, they must be watching this event from afar. And even if they aren't watching, they'll surely hear about it if someone stands out. So it's like that. By the way, my right ankle was tied to Miyabi's left ankle with a cord. In other words, this was the stage of three-legged race. Naturally, Miyabi was wearing the P outfit with red bloomer. The exposure rate was still better compared to the sport bra and spats that she wore during our training, but this attire made was also making my heart pounding in its own way. The group preceding us started and we also went to stand on the start line. Currently the score was white 154 versus red 159. Both teams were head-to-head, but the red team was slightly on the lead. We got to earn as many points as we could, even if only 1 point here. The red and white teams sent out 5 man and woman pairs each and waited for the start signal. Miyabi. Let's match our pace by shouting 1,2. Let's step forward with our tied-up foot when it's 1. Sure thing. Let's go Zudadada and get the first place. We might fell down if we hurried up too much, but let's just do our best. It wasn't just Liesel Senpai and Reina who were watching, Mum and Dad were also watching. The gunshot rang out to signal the start and all pairs moved simultaneously. 1. We fell on the first step. You were? I immediately hugged Miyabi and took the bottom position. I somehow prevented Miyabi from falling directly on the ground. Yuto? You all right? Miyabi, who lying on top of me, brought her face closer. Yeah. I'm fine. My heart unintentionally pounded hard due to the close-up of Miyabi's pretty face in addition of the softness of her breasts that were pressing on my chest. The breasts over the P outfit were pressed back by my chest and their shape changed softly. It was the right foot at the count of 1, wasn't it? Wrong. It's the reverse. I see. Sorry Yuto, I'll get up now. Hup, wah. The breasts that moved away from my chest touched down once more after Miyabi's feet slipped. It felt like my mana would recover even though there wasn't any need for it. When we finally managed to stand up, we started moving, successfully this time. 1, 2, 1, 2. This time it went well. However, our distance with the other pairs that had gone ahead was quite far. Can we raise our pace more? Totally okay. We raised our speed. It felt like I was becoming one with Miyabi more and more. Our feeling and body were synchronized. It didn't feel like we would fall no matter how fast we went. In exchange, the objects that were shaking fiercely at the corner of sight wouldn't stop drawing my attention. They were Miyabi's bouncing breasts. I didn't know that seeing the breasts shaking from this close would be this impactful. It might be alright if it was normal-sized breasts, but Miyabi's breasts were terrific. They were shaking astonishingly. With our bodies sticking closely like this, it was so amazing it was hitting my chest. Shit. This girl, she was trying to make my concentration crumble. My biggest enemy was actually this nearby. The saying of snake in one's bosom perfectly described this monster nesting in Miyabi's breasts. Yuto. Use that one. Why Yosh? Stride. I tore away my focus from Miyabi's breasts and poured mana into the magic formula. We flew through several meters with one stamp on the ground and caught up to the other pairs in the blink of eye. Then the pair that was running on the neighboring lane was Ku. This lowly human dare to. People's impression on us will be the worst if we lose against human. Figa. Flame grazed the spot in front of Miyabi and me. These guys? They fired attack magic right at us. Wait. That's breaking the rule. In the first place, aren't you guys in the white team too? What the hell are you doing obstructing your teammate? However, the man and woman pair beside us only made annoyed expressions. I don't even want to be in the same team with human. Rather, I'd prefer the white team lose rather than losing against human. They were going to fire more magic. Damn it. There was no way to dodge with them right beside us like this. Should we back off for a moment? But it was then. Miyabi's arm swung at her side. The back of her fist smashed the man's face. Kfu. The neighboring pair fell to the ground on top of each other. AAA, you would naturally hit other people if you swung your arm while running. Miyabi spoke in monotone. I retorted that's too transparent inside my heart. But that attack brought fear to the other pairs and they slowed down. We were running solo at the front. The distance with the other pairs kept widening and then goal in. Oh! We did it. We're number one. Yuto. Miyabi hugged me. Oh oi. Our feet are still tied, you are. We fell once more and huge breasts fell on my face. Mago? I couldn't see anything. I couldn't feel anything except the soft things that were covering my whole face and the aroma of Miyabi's breasts. It's a service, Yuto, heart. No, this was painful. Help. I tapped at Miyabi's arm repeatedly to say I gave up, but the signal didn't go through to Miyabi. Before long my consciousness was getting distant. Part 5. Yuto-san, Yuto-san, are you awake? Reina? When I opened my eyes, I was lying down in a tent at the corner of the schoolyard. Why am I in this kind of place? That's, Yuto-san was, strangled by Miyabi-san and fainted, desu. That happened. She was the second person next after Liesel-senpai who strangled me till I fainted. After this, the cheering contest will start desu desu. It seems that everyone will make an appearance, so if Yuto-san has no problem standing up then. I see. It'll be a waste if I don't watch it. After I got out of the tent, I headed toward the special stage that was constructed at a corner of the schoolyard. When I looked at the score, it was white 260 versus red 290. Looks like our army was in a slight disadvantage. While I was thinking such thing in front of the stage. White team members. Are you all excited? A flashy explosion sound and smoke burst in the stage. Together with them, Hangyakusha Stella leapt out from the stage basement at the center. She made a large jump and landed. Loud cheers surged up just from that. Stella's costume was a cheerleader costume that was suitable for a cheering contest. It had no sleeve and its collar was also opened until the chest. Her navel was also exposed. It was a sexy type cheerleader outfit. In addition, the skirt was also short. When she jumped up just now, I could see frilly white underwear from under her skirt that lightly flapped in the air. It wasn't actually underwear, but the so-called underskirt, safe pants worn by female athletes. To be honest, it only looked like normal underwear to me. When I looked around, the eyes of the male students were fixed toward that sight. It couldn't be helped. The morning matches are over with this. So that all of you can work hard in the afternoon too. This Hangyakusha Stella and the white team's cheerleading squad will cheer for everyone a lot. Squad? Another sound of explosion roared. Then 10 girls leapt out from under the stage. Ooh! It was a squad of beautiful girls that made my breath got caught in my throat. The lineup of various types of beautiful girl was too dazzling that I was unconsciously watching in fascination. There was someone who stood out the most even amidst such lineup. Liesel Senpai? That Liesel Senpai was standing on the stage wearing a sexy cheerleader cosplay. Her tense, awe-inspiring face looked slightly in a bad mood. However, seeing her slightly red cheeks, it looked like she was forced to do this embarrassing act that look felt arousing somehow. Reina, why is Liesel Senpai there? It looks like she was invited by Stella-san desu. Beside Liesel Senpai was Miyabi. That girl was waving her hand with a carefree smile. The other girls were also all beautiful. Cute type, beauty type, huge breasts but slender type, each of them had their own individual characteristic. At the back row there was also the cat-like girl who appealed to Stella before to become her card. It seems that other than Liesel Senpai and Miyabi Senpai, all of them are Stella-san's card desu. I see, she isn't choosing them based on only good look for nothing. Dance music started playing. It was the start of Stella and her group's cheer dance. Their figures swinging their pompons with their hands were lovely and beautiful. Their movements were also in harmony. When did they train that? And then their beautiful bodies bent and their waist rotated lasciviously. It was a dance that was still healthy but also sexy at the same time. Then they raised their arms simultaneously, exposing everyone's armpits side by side. It was a body part that normally couldn't be seen, so it was strangely bewitching. Yeah. Go. Let's go white team. Everyone jumped simultaneously. Their beautiful figures actively danced. Everyone was performing the dance's fast movement skillfully with a smile that looked like they were having fun. It was slightly funny how Liesel Senpai was the only one looking expressionless. And then they all raised one leg overhead. Their underskirts came into view once more. My hair jumped inside my chest. Stella threw her pom-pom. In exchange she grabbed a mic and started singing. It was Stella's hit song that I had heard many times before. It had good rhythm that made me unconsciously wanted to dance. Not just the students, even the common audiences were also cheering. Everyone would make ecstatic expression just from Stella staring and her arm reaching out to them. Stella said it before she moved people's emotion with song and dance. With that she obtained energy from human. But it looked like it wasn't just human's heart that she was stealing. I looked around at the student seats and the audience stands. It felt like I was able to understand how terrifying Hangyakusha Stella was just for a little. Part 6. I and Reina headed to the stage's backyard to meet up with Liesel-senpai and Miyabi. Thanks for the hard work, Liesel-senpai, Miyabi. Yuto, you were watching. Liesel-senpai hugged herself and shyly twisted her body to hide her costume. She looked really adorable. Seeing Liesel-senpai's cheerleader appearance from this near, it made her twice more erotic compared to watching her on the stage from the audience area. What do you think about me? Yuto, heart. Miyabi made a pose and winked at me. Yeah, Miyabi also looked great. But when did you two have time to practice? You see. We prepared without letting anyone know so it could be a surprise. The main star of the show, Hangyakusha Stella, came. So, how was it, Liesel? It was the best experience, right? Stella chuckled proudly. Fufu. Liesel-senpai replied with a bitter look. It was the worst experience. Is that really true? You were well received back there. Good grief, I wish you won't make use of me in order to increase your power. You should order your own cards. You're prouder for something like this. There's no way I'd let the ideal chance to use Liesel as my backup dancer get away. So? Don't you think it'll also be fun to become my card? Not at all. I refuse to do that anymore. To dance in front of public while dressing like this, I participated reluctantly because it was my duty as a member of White Team, but it was a disgrace of my life. That's not true. I spontaneously blurted out. Yuto? Sorry. But, I think Liesel-senpai is also lovely in that getup. I see. Liesel-senpai suddenly turned fidgety. She repeatedly brushed up her hair to behind her ear. The corner of her lips also looked like they kept trying to rise up. Perhaps her mood had brightened up a bit. While I was thinking that, a beautiful girl walked past my side and... thanks for everyone's hard work. Slightly bowed while greeting. Actually, a question had been filling my head since watching the stage before this. Rookie, why are you the Judgment's Devil King candidate, Rookie? It was strange in various senses for him to be mixed on that stage. Ahaha, of course you're thinking that. Even though I'm in Red Team, it's problematic, isn't it? I think there is something else that you should worry about before thinking about that though. This guy should be a male according to Liesel-senpai, but he looked really good in that cheerleader getup. Certainly she got no breasts, but whether it was his white skin and slender limbs, or that adorable mannerism, she looked like a normal slender beautiful girl. There was no doubt that most of the audiences didn't notice that he was a male. Actually Stella-san asked me too, I couldn't refuse her. There's a limit even in being weak against pressure. Come to think of it, Nath wasn't here even though she was the weakest person against pressure. Say Stella. You didn't invite Nath? She was the first person I asked. But, she seriously hated the idea. I didn't think that she would use her unique magic to run away. Unique magic, just to escape from being a cheerleader? It was unexpected that she was using it for such thing, but more than that, Nath's unique magic, it was an ability that was useful for running away. Was it something like turning invincible? Well, even if I forcefully dragged her into it, it'd only spoil the stage if she stood still like statue and cried there. But Liesel is strangely diligent in that respect, so it really helps. Are you perhaps making fun of me? Liesel-senpai glared with a scary face. Stella replied with a laugh. I'm not. You were really a big help, seriously. Stella clapped Liesel-senpai's shoulder cheerfully and winked. Looking at them like this, they looked like good friends, but we were actually enemies against each other in the Devil King War to become the next Devil King. Even this stage was one method for Stella to obtain advantage in the Devil King War. I believed it was valid to see it like that. On the other hand, there was also someone who only thought about running away forever. I was scheduled to participate in the same match with that introverted Devil King candidate at the afternoon. Before even thinking about losing or winning, I got a bit worried whether Nath would be able to participate in the match properly. Chapter 5, Devil vs. Lovers. Part 1. It seemed the cheering competition was also counted as a match. The white team managed to obtain a lot of point there and turned the situation around. It became white 312 versus red 305. Thanks to that, it looked like the afternoon competition would still be heated, but it was time for boxed lunch before that. Yukun. Good work out there, Mom met us in high spirit when we intruded into the private room of Himekami house. Come. Over here. She led us toward the balcony where we could view the whole schoolyard without any obstruction. A picnic blanket was spread out there and the boxed lunches were opened and spread around. The gorgeous interior of the room looked mismatched with this lunch setup. It felt like the commoner atmosphere was forcefully dragged into a celebrity space. So this is the boxed lunch of Yuto's Okar-sama. It's wonderful. However, Liesl senpai was happy by it, so there was no problem. Oniga iris ball, karaage deep fried food, fried prawns, chaikuzena chicken stew with vegetables, rolled omelette, potato salad and cherry tomato, asparagus wrapped in bacon, etc. All of those were brought here using multi-tiered lunchbox and some more containers from our house. They looked very delicious, especially now after doing physical exercise from the matches. Here, Yukun's favorite tuna onigiri. Ooh. Thanks, Mum. So Yuto liked tuna onigiri. Liesl senpai said that while her eyes were moving quickly as though searching for something. Here, Liesl-chan. 3 kinds of octopus sausage platter. Okar-sama. Senpai reverently accepted the Tupperware that had the words for Liesl-chan written on it. Unbelievable. Our queen had capitulated against Mum. How terrifying, octopus sausage's charm. Certainly its appearance was like a monster. It seemed that octopus was even made as the symbol of devil at foreign country. AAA, I love karaage, heart. Miyabi entered a piece of karaage into her mouth with a wide smile. NN. Delish. It's totally to my taste. You have good appetite there, Miyabi-chan. This one has different seasoning. Give it a try. Mum held out a different tiered food box. Miyabi grabbed it and started eating. Oi, you're going to eat all that alone? Just this much is no problem at all, you know. This girl really eat a lot, I thought while biting into the tuna onigiri in my hand. I felt a heated gaze from Reina. It wasn't just my imagination, huh? Her expression was like a defendant who was waiting for the verdict. She was tightly gripping on the bottom of her skirt. Other than Reina's look, I was also feeling something out of place inside my mouth. This onigiri, it's delicious but its taste is a bit different from the usual. So you noticed. Good job, Yukun. What? Did Mum change something in it? That's not it, it was Reina-chan who made that onigiri. Eh? Reina's cheeks blushed and she dropped her gaze to the ground in front of me. I see. So Reina helped Mum cooking. It's delicious, thank you. It wasn't much. Reina's face turned even redder. However, her lips loosened and happiness was exuding from her. How Reina is, eh? She couldn't stop grinning while pouring cold tea from a thermos into a cup but... Reina? It's spilling. She was spilling a lot of tea on her lap. On top of that, the cup that she threw in panic landed on her head. Reina got soaked with cold tea from her head. Reina, are you all right? Sorry. Her constant clumsy girl skill was still at work. But it was fortunate that the tea wasn't hot tea. Reina, there's my casual clothes over there, so change into it. The size will be too big for you, but bear with it for a while until your clothes get dry. Rain bowed her head many times at Liesel-senpai's consideration before running into the kitchen. Good grief, Reina is still the same like usual. Liesel-senpai smiled kindly. She looked like Reina's big sister like that. No, not just Reina. She was also like a reliable big sister who could be trusted more than anyone for me and Miyabi too. That big sister was saying with a puzzled look. That Reina, why is she going to the kitchen? Even though the change of clothes is at the private room over there. I'll check on her. I shouldn't let Liesel-senpai got bothered even more than this. I stood up and entered the room from the balcony. Then I headed to the kitchen and called out. Reina? Yuto-san? An anxious voice came from the kitchen. This clothes, Liesel-senpai is really an adult, but as expected this is still too early for Reina to wear. That was what senpai said, but there was actually a change of clothes in the kitchen too. I crossed the room and entered the kitchen. If you finished changing, you should dry your hair. Since I was born, this was my first time seeing naked apron in real life. The completely exposed back and butts. The white ribbon that was tied around the waist. She turned around toward me in panic, but those small bottoms had been burned into my eyes. And then the apron figure with its many frills looking like a dress entered my eyes. Looking at it from the front like this, it was relieving because her important parts were hidden from view. There's no way that's true. The skin from her chest to her shoulders and arms was exposed. There was also no trace of trouser or skirt at all on her lower body. Her appearance made it obvious that she wasn't wearing anything at all except an apron. No, there was just one silver lining. She was wearing socks. That made her look even more erotic. After we stared at each other for several seconds, Reina let out a shout so loud it was like her soul was going to come out with it. What's wrong? Reina. Enemy attack? Liesel-senpai and Miyabi rushed into the kitchen and stiffened the moment they saw Reina's appearance. I never thought you would come up with this kind of method, Reina. How terrifying. Why? That's too sly, Reina. Hey senpai, what about the apron for me? There isn't anything like that. Liesel-senpai turned around and ran to take the change of clothes. Various troubles like that happened, even so it was an enjoyable and delicious lunchtime. Humans and devils were spending time together joyfully. Both sides were holding respect, trust, and affection toward each other. It was a paradise. If only the world could be like this, such thoughts suddenly crossed my mind. Part 2. The afternoon matches started. I and Miyabi returned to the student seating of our class. What matches you have in the afternoon, Yuto? I have obstacle race and the relay's final match. It's a bit depressing though. I wanted to leave the relay to the guys with fast legs, but this would be a relay for each team's Devil King candidates. Its name was Devil King Candidates Relay. By the way, it would merit disqualification if the candidates withdrew or asked other students to be substitute. No question asked. A substitute was allowed only for the hanged man's replacement because he was absent, but it was no good if the candidates didn't run in this relay despite attending the athletic festival. Yuto is a Devil King candidate, so it can't be helped. No worry. It'll be fine if you just use stride. Normally the devils would have the advantage if it was a match where the participants used magic though. There was the rule that forced the candidates to run because at present there were only 5 Devil King candidates participating in this event. So if that number decreased even more, the Devil King relay wouldn't be able to be held. It seemed that this match was the headmaster's idea. The management was also desperate to make this match a reality. Miyabi opened the athletic festival's pamphlet and gasped, It's almost time for the obstacle race. It's next after the next one. I see. Then I'll go there? I headed toward the appointed place, but I realized that I was thirsty. Let's drink a bit. I walked toward the water tap's location. Midway, I found a brown-skinned girl with her blonde hair hiding one of her eyes sitting on a bench. That was Nath. She was looking down with a gloomy expression. Was she troubled by something? Nath. You don't look good there.
You okay?
Ah, Yuto-kun. She lifted up her face in surprise and let out a powerless smile.
Yeah, I'm okay.
It'll be the obstacle race soon. Shouldn't you head there? Then she looked down again with a gloomy expression. I became concerned and sat down beside her. Then Nath muttered with a small voice. I think I'll retire. Eh? As I thought, are you hurt somewhere? She entwined her fingers and fidgeted for a while, but before long she started speaking out words bit by bit. I thought I would be fine if it's sport, but, as expected, I'm no good. When there is losing and winning involved, I'm all right, if I'm doing it alone though. You dislike it when there is winning or losing involved, but doesn't it feel painful if you lose? Nath shook her head. I'm fine with losing. If I win, the loser is too pitiful, they'll also turn extremely hostile at me. To make other people have such painful feeling and even turn them to hate me, losing is still better compared to that. Nath. But there will be people who get troubled if I lose. That's why, I don't know, what should I do? So this was Chariot's Devil King candidate. She was so delicate and kind that I couldn't believe she was a devil. Nath is really kind. She lifted up her face in surprise and stared at me. That's not true, I'm just weak-hearted, introverted, even though I don't want to become a Devil King candidate. But, you want to live up to the expectation of the people around you, right? That's just me, being unable to refuse. Nath was a Devil King candidate. In other words, she was my enemy. With her like this, she was going to exit the stage quickly. That result should be desirable for me too. But let's set aside the Devil King candidate matter for now. Just enjoy the match and have fun. I can't enjoy it. Then, have a match with me. ? Nath and me are going to take part in the same race, right? Then let's allow the other students to go ahead so that Nath and me can have a one-on-one match and see which one of us will finish ahead of the other. Such thing, if Liesel's Devil King candidate end up in the last position, or second place from the bottom. I won't mind even if I lose, so fight me without any reservation. Even if you lose, you won't be frustrated. I'll be frustrated. The moment I lose, I might even think of my opponent, this bastard. But I won't resent or hate them. Nath asked with a surprised face. Why? Because my frustration will be toward my own insufficient strength. The opponent I lost against is a wall for me. They are my target. That's why I can work hard, doing my best. Nath was listening while her mouth was staying half-opened. To win against my opponent is to win against myself. I'll feel happy that I can smash through my own wall and go ahead. I'll have nothing but gratitude toward my opponent. Even if lose, there will be a lot of things that I can understand and realize from that. I'll be thankful to be made to realize them. I smiled toward the dumbfounded Nath. That's why, you don't need to be considerate with me. Rather, it'll feel like you're making fun of me if you go easy on me. Doing that will feel more offensive to me. Nath's exposed eye that was opened wide suddenly narrowed down into a kind gaze. It's Yuto-kun who is kind. As expected, from Liesel's Devil King. Come to think of it, the way she spoke since just now, it was like she was close with Liesel senpai, wasn't it? Is Nath Liesel senpai's acquaintance, or friend? Yes. Or rather, we're childhood friend, since 4-year-old. So since they were kindergartner. Though I didn't know whether Devil World had kindergarten. What kind of child Liesel senpai was? Then Nath let out a chuckle. A scary child. But, one day she became kind. By that, you mean her personality changed? I don't remember what the impetus was, but, before, she was really scary. Her mana was immense, her magic was also strong, everyone was scared with her. It sounds like she was a neighborhood bully. It was totally different from the current Liesel senpai that I laughed a bit. She was like that, perhaps I should say, she was Her Majesty the Queen. She thoroughly crushed those who went against her and those who displeased her. Seriously? She always had a sharp gaze. Her expression was also like ice. She was already like a mature beauty at that time, which made her even scarier. In addition, her intellect was towering above the rest. Even the teachers got talked down when they warned her. I couldn't even imagine that from the current Liesel senpai. It felt like I had just learned a shocking truth. Was this something like her dark history? But well, it was a story from when she was a kid. It was too much to call it her dark history. Ah, come to think of it. Nath slightly clapped her hands. There was that one time, there is this mud monster called Mud Mouse. I once got my foot stuck in its nest and couldn't pull it out. It's a monster that creates sticky mud, so you won't be able to move your body if it's mud covered all over you. Nath told the story with a laugh, but surely she felt scared at that time when she was but a child. I was crying at that time. Then Liesel offered me her hand. When I said Liesel-chan will also get covered in mud, you know? She said I'll just need to wash it off, and she entered the mud herself to help me. That was the Liesel senpai who I knew. Until then I thought she was amazing, but scary. I didn't really want to get close to her. But, after that, I got to like her. Nath's expression looked really happy when she talked about that. Part 3. After that I and Nath headed together to the appointed place for the obstacle race. We were going to come out as the first group. I and Nath stood side by side at the start line while waiting for the action committee to prepare the obstacles. I'm not going to hold back, Nath. Yes, I'll also do my best. Riaidi, after that yell, the gun that acted as the starter was fired with loud gunshot. The 8 students all started simultaneously. However, I and Nath didn't move from the start line. What's wrong? The race has started already, Nath-san. The committee member who acted as the starter called out, but we kept standing still. People at the audience stands were making noise. Even Liesel senpai and Miyabi were staring at us with worried expression. When the other students reached the end of the straight track and turned the corner, I and Nath stared at each other. Let's do this, Nath. Yeah. I and Nath started running with just the two of us. Wah. However, Nath passed me by in the blink of an eye. She leapt over the first obstacle, a balance beam, without braking. She then ran through a thin log bridge with width of just 10-odd centimeter without slowing down at all. Shit, even her normal physical ability was high. I activated stride after passing through the balance beam behind her. I managed to catch up to Nath once more. She looked at me and smiled. She was really composed. No. If anything, she looked like she was having fun being able to run together like this. A wall 2 meters high stood on our way. I jumped and grabbed the top of the wall to lift up my body. However, Nath already jumped over the wall while I was doing that. I was left behind again. I rolled over the wall and headed toward the tunnel that was the next obstacle. It was a pipe made from plastic with length around 1 meter. I passed through it all at once by sliding through. Nath had gone through under the net that was the next obstacle and started running again. Shit. I was falling behind a lot. Feeling impatient, I dove under the net that was laid on the course. It was a net made from tough cord that spread for 5 meters to 4 directions. I brushed up the net while advancing with half-sitting posture. Gaga? Suddenly my whole body turned numb. My limbs became unable to move and I fell on the ground. This was... electricity magic was flowing through the net? Something like this. Don't underestimate me. I pushed on the ground to stand up. But that hand sunk deeply into the ground. What? A black mud spread under my body. Wah, what is this? It looked exactly the same like that thing which dragged down that girl called Maki. Analysis, possibility that this is a gate to the devil world. As I thought. Warning, human will lose their life if they fall into it. Wah? The arcana's forthright answer made a chill ran through my back. When I braced my legs to pull out my hand, it was my feet that sank in this time. And then my lower body vanished completely into the mud. Foo, how unsightly. The student in the action committee who was standing nearby laughed while looking down at me. This is your doing? It's not me. It's the instruction of a certain someone. Someone to whom I offer everything I have. This is Ibitha's doing. Then, was this fellow Ibitha's card too? Shit. The mud was sticky. My limbs couldn't move. The story that I heard from Nath just now about when she was a kid crossed my mind. Yuto-kun. Nath? Nath was running back through the course. The student looked shocked by that. Wait, what are you doing, Nath-sama? Forget about that, this is? Please don't mind this human. He'll be in the unsightly last position. No, he'll be disposed as a trash who can't even complete the course. Trash, you say? Nath's face warped in surprise and sadness. My body was still sinking even during that time. The sticky mud was heavy and my limbs that were sinking into it couldn't move at all. I was already sinking until my chest. Wasn't there something, a magic to escape? Nath was desperately continuing to persuade the student while I was desperately struggling. Oh, one of us will be in the last place, so there's no problem, isn't it? Just the fact that a lowly human is fighting in the same stage with devil is unforgivable. They don't have such qualification. Shit, my body was paralyzed by the net's electricity. I couldn't create magic formula. Nath was staring at me with a pale face. Yuto-kun. Nath, it's fine, just go. Yuto-kun. The match is still not over yet. I won't give up till the... My body sunk until my mouth. I couldn't say anything anymore. Nath's expression changed seeing me like that. She frowned and bit her lips. It was Nath's angry and mortified expression. This was my first time seeing her like that. Yuto-kun is a kind person. Huh? What are you talking about? Hurry and run rather than. And yet, he received this kind of treatment just because he is a human. That's too much. I felt immense mana swelling up from inside Nath. Ni Nath, Summer? The student let out a flustered voice and backed away. This time it's my turn to help. Her one visible eye shined blue. Top runner supreme reign fastest. The next instant, I saw it with my eyes that were only barely above the mud. A huge and elaborate magic circle was being constructed. What in the world is that? That magic circle was producing materials one after another in the empty space. Was the mana materialized to produce parts? Wheels, armor, and spear were produced. They moved as though they had their own will and combined with each other. It was a unique magic of materialization. And then that shape was... Hiya. The student was unable to stand up due to fear and fell on his butt. This is the manifestation that will trample everything and leave nothing behind on its wake. And then the student crawled on the ground with floundering motion to desperately get away. I myself was scared and trembling by the imposing appearance of the thing that materialized. I didn't even need to ask my arcana. My instinct sensed how dangerous this thing was. It was a chariot. That was Nath's unique magic. It was an ancient horse chariot. A chariot that looked like it was from the ancient Rome or Egypt. However, it wasn't horse that was pulling it, but fantastic sphinxes that wore a mask. 2 sphinxes, white and black, were pulling the magnificent golden chariot. It boasted a thick armor and equipped with spears and bowguns. This was a cart for battle. And then, the one holding the rein of the Sphinxes was of course, Nath Karnak. The chariot's Devil King candidate. Ha! The Sphinxes started running when she whipped the rein. The chariot that Nath drove was coming. No good. Nath would also get hit by the electricity and the mud magic. However, I couldn't say anything with the mud covering my body until my mouth. Tear it apart. With a single shout from Nath, the chariot charged right into the net. The net that was emitting electricity magic was torn apart and pulled from the ground like it was nothing. Wah! The chariot passed through and returned after making U-turn. And then... Yuto-kun. Nath leaned out from the cart and reached out with her hand. Shit, my hand, move. Maximize. I pulled out my right arm from the mud with everything I had. Nath grabbed my wrist the moment it came out. You? In the next instant, my body was pulled out from the mud with an absurd acceleration. And then Nath pulled up my body with one hand. Nath. Please hold on. We're going to fly, so don't get thrown off. Go, got it. I grabbed at the front armoring in a hurry. The chariot then accelerated and ran past the corner in the blink of eye. However, there were numerous obstacles ahead of us. A deeply dug hole, a high wall, a tough fence, etc. They were all waiting for us. However, scatter them. After Nath ordered, the chariot mowed down all those obstacles without slowing down at all. Amazing. What penetrating power. The backs of the students who had run ahead came into view. A faint smile formed on Nath's lips. It doesn't matter who they are, I won't let anyone run in front of me. Somehow, it felt like her personality changed. When Nath whipped the rein, it made a sharp sound on the Sphinx's back. Ooh! The chariot sped up with the boost and pulverized the obstacles while knocking down the other students. That's... A great amount of monster were lying in wait before the goal. The group at the lead was fighting, but it seemed it was difficult to break through and they were forced to stop there. I thought it was strange that none of the students at the front had reached the goal yet, even with us delayed a lot behind them, so this was why. Nath. This is bad. However, Nath smiled. There is no one who can possibly stop this chariot. She whipped the Sphinxes even more. Wait? The chariot sped up and crashed into the monster army. Ha! You are. The chariot cut through the monster swarm. The monsters got sent flying to the air. They were kicked aside and trampled below. The chariot broke through in a straight line without even a shred of mercy and hesitation. And then... Nath reached the goal first. Ear-piercing applauses and cheers welled up from the stands. I also spoke my congratulation to the winner who won this race majestically. Nath, congratulations. Though I was a bit shocked by your different side. What have I done? It seemed she returned to her senses. Her expression looked flustered while she was looking around in panic. Nath Sama. You're wonderful, Tilda. Always me. That was cool. Voices that praised the winner rained down from every direction. Nath turned bright red. She covered her face with both her hands as though to cool down her face. I was, just, wanting to help Yuto-kun, I unconsciously. Yeah. I was saved thanks to you. Besides, it was a good match. Thanks. Yuto-kun. Nath smiled with tearful eyes. It looked like the shadow of her worry had thinned down slightly. Part 4. And so Nath got first place in the obstacle race. She also broke the record time of the fastest in history. As for me, I was disqualified. They told me I was just catching a ride on Nath's chariot. Well, certainly I couldn't refute that. When I was going to return to our seat from the goal. What are you doing, huh? Hangyakusha Stella was standing on my way with crossed arms. So sorry, Stella. I'll make up for it at the last relay. Of course you will. I'm also going to participate in that, you know? I'll bestow you a star of death if you show a shameful race there. What's that? I thought, but I stayed quiet because it felt like she would scold me more if I asked. And then Nath bowed her head repeatedly in my place. I'm sorry. Because I did something unnecessary. Sheesh, it's fine. In exchange you should work hard to settle the last relay. I'll be the last runner, so you run with just the right pace to set the stage for me to shine. Do you get that, Nath? Yes. Got it. And then Stella's finger snapped toward me. Well, I don't have any expectation for you, so it doesn't matter. At least don't fall behind too much as the first runner. Nath will regain the distance after that anyway. But I'll kill you if you fall behind so much it's impossible to catch up. Roger. And then she pointed toward Nath again. And then you too, Nath. Absolutely don't get too far ahead. Hand over the baton to me while you're just slightly behind the opponent. Stella then made a pretty pose after saying that. And then I'll pass over the opponent and goal. That's the scenario. I was finally released after she made me swear to do my best carrying out such scenario. Liesel Senpai and Miyabi approached me after Stella and Nath left. Thank you for your hard work, Yuto. It was really interesting. The race was really heated up. Thank you. I'm glad that you say that. But I could only go a ha when you were disqualified there. It was unnecessary to say that. Don't say it while grinning like that. In contrast with Miyabi, who was like that, Liesel Senpai was staring at me with a passionate gaze. Thank you about Nath. No, I didn't really. However, Liesel Senpai smiled as though she knew everything. That smile was like the smile of a holy mother. But even Liesel Senpai who smiled like this was a devil. I was told that devil was an egoistic creature, but when I looked at Liesel Senpai, I thought that wasn't all there was to it. Nath told me. Senpai felt like a pure devil when she was a child. That reminds me, Senpai was really terrifying when you were a child, weren't you? I felt a bit mischievous and tried asking that. Perhaps I would be able to see Senpai getting flustered again. However, Liesel Senpai's eyes opened wide and she stiffened. Yuto? You. Liesel Senpai's state seemed to be a bit strange. Did I say something bad? Did I step on a topic that was a landmine for Liesel Senpai? I'm sorry. I heard from Nath. She said that Senpai was a bit scary when you were little. It felt like tension left Liesel Senpai's shoulders after I said that. That's what you meant. And then she frowned from slight embarrassment. Really, that Nath, how should I say it? It was like my dark history, or perhaps like a youthful indiscretion. I was full of myself at that time. I was convinced that I was the greatest in the world. It's embarrassing. I'm sorry. I dig up Senpai's past without thinking. I felt apologetic, but, as I thought, Senpai looked cute when she was embarrassed. I'm really interested with Senpai's past when you were a child. Hey Yuto. Press her more gooey for the details. Now see here, the person herself disliked that. It seemed Miyabi got a phone call. She took out her smartphone from her bloomer and stared at the screen. Surprise and tension spread out from her face. Miyabi? So sorry, I'll leave my seat for a bit. She pretended to smile and left in a hurry. It felt like there was something strange from her. When Miyabi vanished into the crowd, I recalled her face when she stared on the smartphone. It didn't seem like a trivial matter from how she looked like. As I thought, it was concerning. I said to Senpai that I would go to toilet for a bit and chased after Miyabi. Part 5. I pushed my way through the crowd searching for Miyabi. Then I saw the blonde twintail from behind. Oi, Miyabi. Yuto? Miyabi stopped her feet and turned around. Her expression was clouded just as I thought. What's the matter? Miyabi looked hesitating whether to say or not, but. Guess it's alright if it's Yuto, keep it a secret from others. Actually, Rebecca sent me a message. She said there is something she want to consult with me, just the two of us. Rebecca was one of the girls that Ibiza took away. A noble who was Miyabi's subordinate in the past. Miyabi took out her smartphone and stared at the message that arrived just now while muttering. She asked me to come alone to behind the school building. She said that she was controlled by Ibiza, but she has returned to her senses. But when she thought of everything she had done until now, she can't say anything to other people. She is scared and don't know of what to do. She wanted me to help. She returned to her senses? Was it like when Maki returned to her senses when Gigara took her place? In that case, did a pickup from Devil World came for Rebecca too, just like Maki? However, it seems she still hadn't got sent to the Devil World. Something didn't feel right. Miyabi, we better be cautious. Yes. But I can't just ignore this. Miyabi, even though she had done all that to you, you're really. Got it. I'll also come with you. Yes, thanks. We headed to behind the school building. A lot of people visited because of the athletic festival. And yet there wasn't anyone at all near the back of the school building. It was as though everyone was consciously avoiding this spot. When we arrived behind the building, Rebecca was waiting there. Miyabi. You came. Rebecca. Miyabi ran. I followed behind her. Hey, Rebecca. Just what? Just a bit more it was then. Warning. Magic circle reaction from right below. What? Magic circle formed right under our feet. Miyabi. Run. However, it was too late. The magic circle shined even brighter and I along with Miyabi fell on our knee there. What's this? I felt severely dizzy and unable to stand up. My head is wobbling. Rebecca, are you Al? Rebecca looked down at Miyabi with a cold smile. You believed that message? Really, what a gullible girl. No way. This girl? Arcana, what's this magic? Analysis, it's a ritual magic that has been prepared beforehand in the ground. It activated the instant the target entered the magic circle, taking away their sense of balance and ability to think. There are spells at the 4 directions to activate it. I looked around the magic circle. There were 4 spots that were slightly bulging. There. It was difficult to concentrate through this dizziness. But if it was just basic magic. Detonate. I fired explosion-type basic magic 4 times in succession. The ground burst slightly in 4 spots. Why, you bastard? Rebecca glared at me hatefully, but she jumped backward with her guard up. I clutched my staggering legs and stood up somehow. Miyabi. You all right? Why, yes, I'm fine now. Miyabi also held her head while standing up. Then she turned a perplexed gaze toward Rebecca. Rebecca, what's the meaning of this? Humph, even though it should be easy to capture you while you're distracted by the athletic festival so I can present you to Ibiza Summer. Her words cut off and she glared at me angrily. To think the Devil King candidate over there is also coming, as I thought, the failure to finish you off before this came back to bite me in the ass. As I thought, the trap at the obstacle race is the doing of you guys. Obviously. We the cards of Ibiza Summer will do anything to make him happy. Right now what will make Ibiza Summer the happiest is to present Miyabi to him. You're getting on the way of that. Why? Even though I came here because I'm worried about you, Rebecca. That's why, you're stupid. Rebecca smiled condescendingly. All this time I've been looking down on you. You acted self-importantly just because you were born as a Yu Baos. Why does the status of this me is lower than you? Miyabi stood dumbfounded from shock. Ibiza Summer gave me his guidance at that time. He showed me how to kick down Yugaos so I can climb higher. The love and bond between me and Ibiza Summer has dragged you down. I offered everything I have to Ibiza Summer. That's the proof of my love and trust. Rebecca talked with an ecstatic expression. Miyabi couldn't endure any more and yelled. Stop. You saw what happened to Maki, right? That guy doesn't think anything about all of you. He is only thinking of you as disposable tool at best. He doesn't love you or anything. Why don't you understand that? Don't talk as you please. Rebecca yelled with a face that looked like ogre. That person loves me. I know that without doubt. You're fine even if you end up like Maki? I'm fine with that. Rebecca answered with an enraptured expression. If it's for helping that person. If that person will be happy by that, if he will love me, then I don't care what happened with this body. An applause came from somewhere. Wow, how moving. That's just the best, Rebecca. You're really the best. The figure of a frivolous man appeared from the cover of the building. Mitsuishi Ibiza. He walked here with light footsteps and embraced Reaper's shoulder. I'm sorry, that guy came along, so the plan was. It's all right, it's all right. I know that Rebecca has done your best. I'm totally grateful. Honest. Ibiza. Rebecca blushed and stared at Ibiza. It was completely the face of a girl in love, the exact opposite of the face that she directed at us. Rebecca too most likely was just one of his victims. The true enemy that should be defeated was Ibiza. Isn't the deal that it's a truce until the athletic festival is over? What are you saying? Ibiza lifted up one corner of his mouth. You believe in a promise of your enemy? Are you what people called a peace idiot? That kind of thing doesn't matter if there's a chance to win. After all, it's the winner who is justice. Wrong. A promise is a promise even if it's between enemies. You've betrayed other people's trust. I'm telling you, that's why you're an idiot. Just why do you trust an enemy, huh? You're really slow in the head. Don't mistake slyness with being smart. Human is really an idiot that is beyond saving. People are sly because they're smart. None of what I said reached Ibiza. Ibiza talked even more condescendingly toward me. I got no interest with you, but right now the red team is slightly in disadvantage, ain't it? As the next Devil King, there's no way I can leave behind a track record of losing in the athletic festival. This relay of Devil King candidates is perfect. I'll make you absent from it so that you got disqualified. Then the score will also belong to the white team. Arsehole. One of the Devil King candidates will also get killed with that. With that, I'll also become the MVP of the athletic festival. This is the best. It's the best, ain't it? Ibiza was in high spirits. Rebecca also laughed happily. Yes, it's lovely. You're smart and also decisive. You're amazing, Ibiza. Rebecca hugged Ibiza playfully. Ibiza also laughed cheerfully. By the way, Rebecca-chan, your pickup is gonna be here soon, so can you return me that collar? Rebecca made a puzzled face. Collar? What collar? Haha, I won't be able to collect it if you go into the devil world while still wearing it. And so? Ibiza's eyes shined red. A chill ran through my back. This sensation? Ibiza was using his unique magic. Eh? Rebecca looked like she had just woken up. I love Ibiza, am I? The instant she muttered that, a black mud spread out under her feet. And then eerie arms reached out from there. They grabbed Rebecca's ankles. Hi? No. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be scared. You just said that you don't care what happened to you if it's for your love to me. Yes, but, love? Why did I fall in love with someone like this? Rebecca's body started to sink. Hi. Stop. Rebecca. She noticed Miyabi's voice and looked at her with a desperate expression. Miyabi. Miyabi-sama. Help. I. Ah ha 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 ha, isn't it too late to pretend now? You've just blurted out your true feeling just now. Those words were undoubtedly what you really think. Those were your own words. That's, if it's for the sake of someone I love, if it's for that, and no, I don't love you or anything, why did I, for someone like this? Rebecca's face twisted and tears spilled down. No. Stop. I don't want to become a slave. Help. No. Not a slavey. Why do I have to go through something like this? Rebecca. Rebecca's body was dragged into the black mud at the same time when Miyabi moved to run toward her. Wah. Rebecca was already disappearing into the black mud. Rebecca, no way. Miyabi fell on her knees and trembled. Tears spilled from her eyes and wailing burst out from her mouth.
No.
Miyabi? A freezing chill ran through my back in that instant. This is? Miyabi's back straightened tensely. Miyabi's state was strange. Arcana's voice resounded inside my head at that time. Warning, a serious malfunction occur in Princess's card. Don't tell me? I crouched and approached Miyabi's back. Are you all right? Mia. Watch out, Miyabi-chan. Behind you. Ibitha spoke out tensely. Miyabi reacted to that and... Ha. She swung her fist while turning around. Gaga? An impact pierced my chest. Miyabi's figure was rapidly getting farther. The scenery around me rotated and intense pain ran through everywhere in my body. I bounced on the ground and slid for several meters before I finally stopped. My rib creaked. All the oxygen inside my lung had gotten out from my mouth. It was a beautiful punch that couldn't be dodged, using maximize. Shit, my chest hurt, my breath. You Yuto? So sorry. Miyabi's complexion changed. Ibitha talked brightly. There's no need to worry about that guy. Who are you calling that guy? Because Miyabi-chan, you love me, right? Miyabi's face was turning bright red. That's. Miyabi, as I thought, it was Ibitha's unique magic. But I also love Yuto. A dry sound resounded. Miyabi's face was turned aside. Her cheek was red and swollen. Blood was trickling from her lips. Ibitha had just slapped Miyabi's face strongly. Miyabi was in a daze. She touched her cheek with her fingertip. Miyabi-chan, you're going to do anything for the sake of your loved one, aren't you? You will allow anything if it's for my sake, won't you? If it's for the sake of love, you can turn even the world into your enemy, right? That's. Ibitha hit Miyabi's cheek one more time. A bursting sound echoed and Miyabi's face snapped to the other direction. Stop. Ibitha. I stood up. However, intense pain ran through my chest and my consciousness turned faint just from yelling. My ribs might be broken. I could only pray that none of my organ was pierced. Don't you dare touch Miyabi. Ibitha. What cease it, former boyfriend kun? Right now Miyabi-chan is mine. That's rigged. I thought up a nice idea. Ibitha embraced the shoulder of Miyabi, who was holding her cheek. Miyabi-chan, kill that guy. Miyabi looked up at Ibitha in bewilderment. I'll be ruined if that guy doesn't die. Miyabi-chan's future will also be gone then. Ruin, future. Help me please, Miyabi-chan. Save me. Miyabi was bewildered while drenched in cold sweat. But I am Yuto's card. Ibitha's eyebrow twitched by Miyabi's reply. Oi, you're my card right now, aren't you? Get a hold of yourself, Miyabi-shan. However, Miyabi was standing still in turmoil. What's going on? Indeed, this wasn't just simple mind control. Miyabi was still maintaining her own will. Come to think of it, when I was talking with Headmaster Gandu at the headmaster office, when I said that Ibitha's ability was controlling with hypnotism, the headmaster said, "It's close, but it's fundamentally different." Besides, Ibitha himself also said it, those words. "Ah ha ha ha, isn't it too late to pretend now? You've just blurted out your true feeling just now. Those words were undoubtedly what you really think. Those were your own words. If that was really the truth? In that case, what was different? What changed?" Ibitha whispered into Miyabi's ear with a wheedling voice. "No prob. I'll make you my card after that guy die."
It's for your love toward me, so that guy, kill him for me, okay?
Love. Tears pooled in Miyabi's eyes and she was trembling as though to display the discord inside her heart. But. Sheesh, annoying. This is the first time there is someone who resists this much. Could it be your capture by trivial things, like compassion, or moral, or that kind of things just like human? What do you mean? Miyabi looked up at Ibitha anxiously while dripping cold sweat. That's why I'm telling you, you just need to live for the sake of your love toward me. Ibitha's red eyes shined. A chill that was even colder than everything until now ran through me. It was just for an instant. I saw something there. It was like an afterimage, remaining behind in my memory. It was a red chain. A red collar that was connected to a red chain was wrapped around Miyabi's neck. Was that the true form of Ibitha's unique magic? Then, if I could sever it. However, I could only see it for an instant. I couldn't see anything now. Most likely I wouldn't even be able to touch it. Shit. Can't I save Miyabi without doing something about that? Mia? Miyabi turned toward me when I was going to call at her. TSK. My chest hurt. I couldn't concentrate. My body's reaction was dull. I desperately formed a defensive magic with my slow-moving mind. Armored. I blocked Miyabi's straight punch with my left arm. Gah? There was a cracking sound. An intense pain pierced through my head from my armor. Gah, Even my upper arm's bone? I couldn't feel anything in my arm. I would keep getting whittled down like this. However, I couldn't possibly fight Miyabi seriously. Then. Ibitha. I just need to defeat you directly. I activated stride and stamped on the ground, dodging Miyabi's attack. The me right now had increased my mana capacity thanks to Miyabi. I could also activate advanced magic. I materialized a large magic circle. It was clear that this magic was bad news just from the presence it emitted. The magic circle was seething, as though it wanted to burn everything to ash already. Flame trickled down like lava from the magic letters and diagrams. And then. Fidezanon. The Hell's Kettle opened its mouth. Its level was different from the intermediate magic fizzard. Flame spewed out violently. The hell flame attacked Ibitha with a terrifying heat and speed. Ha ha ha. Something like this? Fidezanon. The same magic? Flame and flame clashed and transformed the ground into scorched earth. However, Ibitha's flame pushed back my flame. Wah. What the hell? Ah ha 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 ha. This is the difference between the strongest Devil King candidate and a human. Ibitha's Fidezanon was swallowing my Fidezanon. This is bad. Warning, recommending urgent deployment of defensive magic. Barricade. The flame vanished. In exchange, a magic circle appeared as barrier. It blocked Ibitha's flame. You are? I was sent flying very easily. What's with that power? Even though it was the same Fidezanon with mine, it was like something else. This was the difference of level as Devil King candidate between Ibiza and me. The difference between human and devil. I rolled on the ground once more. Shit. It hurt. The pain from my broken arm and rib made me wanted to cry. But, so what if it hurt? Compared to those who became the victim of this guy, and compared to Miyabi who was suffering even now, just this much was nothing. Ibiza clapped as though to ridicule me in my current state. Ooh. Come on, do your best. Wahoo. Wahoo. You bastard. I gritted my teeth and stood up. Ibiza, your unique magic is the worst. What? It's not like I'm brainwashing. You're stealing love. You forcefully make others direct their love toward you. You make them in love with you so deeply they can't see anything else but you. That's why it's not like you are controlling them by your will. Ibiza raised an eyebrow and asked. And? If for example there's someone who love others so much that they don't need anything else and will sacrifice even their life for that person, there will be time when they commit an unforgivable mistake because of how great their feeling toward that person is. That's how all your cards are acting. However, that's a weakness because of how pure their feeling is. You take advantage of the feeling of loving other, make use of it, toy with it, trick others and sacrifice them. It's the lowest and the worst unique magic just like its owner. The corner of Ibiza's mouth lifted up into a grin. Psyconnect. What? That's my unique magic. Well, it's just as you say. I'm loved by everyone. There's no one who doesn't love me. Do you understand what does that mean? Ibiza showed a smile of extreme happiness. Everyone will unconditionally and endlessly offer their love to me without asking for any compensation. All of the Devil King candidates. In other words, it's already set in stone that I'll be the next Devil King. Not all of the Devil King candidates. Huh? It doesn't matter who else recognize you, but this lover's Devil King candidate won't recognize you. I absolutely won't let you become the next Devil King. Ibiza's face twisted unsightly from anger. Detonation. A magic circle formed under my feet. Explosion. I swiftly formed barricade underneath me, but it couldn't neutralize it. My body floated. I fell toward the ground while rotating irregularly. My broken arm and rib hit the ground hard. I couldn't breathe. I writhed in pain and anguish. That's super unsightly. What happened with your big talk just now? As expected, this is just how human is. There ain't any need for you trash to worry about the Devil King war. You're gonna die here anyway. Ibiza recovered his composure and stared at Miyabi with a rotten smile. Now then, Miyabi-chan. This time you mustn't fail to finish him off. Prove your love to me. Miyabi approached me. Shit, I got to stand up. And then what? Should I retreat for now? But I couldn't leave Miyabi behind. I stood up unsteadily. Miyabi charged at me at this time. My shoulders were grabbed and I was slammed on the building's wall without stopping. I spewed blood from my mouth. Damn it, I wanted to believe that I was only because the inside of my mouth was cut. My blood dripped down on Miyabi's face and chest. Even though the situation was like this, I was thinking about apologizing for the blood dirtying her. Miyabi saw my blood and her eyes opened wide. Blood was also trickling from Miyabi's mouth. It was because Ibiza hit her just now. Fuck. Miyabi. Come back to your senses. Don't be deceived by that guy's magic. Hey, Yuto. ! Have you returned? However, Miyabi shook her head. It's no good, I don't understand, but my head is filled with nothing but Ibiza. It's like my fate is tied with Ibiza. I can't leave him anymore, that's how it feels. No way. Tears spilled down from Miyabi's eyes. Even though I haven't forgotten about Yuto, at this rate, I'll really kill Yuto for real. Don't worry. I won't let something like that happen. That's why. Kill me before that happen. Wah. What the hell are you saying? There isn't any way to dispel Ibitha's unique magic, that's the only way now. Because. Miyabi smiled while her tears kept trickling. I'm the princess of lovers. Miyabi. That's why. Miyabi's face got closer. Take revenge for me.
Okay.
Our lips touched. Miyabi's lips with my lips. My first kiss had the taste of blood. A feverish emotion that moved my heart sweetly flowed into me. And then when our lips separated. The mana supply just now 50000. Limit break. Mana's upper limit has increased 50,000. I see, if we kissed, with the effect of healing lovers. This was a delightful news, but right now even this news was painful. Because it wasn't like Miyabi could be saved by that. Even the dispassionate voice of the arcana only worsened my sadness. Report. With this bloodline magic's analysis has become possible. Bloodline magic, analysis. Wait a second. What did that mean? Possible to analyze by collecting the blood of the card. Direct collection without letting the medium exposed to outside air is desirable. Arcana. By that you meant it became possible for me to use Yu Gao's bloodline magic? If that was true. Why is that guy fixated to Yu Gao's bloodline magic? His strength and weakness lay there. The meaning of those words that Headmaster Gandu said. Affirmative. Miyabi. Yuto, then this is fair. We're kissing one more time. Fewer? I grabbed Miyabi's arms firmly and pulled her closer forcefully. Yuotuo? I snatched Miyabi's lips while she was bewildered without waiting for her consent. You. What was needed was Miyabi's blood. Right now the inside of Miyabi's mouth was cut because she got hit by Ibitha. That meant. I forcefully entered my tongue inside Miyabi's mouth. NNNNNN. Miyabi opened her eyes widely like a saucer from shock. She let out a muffled voice. NNU, NH, Nfu, NH, heart. However, her face immediately turned entranced and she began to gasp sweetly inside our connected mouth. I moved my lips to search for Miyabi's blood. I traced her gums and touched Miyabi's tongue. Miyabi also stretched out her tongue in response and entangled it around my tongue. There. The blood. And then inside the blood. Some kind of information was lurking in it like DNA. Arcana. Analyze this. Analysis, the magic formula concealed inside the blood, it's concluded to be the bloodline magic. This is it. Decode it. Please. Starting transplantation after transplanting, converting into magic formula, executing decompression. It came. Yu Gao's bloodline magic inside me. That information was spreading inside me. I see. I understood it. The effect of this magic. The reason why Ibitha needed Yu Gao's bloodline magic. And then. The method to defeat him. Miyabi and her lips separated from me. Yuto. Miyabi stared at me with a blushing face. She looked as though she resolved herself and closed her eyes. However, when my body separated from Miyabi, I endured the pain and stood up. Arcana, can you do it? Magic formula's conversion complete. However, it's impossible with the current mana capacity's upper limit. Don't worry, Arcana. If it was mana, there was endless amount of it. Infinite lovers. Mana swelled up inside me. It was like a gushing spring. Mana was gushing out without end. My feeling toward Miyabi changed shape into mana and gushed out. Miyabi. The girl who was always bright and high-tensioned. bad at acting like a noble lady. Looked good in gal fashion. Talked using really unique vocabulary. Positive. Always energetic. Making everyone around her smiled when she was there. In order to take back that smile of hers. Wah, what? Oi. What are you doing? Ibiza yelled uneasily when he sensed the presence of Mana. What the hell, just what is this guy? What's with this unbelievably enormous Mana? I listened to the Arcana's voice. Report, bloodline magic is executable. Let's go. I activated the bloodline magic of Yu-Gao's that had been concealed in Miyabi's blood for a long time. Cutting connection severance. A red magic circle unfolded on my right hand. Magic diagram appeared on my hand like a tattoo. And then I felt a magic formula forming in my right eye. I could see it clearly this time. The chain extending from Ibiza to Miyabi. And then the collar locked around Miyabi's neck. And then I casually swung down my right hand that was clad in magic circle toward the red chain. The chain of Psyconnect was broken and severed very easily. What? Ibiza's face stiffened in shock. EA? Miyabi touched her chest with a puzzled look. She gasped in realization and stared at me in surprise. Yuto, I did something this horrible. Miyabi's expression twisted seeing my battered appearance. Sorry, I'm sorry, Yuto. Miyabi sobbed and tears spilled out from her eyes. I smiled and touched Miyabi's cheek. It's all right now. Ibiza's unique magic is broken. It wasn't just Miyabi who looked disbelieving. Ibiza was also sweating in shock. Impossible, there is no way something like this is, a large-scale ritual magic should be necessary for the transplantation. Do you know just how much I had to prepare? The territory of the family as well as the blood of young devil who is a pure-blooded direct descendant. Ibiza realized that he was unconsciously running off his mouth and shut up immediately. You don't need to worry about anything, Ibiza. I understand now after obtaining this magic formula. The strength of your unique magic, as well as its weakness. And also the reason why you need Yu-Gao's bloodline magic. Don't just spout off random. Yu-Gao's bloodline magic is a magic that connect a bond with others as well as to sever that bond. Ibiza gritted his teeth. In contrast, Miyabi frowned because she didn't understand what I meant. Bond with other? It doesn't matter whether the other side is human or devil, this magic will form a connection with someone who seem like they can bring benefit to the caster and stabilize the connection firmly. That was how your ancestor rose up in rank to be a Margrave in the human world. You also said that, didn't you, Miyabi? I mentioned that, but that was the power of my bloodline magic. Yeah. That's why. I pointed at Ibiza. You want Yu-Gao's bloodline magic. In order to compensate for your Psyconnect's weakness. Don't speak nonsense. My Psyconnect is unrivaled. There ain't any weakness in it. Then, I'll show it to you now. Ibiza's grin twitched. Try making me your captive. I pointed at my own chest with my thumb. Right now I have the magic that you wish for. If you can put me under that Psyconnect, you'll be able to make use of that power. Ibiza glared at me hatefully and took a step back. Don't get cocky, human. Ain't no way I'll follow your command. Phoo. AAA? What the hell are you laughing at, you cattle? So it was like that. In the end, Headmaster Gandu had told me everything right from the start. You see, devils are more honest with their desire than even humans. If it's human, they have various other emotions that serve as their brake. But devils are different. Once they have decided one thing, they'll sacrifice everything else. It doesn't matter even if they become a bother to others. Fulfilling their own desire and enlarging their gains as much as possible are virtue for them. A devil that was honest to their desire. Humans who had various emotions that held them back. Ibiza. Your psychonect doesn't work with human. Sue. And even against devil, its effect towards someone with weak selfishness is small. Especially against target-like lovers, it's hard for that magic to affect someone who is tied with love and trust. Even just now Miyabi rejected your wish with her feeling toward me. She didn't try to offer everything she has for your sake. In addition, the headmaster also said this. Why is that guy fixated to Yu Gao's bloodline magic? His strength and weakness lay there. In other words, Yu Gao's bloodline magic is a magic to cut and connect relation with other people. It can sever your psychonect, conversely it also can strengthen it. In other words, it's a double-edged sword. That was why you used dirty trick from behind the scene to take over Yu Gao's house. Miyabi bit her lips in frustration. Because of that, he made use of the love of my subordinates. Ibiza brushed up his hair and looked up to the sky. AAA, shit, annoying. When he brought his gaze back down, his eyes were shining red. Countless chains stretched out from Ibiza's body in that moment. The chains that were invisible before this were now visible. Enough with all the troublesome tricks. I'll kill you and sacrifice Miyabi with brute strength. Ibiza grabbed the chains and pulled with all his strength. Come, my captives. Then the back of the school building that was empty until now was visited by 10-odd students wearing P outfit. Ibiza Summer. What's the matter? That guy, don't tell me, he want to fight in the middle of this athletic festival? There were 12 people in total. If Miyabi's severed collar and the hospitalized Gigara were added, then there were 14 in total. In other words, Psychonect's upper limit was 14 people, the same with the card's upper limit. Yuto, there are a lot of them, but can you do this? Miyabi looked worried. I smiled to reassure her. Yeah. Just this much isn't a problem. Miyabi smiled wryly. How confident. The lover's princess is strong after all. Wait, me? I can use magic, but honestly it's difficult for me to move a lot right now. If Miyabi defeat them, I'll be able to sever the Psychonect's chain using that opening. Sorry, because of me, but taking all of them by myself is. No. I believe that Miyabi can do it if it's you. Yuto. The technique that you showed me here before sent Ibiza's cards flying using that. A. B. But I still can't use that well. Arcana. Can you fix the magic formula inside Miyabi's body? Possible. With direct body contact, magic circuit inside the body will be fixed during the formula's construction. Yosh. I went around to Miyabi's back and hugged her from behind. You Yuto? Miyabi. Believe in me. You can do this. Yeah, when you hug me like this, it feels like I can really do it. Confidence returned into Miyabi's eyes. I'm counting on you, lover's princess. Just leave it to me, Gyaru. Mana overflowed and Miyabi's body shined faintly. Inside Miyabi's body, magic circuits were connected and magic formula was constructed. The flow of that mana was closely scrutinized by the arcana. Report. Error discovered in the chest's magic circuit. Direct contact required. By that you meant, I needed to touch her breast. In this situation? Cluster of magic circuits in the chest confirmed. Repair impossible without direct contact. Sorry. Miyabi. I grabbed Miyabi's breast from behind. Kian. Yu Yuto, na-a-an, heart. Within my hand, I felt the magic circuits inside Miyabi's breast getting linked and fixed. EA? Somehow, I'm feeling better. I let go the body of Miyabi, who was looking puzzled. Miyabi. Yeah. It feels like I can do this. At that time, Ibiza's cards who were on their guard against me came attacking simultaneously. The enemies are just two. What's more, it's lovers. Kill the human and the dunce in a flash. Everyone deployed magic circle while running. Don't underestimate us too much. Miyabi dropped her waist, pulled back her fist, and twisted her body. Right now Miyabi's whole body was magic formula. Mana ran through it. It flowed from the legs to the waist, through the abs, drew spiral in the two hills on her chest, accelerated and then flowed into the arm with twisting movement added into it. That chain of circulation increased the acceleration. It was incomparable from before. And then the beating of the heart, pulse, and Mana's rhythm was synchronizing. The instant that acceleration heightened until the extreme. Miyabi's right arm released all of it. Galactic Striker Maiden Strike. TN, in the roar, the gal of the galactic was written Gyaru, which mean gal. Her fist shot out. It unleashed a shockwave and vortex of air of unimaginable might. In front of that might, the opponents couldn't even come closer. The 12 cards of the devil were helplessly blown away. The magic circle in her whole body, the mana acceleration and output, Miyabi's body, they were all in synchronization. It was a strike that enhanced the usual hand-to-hand combat magic to the extreme. The combination of magic and physical attack eradicated Ibitha's cards. The 12 red chains stretched above my height. Now. Cutting connect. I swung my right hand like a sword at the bundle of chains floating in the air. The chains were torn and severed without any resistance. Ibitha's cards who collapsed on the ground tried to stand up with pained expression. Huh? They were making a puzzled face as though they'd just woken up. Ibitha, Summer? Why did I love him that much? With this Ibitha had no more captive. There were only the 12 students standing dumbfounded and Ibitha who was gritting his teeth. Damn you. You don't have even a single captive anymore, you know. Coup. Now, it's time for the main event. Let's have the Devil King war between lovers and devil here. However, Ibitha grinned fearlessly. Oi, don't get cocky, human. I already learned from the Fedezanon before. If it's a pure contest of strength, a human doesn't even hold a candle against a devil. Not to mention I'm the strongest devil, one of the Devil King candidates. It's very lively here. This voice. The one who came with her beautiful black hair fluttering in the wind was the Lover's Queen. Liesel Senpai. It looks like you put up a barrier to repel people away, but that's all in vain if you called all these people here all at once, Mitsuishi Ibitha. She displayed a bewitching smile that was full of composure. Other students were also coming one after another behind Liesel Senpai. Everyone noticed the abnormality with the barrier broken. Several hundred students had formed a crowd in the blink of eye. Ibitha spat out with a disgusted face. I'll stop here for today. I don't have any time to keep you bastards. You're running away, Devil's Devil King candidate. Nah. I smiled at Ibitha's twisted expression. Let's bring it to the finish after coming this far. Miyabi wrapped her fist in her hand and cracked her joints. I'm gonna beat you up, for the share of everyone you tricked too. Ibitha clicked his tongue in annoyance. TSK, don't get the wrong idea. I only made them love me. It's not like I coerced them to do anything. That's why their words, their actions, all of those came from their own personality and true feeling. Even Yu Gao's territory came from those guys acting in their own. They were the one who snatched it and gave it to me. That's not my responsibility at all. My body was trembling. I never felt this angry until now. This guy was the worst. Ibitha. You made use of other people's heart to love others. You deceived people's affection, devotion, and trust that moved them to protect their important people. You tricked them without allowing them to notice and only engraved regret and despair to their memory of doing all those horrible things by their own will after everything was over. I glared at Ibitha with all my strength. You don't have any qualification to talk about love. Liesel Senpai stood beside me. Then, Is it all right if we also join in this fight? Are you fine with it too, Reina? Reina's thumb pushed on the guard of the katana on her waist. Her hand hovered over the handle and her waist lowered down. Anytime, anytime. There wasn't any trace of her usual flustered look that was like a small animal in her expression. There was this intimidating air that was like a cool-headed assassin from her. Ku. The color of Ibitha's expression changed. Liesel-senpai smiled sweetly seeing that expression. What's the matter? How about you try making us your captives with your prided unique magic? Hee, are you seriously saying that? In front of my Psyconnect, even Devil King candidates are powerless. The likes of you. Ibitha was making a tough-looking expression, but my eyes could see the chains that were still severed in the middle. Ibitha's gaze dropped on those red chains and he muttered in annoyance. Shit, the regeneration is still. Looking carefully, the chains were gradually recovering to normal. It seemed Psyconnect could repair itself, but it also had a weakness that it took time for the repair. However, even without the unique magic, it didn't change the fact that he was a formidable enemy. Humph. But, the likes of you guys aren't any threat for the Devil's Devil King candidate. Ibitha was on his guard against me while looking for an opening against Liesel-senpai but. What? Looks like thing is heating up here. The crowd parted to left and right. Stella was walking on through the empty path. Exclamation mark the stars. The amount of Ibitha's sweat increased by a lot. Oh Stella. Ibitha is just going to use his unique magic right now. I want to see that. Do it quickly. Ku. After all, an ability that I have seen once won't work anymore on me.
So do it carefully, okay?
By that you mean to use me as a guinea pig? Liesel-senpai looked with exasperation. Stella winked in return. It's fine. If the lovers lose, I'll murder Ibitha, so don't worry and get controlled. Cold sweat flowed from Ibitha like waterfall. He yelled toward the gathered students. Oh oi. Someone. Is there no one who want to become my cared? However, no one answered. What's up? Don't hesitate, yeah Tilda. It might be different if the opponent is other Devil King candidate, but lovers isn't a big deal at all in a head-on match. This is a perfect chance to show off your stuff. Even so, no one raised their hand. In exchange. Fuck, Mitsuishi Ibitha, that bastard. The students who were turned captive by Ibitha exploded in anger. Oi lovers. Smash that Ibitha's annoying mug. If you're going to kill that guy, then I don't care whether you're lovers or human or whatever. That damn bastard, he stole everything from me. Beat up that shitty bastard for me. Before I knew it, the devils who usually would scorn human were supporting me. Ibitha. In that case, have a one-on-one duel with me. What? You can win if it's against me, right? Is that so? That's awesome. That's one awesome idea. Ibitha's eyes twinkled and he smiled. And then he immediately formed a magic circle. That was the same advanced magic like before, Fidezanon. Then. I'll take you head on. I also formed the Fidezanon magic. Ha, nice. As I thought, a battle is fun when I know I'm gonna win. I'll kill you, but I'll leave Miyabi-chan alive just a step from Door's death. She's gonna be a wonderful sacrifice. A complex and large magic circle floated in front of me. But, don't think this is the same like before. The inside of my head was hot. Senpai said it. My body would boil if I abused it. Just a bit more. Hold on. My body. Infinite lovers. My magic circle enlarged drastically. What? Ibitha's eyes opened wide. I poured the endlessly gushing mana into the advanced magic's formula. Mana overflowed from the magic circle that was enlarged to the extreme and spilled out. The magic circle opened like a dragon's mouth and flame dripped down. The hell's flame roared, looking like it would erupt even now. Yo, you bastard, what the hell is that? Same thing like yours, a flame type's advanced magic. That's impossible. No way that's it. This kind of thing, there's no way. Didn't you mention something about the difference of the strongest devil and human? Gah. And then I unleashed the flame that had accumulated power until the limit. Fidezanon. Fidezanon. Ibiza and my advanced magic clashed violently. Both were the same hell's flame. My magic that was pushed back before was pushing back this time. Impossible? Ibiza broke into cold sweat before the scorching flame that approached before his eyes. There is no way a mere human can have this kind of power. What the hell is this power? This is the power of the heart that thought of others. My Fidezanon swallowed Ibiza. Yuga My dragon swallowed Ibiza. The flame cruelly scorched Ibiza's body. The transcendental pressure of the flame carved Ibiza's body apart. He was slammed on the school building's wall that was several dozen meters away and sunk into it. Goofawa. Ibiza spat out blood and fell on the ground like a doll with its strings cut. Charred smell and smoke rose from Ibiza's body on the ground. It shouldn't be like. It was then a carefree clapping sound resounded. Wow, splendid. Splendid. Game, set, match. The headmaster intruded between Ibiza and me with an out-of-place jovial voice. Ibiza crawled on all four toward the headmaster. He headmaster. Cease fire. Today I'm going to withdraw. But, next time. Next? Headmaster Gandu smiled widely. There won't be any next time though. Because, you already died you know. Black mud spread under Ibiza. What? Wait. The eerie arms that reached out from the mud grabbed Ibiza and pulled him down. You are. Stop. I'm the strongest. The man who gonna be the next devil king. I'm loved by all devils. Ibiza's voice was cut off. Half of his face was buried and his voice couldn't reach out anymore. Next his eyes that were shedding tears vanished, and last his hand that was trying to grab for something sunk. And then the black mud also vanished. The headmaster clapped his hand loudly and... Okay. The recreation is over. Return to the athletic festival you guys, return. You were going to conclude that as recreation as expected from the current Devil King. Urged by the headmaster, the other students also returned to the schoolyard in droves. There was a figure who went against that crowd and walked toward us. Good work, Yuto, Miyabi. Liesel Senpai, thank you for coming here. Reina too. TTT that's not true. In the end Reina didn't do anything desu. Even so you helped us. When I caressed her head, Reina smiled happily. What happened with Ibiza? When a devil die in the human world, they will be forcefully returned to the devil world. Then they won't be able to return to this side anymore. Is that so? Even if he was said to be dead, he was still existing in the devil world. He just wouldn't be able to come over here. In that case it would be a bit easier for my mind even if I defeated my opponent. Liesel Senpai moved her gaze toward Miyabi and smiled kindly. Also Miyabi, it looks like you have overcame your wall. You did great. I see. So what Senpai said before, about the wall to overcome, so it's that kind of thing. Miyabi rubbed the back of her head shyly. But, in the end I'm still unable to use my bloodline magic though. It's fine isn't it? It doesn't really matter. It's not fine. It's something important for me after all. Furthermore, Yuto being able to use it make me feels a bit complicated. I shook my head toward Miyabi who looked a bit desolate. I think this magic isn't suitable for Miyabi. What do you mean? Is that because I'm not really like a young lady of Yugao's but a gal instead? Miyabi pressed me with a question while looking like she wanted to cry. That's not what I mean. Miyabi's ancestor used this power to expand his influence. But, using this power to sever or form bond with other people doesn't fit Miyabi. Even without that kind of power, Miyabi can build a good relationship. Just like how we become comrades at present. Yuto. Miyabi's eyes twinkled. Rather than this kind of bloodline magic, that magic which defeated Ibitha's cards just now, that magic is more like Miyabi. It's straightforward and convey your feelings straight, it's a magic that is really like you. There is no need for any ladylike words. If you speak about what you feel using your own words, your feeling will go through. Is that so? Yeah. Because that magic doesn't belong to your ancestor. It's a magic that Miyabi create, a magic only for you. Yuto. Miyabi was teary, but she smiled happily. Liesel-senpai also nodded and smiled kindly at me this time. Also Yuto too, it's amazing you found a way other than unresolved magic formulas. Did senpai mean the magic formulas that she said were still too early for me and wouldn't teach them to me at our training? The methods to obtain powerful magic that would work against Devil King candidates, one was the unresolved magic formulas. And then the other one, was it that? Then, the answer for that time. Yes. It's by borrowing the power of your cards, their bloodline magic. Taking in your cards' thick mana, its flow, the pulsation of their soul, the echo, and making them your own. Is that so? To think that you already did something like that, you got a perfect score, heart. Ooh. Perfect score get. I jumped while forgetting about my broken bones. It was so painful I wanted to cry. Sheesh, don't force yourself. I'll treat your injuries immediately. First let go to the infirmary. Liesel-senpai lent me her shoulder and started walking. I'm sorry to take senpai's time like this. There is no such, Liesel-senpai suddenly looked like she remembered something. Speaking about time, I thought that the ritual magic for transplanting bloodline magic should take a lot of time and effort. How did you become able to use bloodline magic? Senpai noticed that. No good, how should I answer? What's the matter, Yuto? Does your injuries hurt? Cold sweat that didn't come from the pain trickled down. It was then Miyabi let out a shy smile while giggling. Actually I kissed with Yuto. Liesel-senpai's movement came to a sudden stop. Huh? Liesel-senpai turned her gaze toward me questioningly. Her face was showing agitation with cold sweat dripping down. No, it seemed Miyabi got the inside of her mouth cut, that blood then was analyzed for the magic formula. You really did kiss? That, it was something that couldn't be helped. I somehow squeezed out those words, but Miyabi didn't pay any attention to other people's feeling and her face loosened up completely. It was my first kiss, It's also the same for Yuto, right? We are fellow first-timer, heart. Liesel-senpai's complexion looked as though it turned pure white. Say senpai? Senpai's shoulders slumped and her face fell down. Then she spoke with a voice that sounded as though it came from the bottom of earth. Yuto, I'll revise your grading. Senpai lifted up her face with her eyes snapping wide open. 20 point. Why the reduction of 80 point? Wait, isn't the score reduced too much no matter how you think about it? I don't care. Senpai looked aside with a huff. She was like a kid. Part 6. After that, although there was the interruption from the fight with Ibitha, the athletic festival managed to hold the closing ceremony without incident. The winner this year is the white team. When Headmaster Gandu thrust up his fist, storm of cherry blossoms blew and the curtain that was hanging over the scoring board was torn off. The score was purposefully hidden from the middle to add a dramatic flair. The final scoring was White Team 463 versus Red Team 451. It was a narrow difference. As expected, Ibiza's inability to participate in the last match became a major factor of Red Team's failure. Though I also wouldn't be able to run in the match if the match was still held. If that happened, I might get killed by Stella. Now then, next is the event's MVP. The headmaster looked around the venue while putting on air. The students who were contributing a lot with the score were clearly looking nervous. The headmaster pointed at the venue and moved his hand from right to left. And then, his finger stopped still when it pointed at me. Morioka Yuto from Class 1D. You did it, you are too. That's amazing, Yuto. Amazing, amazing desu. Yuto-san. The people rejoicing were only the member of lovers standing beside me. The whole venue was filled with a strange atmosphere and people's restless muttering. Come, get up on the stage, get up. One needed to be courageous to come up on the stage in the middle of this atmosphere. I stepped on the stage with heavy steps. No, in fact it was because of my broken arm and ribs though. Now then, it was the Devil King candidate relay race that became the deciding factor of White Team's victory. The leading star who cornered the Red Team to become unable to participate, the Lovers Devil King candidate, became the MVP. The venue fell silent. However, there was some applause sporadically. It was the members of Lovers, and then, the students who got taken captive by Ibiza's Psychonect. And then there was this applause that was strangely noisy. Mum? You're standing out too much. Dad, stop her quickly. And, about the long-awaited prize. You're really giving me a prize? Obviously I will.
Well, it's nothing big, so don't expect too much, okay?
Well, of course. Surely it would be a trophy or something. But, it might become a nice memory for everyone if we used it as decoration in the palace. The prize is the right to have anything you wish for being granted. Huh? Anything I wished? But it's invalid if you ask me to make you the Devil King. Remember that it will only be something that this me can possibly do. For example, something like shoulder message coupon, or permission to skip classes for a day. Small laughs rose from the venue. Certainly, it was a pointless prize. But, it lightened my mind if it was something like that. Also something like disqualifying one of the Devil King candidates, for example. Sue. Commotion spread through the venue. Wait, what's with that? It was Stella who raised her voice. The atmosphere instantly turned murderous. Tension prickled my skin. It was like killing intent from an invisible opponent was stabbing me. Headmaster, you're joking, right? No. I'm serious. What should I do? It was fine, even if I asked for one of the candidates to be disqualified. I could unconditionally remove my opponent, who seemed formidable. Certainly if I did that, I might be able to obtain an advantageous position in the Devil King War from now. Who should I choose? Stella? Or perhaps a still unknown Devil King candidate with arcana that seemed like strong. Like death? Or perhaps Emperor? Now, what are you going to do? Who's your choice? The headmaster asked me with an excited expression. Headmaster Gandu. There is something that I want to ask. Ask me anything. I'm a teacher even though I look like this after all. Fufahi. Why did you laugh like an Akatsu just now? Can I ask you to return everything that Mitsuishi Ibiza has taken away from Yugao's house? Commotion spread through the venue once more. Well, it's not impossible using my authority. But you know. Then, that's my wish. Include the subordinates of Yugao's house in it too. Headmaster Gandu crossed his arms and tilted his head. Well, I don't mind that. But are you really all right with that? Yes. This is a rare chance, yeah? You might regret it, you know? When you're going to die, you might think if only I asked to kill this guy at that time. No, it's exactly because this is a rare chance that I want to use it to help my treasured comrade. After all, my comrades are what is the most important for me. I won't be able to fight the strongest Devil King candidates if everyone is not energetic and smiling. And if I lose because I helped a comrade, then I think it can't be helped. Besides, I added, if I don't help them, then I'll be disqualified as Lover's Devil King candidate. The headmaster grinned and slapped his hand on his waist. All right then. I'll bear the responsibility and return all those things. Thank you very much. I endured the pain of my broken ribs and bowed deeply. Don't mind it and quickly heal your wounds. After this, it's gonna be the main event, yeah. I said my thanks once more and then got down from the stage. You're too ooh. Miyabi hugged me while crying. Me Miyabi. It hurts, so be a bit gentler. Oh. Sorry. She jumped away from me in a hurry. After that, she stared up at me with blushing cheeks. Her eyes that were wet with tears glistened. Thank you, really, thank you. My Devil King Summer. This time she approached hesitantly and kissed my cheek softly as though she was treating a fragile thing. Epilogue. Part 1. The hustle and bustle of the athletic festival left and a calm night arrived. There was almost nobody who remained inside the academy, and the inside of the school building was also ruled by silence. It's a big help that you defeated the devil. All the other Devil King candidates hate that unique magic and kept watching from the sideline all this time because of that. Gandu Barbatos sat deeply on the headmaster office's chair while staring at Himikami Liesel. Would Ibetha's unique magic really work on other Devil King candidates too? Of course it would. But it would be a bit unstable. There are cases where after some time pass, the chain would be cut and the target returned to their sanity. He could just kill the target or make them commit suicide before that happen, but if he failed then it would be real scary after that tilde. Besides, once a chain got cut, it would take time until the chain regenerate. They're also limited in number, so they couldn't be used casually. I see. So he planned to use Miyabi's bloodline magic to maintain the effect indefinitely, Liesel realized inside her heart. According to Yuto's story, the number of the collars was 14. With that number, more than half of the candidates could be put under Ibetha's control. If he managed to steal Miyabi's bloodline magic, he would become the next Devil King for sure. As expected from Headmaster. You're knowledgeable. Ha. After all, I murdered the previous devil 20 years ago. That's right. This man won the Devil King War 20 years ago and seized the throne of the Devil King. Well, this time it feels the devil was defeated more because of humans' uniqueness at work though. So? Do you think you'll be able to keep winning till the end? I won't be troubled if I know that. The odds for the lovers is the worst after all. Only those who aim to win big are gonna bet on this kind of odds. If he actually win, then I'm gonna be super rich. The headmaster laughed. Wahaha. Liesel stared at him with a sharp gaze. While this man was always like this, but it was hard to comprehend him.
Well, keep raising him well, okay?
Liesel-kun has also sacrificed a lot after all. But are you really not regretting it? Is it worth it for Himikami Liesel to surrender half of her life? Is that all you want to talk about? I'm thinking to return to the palace now. Yeah. That's fine, thanks for your hard work. Liesel turned her back on the headmaster and walked toward the door. One more thing, it looks like those Triumph 6 Triumphant Kings bunch are starting to move behind the scenes, so be careful. Triumph. They were 0 Fool, I Magus, 2 Priestess, 3 Empress, 4 Emperor, and V Hierophant. They were the 6 arcanes that were considered as extraordinary existences even among the Devil King candidates who were the gathering of the strongest. You're saying, they are already moving? It's a bit troublesome. Well, I don't think it will become bloodbath between you guys and them immediately. It would be great if it was true, to be honest, it would be game over if the triumph came out now. Right now they still had their hands full with the monsters lining up before them. For example, X Wheel of Fortune, 17 Star, and then 13 Death, they were all exceptional monsters who possessed terrifying unique magic. The current Yuto could hardly win even against them. Anyway, do your best, aim to be the next Devil King. Excuse me. Liesel said her farewell at the very least and left the room. She walked alone through the corridor with the moonlight shining through the windows. She could only hear the sound of her footsteps. You don't need to tell me. She suddenly stopped walking and turned back toward the door of the headmaster office. I'll make Yuto into the Devil King. She muttered that toward the headmaster office's door. Because that's what I decided that day. Part 2. NNA? When I opened my eyes, I was sleeping on an excessively large bed. This was Lover's Palace? Why was I here? Yuto, you're awake? When I was about to sit up. You still have to lie down, Desu. Miyabi and Reina? When I lifted up just my neck. Ta-da! What do you think? An erotic nurse was standing there. The outfit was far different from a genuine nurse. It looked like cosplay. The costume clung tightly on the body, and it also exposed a lot of skin. Cuteness and lewdness existed together through it. Though Miyabi's dynamite body was also one of the causes. Is there anywhere that feels hurt? Although Reina was wearing the same nurse uniform, this one was adorable. It was pure and cute. It was a pure cuteness that couldn't be soiled by dirty gaze. It was a charm that could pass as belonging to an elementary student dressing up for Halloween. It felt like my heart was purified just by seeing her. In spite of myself, I felt my heart was also turning clean. Reina will bring water right now, Desu Dahaya? The constantly clumsy girl. And also the constant lucky accident. With those, Reina stumbled and fell with her butt lifted up high. It appeared. A thong that made wanted to question just where did the purity vanish to. The purity of my heart only lasted for an instant. Miyabi put down her large bottom beside my pillow. Don't you remember, Yuto? You fainted after the MVP announcement. Is that so? I didn't remember at all. That's right. That time, after I pecked your cheek, you staggered and then fell bam. I was shocked. I see, I used up my mana. I used up almost all my mana after the battle against Ibiza, but I thought that I would be able to hold out until the closing ceremony. Liesel Senpai said that perhaps Yuto-san unconsciously used mana to suppress the pain. Reina stood up and added the explanation. I see. So my mana gradually decreased and hit rock bottom at that timing. That was really sloppy for that to happen at the very end. I let out a wry smile from the shame. Then the door opened and another of my important person entered. Yuto, you're a wa, wait. The expression that was expressing happiness instantly turned grim. You too, what's with that appearance? Whore, this ish. Reina was flustered, in contrast Miyabi answered while making a sexy pose. This? As expected, it should be nurse outfit for an injured person. Right? Yuto also feels happy with this, aren't you? There's no doubt that your recovery will also become fast. There was that kind of effect? Liesel Senpai massaged her forehead with her fingertips as though she got a headache. Good grief, merrymaking like this will slow Yuto's recovery instead. Then, leave the rest to me. It's fine for Senpai and Reina to go home, you know? Wah. Liesel Senpai retorted with a sullen face. You're the one who aren't suited to look after an injured person. I will take care of the rest, so go home already. Your house also has been returned to you already. Yeah, but I'm worried about Yuto. Miyabi blushed and she approached with sparkling eyes. Me Miyabi? Don't be that shy. You're making me shy too. Liesel-senpai's patience had reached the limit and she pulled Miyabi back. What are you doing? Because, my relationship with Yuto is two people who have kissed each other, heart. It felt like there was the sound of something snapping. Then, I'll also do it. Liesel-senpai sat beside the pillow on the opposite side from Miyabi. And then she hovered above me. What's more, it will be an adult kiss. Adult kiss? Wait, senpai, you're unfair. It's Miyabi who's unfair here. How can you alone have kissed him as you pleased? Be both of you, quarrel is, no good desuda. Reina, who was trying to stop the two with tearful eyes, suddenly tilted. Reina? And then she fell on the floor like a lifeless puppet. Reina? I ran toward her in panic and lifted up her body. However, Reina's opened eyes were only staring blankly. Afterward. It's the second volume of Maou Gakuen no Hangyakusha. Kuji Masamune is really happy for favorable reception of the first volume. My many thanks to all of you readers who bought the book. Next, this second volume is also terrific, so those of you who often flip the pages in the bookstore, let's bring the book immediately to the cashier instead. The Devil King candidate who appeared this volume is the devil. Even though it's already an academy where the devils enrolled, there is a guy among them who have the devil arcane? A new character that is like the total opposite of such terrifying Devil King candidate also appeared. That person's name is also the Judgment's Devil King candidate, Korma Rookie. Kakao Sensei's character design is criminally cute. However, there might be a peculiarity with this character. Please read the book to find out. And then Yuto, Liesel, Miyabi, and Reina are also deepening their relationship, but their new aspect also come up. Even among them this time it's Miyabi who play an active role. Anyway, the development this time is fast with varied contents, so please have fun reading. Also, it goes without saying that continuing after the first volume, God Kakao's illustrations is getting more and more wonderful. It's the best. No, it's the strongest already. Also, a notification about the manga that doesn't really have any further news about it lately. It was announced that the manga would be serialized in the Webster Radora Sapu hash, but it got discontinued. I'm sorry to everyone who was waiting in anticipation. In exchange, it's decided to serialize it in the monthly magazine Dragon Age. This series is suddenly rising in the world? Like that, I'll be happy if all of you readers can enliven Maou Gakuen Hangyakusha. If you think this series is interesting, please help advertising it through internet or SNS or even with word of mouth about how interesting this series is. Come to think of it, this time I also ended up doing work at Morioka in Iwate Prefecture. At the first volume I was also writing the plot in between a funeral, but I never imagined that I would bring the proofreading to a memorial service with me, lol. There is a saying that what happened twice will happen for the third time, but no way it will happen with the third volume too, won't it? Well then, for the thanks section. Thank you very much for the character design and illustrations that are getting even more wonderful. Kakao-san. Thank you very much for everything until now, Editor I-san. And then please take care of me in the future too, Editor Nakada-san. The many people who are involved with the printing too. And then all of you readers who are always supporting me. Thank you very much to you all. Then let's beat up the strongest at the third volume too. Kuji Masamune.